think it's gonna be fun. If you're Republican, hit that request button, guys. I gotta let you know, TikTok is really spicy and really dicey out there. So, what I would recommend, guys, is keep hitting that like button, guys. Let's like a lot. We're gonna have to do it. It's gonna take a lot of likes. It's gonna take a lot because it's gonna get spicy, and that is okay. Hey, Bitter, how are ya? I see ya. Who's this guy with the hair? Who's this guy? I'm not voting Trump. I already voted Trump. Oh shit! I gotta turn my Wi-Fi. Hang on. Hair. Who's this guy? I'm not voting Trump. I already voted Trump. Oh shit! I got.
It's not like awful, but I understand why it was suspended now. So I sent them an apology and told them it won't happen again. We'll see what happens.
Now I'm kind of curious.
I quoted Joe Rogan because Joe Rogan bragged about being able to blank his own blank, but I
Oh.
said those words, and that's what was listed in the notes as to why I got suspended. So
Hello, Gabriel. Gabrielle, or hello, how are you?
Hi, I'm Gabriella, but whatever. You can call me Gab or Gabby or
Gabrielle.
whatever.
Great to meet you.
You too.
hello.
Are you more
Hi.
right or left leaning?
I am independent. Okay. A lot of my posts say are talking about MAGA, I am voting for Trump, but I do consider myself more independent because I do see both sides, and I acknowledge the frustrations that come from either end. I'm not
What do you see on our side? What do you think our frustrations are?
I think I've been joining a lot of these debates just to learn more, hopefully have like a nice, calm, open discussion about it. But I understand like the women's rights side of it.
What do you mean?
I don't think anyone should have control over what I do with my body, and I think that is important.
So what's more important than that you would not vote for that?
I think I still am voting for that because he's making that a state issue. So
So you're
our
not
votes will.
so you're not voting for that. You're voting for depending like the if your state makes a rule, you can move states, but you're not saying that the government doesn't have any control. You're just saying the state government has control now.
Right. I don't want it to be a national issue. I think it should be to the states because the point of it is to not have like an overarching national thing. And I think that a lot of people do see eye to eye on this, and a lot of people do align, and a lot of
people's
people do agree.
rights
So
should.
I think we'll be okay.
Do you think rights should be determined by the state?
In that regard, I do because I think that the topic of discussion. I don't think I could say it on
When has a time that has worked been in America?
I think we need to revitalize like the idea around those sort of interactions and what the consequences of people's actions.
Yeah, that's not even close to an answer to what I'm saying. And it feels like you're scripted right now, which is why this is weird.
No.
But I'm going to go back to that.
I'm not scripted. I'm just trying to like word it right because you guys like to attack.
I'm not attacking. I'm asking. No, I'm just asking a question.
Again.
Do you think that states should dictate the individual rights of the people, and that they should be able to Okay, why in this case?
Because in this case, our vote has more power.
That doesn't make any sense. What do you mean our vote has more power? In a lot of these states, your vote doesn't mean anything. The state legislature is just choosing without a vote. So in many of these states, you're handing the power to the state government and saying, we trust you, do whatever you feel is best.
Right. And there are exceptions to it. I think that he's not totally taking away our rights. I think he's doing more good for the mentality of... and
it's taking away rights of some people. It's taken away the rights of some people because before Roe, everybody at least had the first trimester, but now there's states with 6-week abortion bans. So it's taken some people's rights.
I think that I don't want to say I support abortion, but I do think it should be an option. I think it's something that could be taken care of within the first 6 weeks, or no, sometimes it can't because you don't know.
6 weeks, you don't know.
No, I don't think 6 weeks. No, that's too short. I think honestly 3 months should be the cutoff. Because
okay, so why should that cutoff
I don't even know, that
different
might be even too long.
Well, then why should that cutoff be different depending on what state you live in?
If it was, I would, and if I was in that situation, I would travel to the other state that I needed to be in.
Okay, what if you're poor? What if you have no money?
Then there would be fun, like
there'd be funds to get you out of the state to travel to a different state.
It shouldn't be a go-to thing. If you're not ready to have a child, I don't think you should be.
Okay, so you don't actually think that there should be a limit at 30 weeks. You actually think that you just shouldn't get pregnant.
No, I think that it should be available. This one,
but you just said 30 weeks, and I said, what if you? So, but that's determined by the states. Like, why are you okay?
Leading questions. You're asking questions and trying to lead me in a certain direction.
Yeah, it's called a conversation. It's a conversation. If conversations aren't going in the same direction, it's just a bunch of gibberish. So that's how conversations work. We go in the same direction together, and we see if we can find some common ground. If you truly are an independent. And if you're truly here, like you said, I'm just coming on these lives to get people's opinions and understand them. But you're not willing to hear me out. I'm trying to get in your head. Why do you think it's okay for states to determine a woman's rights? Why do you think each individual state they don't do that with any other rights, really, do they?
Because again, I believe that our vote has more power. When we're voting for the president, we vote for people to go off and cast a vote for the state. We're not each voting for the president. Did you know that?
You're talking about, well, what you just said is nonsense. You vote, and your vote is assigned to an elector.
And then the elector
I was an elector in the Republican Party, by the way.
Okay, but it's like kind of basic. Look at the big picture here. Like, think about what I just said.
Okay. I thought about it. It has nothing to do with each state being able to control a woman's body differently.
But the regulation, like that they're proposing, like there are exceptions to the rule. He's not completely banning it all.
No, some are at 6 weeks. Some are at 24
Isn't 6 weeks enough?
Some are at 30.
You don't think 6 weeks? What's the cutoff for you?
Absolutely not.
What's the cutoff for you?
My cutoff is the government being involved in medical decisions. That's my cutoff.
Okay, but I think when
So, so you're comfortable with the government being involved
yes,
in certain medical, okay, and you said a few minutes ago 30 weeks seemed fair to you, right? So you pick the time, whatever, you get to set the law.
3 weeks.
You just
Oh no,
3?
wait, what did I say? Wait. I said 6 weeks. 6 weeks. 6
Oh
weeks.
God, did you say 3 weeks?
No, I didn't say 3. I said 6 weeks, not 30 weeks.
And you're aware that lots of
Or
people
3
don't
months.
go there.
3 months. Wait, wait, I'm so confused right now.
That'd
I know
be
it's
90
like,
days.
Yeah, wait, gauging pregnancy, I get confused between like the. Wait. I want to make sure that we're both on the same page because you didn't say the right number back.
Guys, the goal is 100,000 likes. Let's get there, and also let's share. We do have watchers. And finally, if you are opposition, hit that request button because you could be next. But you can't be next if you don't hit that request button.
Lives are very valuable, and I think that we need to have. We need to be more serious about what happens after you engage in the activities that produce a child. I don't know what.
How do we get serious about this if you won't even stick to like a timeline of when you think it's okay?
Okay,
what's your timeline?
It's 3 months. 3 months.
3 months. Okay, so since let's just say that it's 3 months, do you think some states should just be able to choose 6 weeks, even though you said 3 months? Do you think as a woman your rights should change from state to state?
Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with that if it was around abortion. I wouldn't have a problem with that.
I
do.
Last time we had a real problem with states giving some people rights and not other people rights. We had a civil war. We fought about
this is about life, like bringing human life in the future of America.
But hold on, I'm not comparing it to slavery. I'm telling you that war that we say was fought over slavery, which it was about the right of those states to take away rights that the federal government grants.
Right.
Right. So you're okay with the government granting certain rights?
Yes.
But you're okay with certain states taking away those rights? Would you be okay if states, like on an individual basis, let's say like your ability to go out in public wearing pants? It used to be socially unacceptable for women to go out in public not in a dress. If your state instituted a law that said you were required to wear a dress, is that crossing the line, or does the state just have the right to do that?
That was just a way of life. That wasn't a.
I know. Do you think the state? I mean, this is an opinion.
This is a bizarre question.
I know it is, and it's meant to make you think.
How does this connect?
Yeah, I'll connect it to you when you're done. Yeah. So you're saying that each state can make rules that can interfere with your life on an independent basis when it comes to rights. So, for example, the freedom to express yourself, the freedom to dress how you want, the freedom of speech. Are you okay with a state coming in and infringing on any of those?
No.
What if the state came in and said you don't get social media, like women don't get social media anymore? Actually, take it back. You can keep that Pinterest, because that would fall apart without you, ladies. Are you okay with that?
I don't use Pinterest. I'm not very big on a lot of social media.
I understand. Anyway. Just stay with it. I wasn't insulting you.
I'm just kidding.
Joke.
No, I wouldn't be okay with that stuff.
Okay, so you're not okay. Why not? Because you're not okay with the government. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the rights to medical decisions.
Around bringing human beings. I see a pregnancy as a life, and I know people don't.
Do you know? Yeah, these are all medical.
That's where I differ.
These are all medical decisions, though, right?
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah. Why do you think the federal government should be involved in your medical decision?
Because there are two people in the equation right now.
Who?
The mother and the child, and the mother's life is important. Yes, and I absolutely think she should get the best of care. Wait, and that will.
But what is that? What is that fetus? What rights does that fetus have?
I believe it shouldn't be killed.
So just the right to live, but not any other.
Right, the right to live. And listen, I know I understand certain circumstances.
So you just created this new law that only applies to a fetus?
I didn't create anything. You're asking me my opinion, and now do you see what you're doing here? Is this are you gonna like anything I say? You're like, oh, so this, so like, how am I supposed to respond to that? I really respect
yeah,
you
if you're
for what
gonna,
you're doing,
yeah, if you're
but I want to
debating,
have an open.
we are, but listen, it doesn't do us any good to sit around and tell each other what we believe and how we feel and then go our separate ways. I want to know why you think it's okay to take rights away from other people. If we want to just talk opinions, we could talk about things that don't matter a great deal.
Yeah, no,
we could talk about whether you prefer capitalism or communism, but we're talking about actual people's rights, and not even like my rights. Nobody's even fucking with me. I just have a 4-year-old daughter who I think deserves to make those decisions herself. I don't think I should. I also don't think at any point I should have the right. Like if she were to get pregnant, I shouldn't have the ability to make those decisions.
Right, and she will be able to do that because we're going to get
in some states.
Well, we can do our best to change that and advocate and be kind to one another. And like just looking at your comment section is just.
Or why not? Or why not protect it on a national level? Why not protect the right to choice on a national level? And then if states want to go in and they want to expand it, so your rights are expanded in a state, fine. But the state shouldn't be able to take away federally granted rights. And that's what we had with Roe. Women had the right to choose. And that's it, to a certain point. And then states could kind of do whatever they wanted. And that right was taken away. And if you guys really care about babies, then you would recognize this solution that you've come up with actually isn't working. More people are dying. We're having more abortions. Mothers' survival rate has gone down. You guys are taking this principled stand of I don't want a fetus to die while real alive human beings are dying because of these laws. And you're up here like, well, you know what? Sometimes that's just an unintended consequence of protecting the fetus.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Wait, did you forget that we talked about how I think that there should be a time frame where it's allowed and it's okay because I know it's life-threatening at times.
But not on a federal level. You believe the state has the right to choose a good timeline, but you also believe the state has the right to choose 3 weeks if they want to.
Right, and this isn't the biggest reason why I'm voting. So I don't want to get stuck on it for too long.
Well, this is what you brought up, and I just want to point out that what you're advocating for is that your uterus be controlled on a more local level.
I would love it.
Yeah, and that's crazy because literally like why some states had slaves.
I want to have more of a decision
because they're like we should be able to determine our rights.
And before you go, Gabriella,
I'm not gonna go. Oh wait, do I have a time limit? I have a time limit.
No, you're good.
No, you're good. The limit would be, guys, 100,000 likes. Then we've reached the limit, and it is a good limit. It is a speed limit, but it's pretty fast, but not too slow.
I know this goes fast.
And by the way, if it really does, but if we get to 100,000 likes, we will get there. Hit that request button if you are a Republican and you want to debate RTP, because I don't think there's many Republicans that can. But if you want to, hit that request button.
Sorry. On that topic, could I answer any last question on that for you? Because I don't know if we ended on a good note on that topic, but I'd like to get into
I think, can we just agree that you're comfortable with the states having the right to choose whatever line they want, even if that line is 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 1 week?
It's not going to be 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 1 week.
I know, but if they chose that, they could, right? So under the way that you're operating.
I don't believe in any world that would be the time frame.
Sure. You don't think a state potentially could ban it completely? With maybe just exceptions?
I doubt that would happen.
Well, that's basically that's what's on the line in my state, in Arizona. Like if they don't pass protections for abortion, they're going to go back to a law from the 1890s that basically says there's no exceptions, period. Gotcha. So my state potentially could and that was only made possible because Roe was overturned. The federal protection was pulled away from women, and now states can even, like in our state, like you said, we can go back to that law without us voting in a new law. Right? They can just, and if you go see the Republican signs and their advertisements on this abortion access, they're like, it's the most liberal thing. They're doing after birth abortions. It's disgusting. Like, I just would say, like, it seems to me as a father, and I try and look through like the perspective of what's best for my daughter, and I think, like, honestly, I do that. I care a great deal about her.
Wait. Also,
But
you
hold
can't
on.
have a 1 week, 2 week, 3 week abortion because you don't know if you're pregnant
Let me
until
just
1
finish.
month.
Let me just
Okay.
finish, please.
But we don't have that much
Appreciate
time. Okay.
We have as much time as we want. We have all the
Oh,
time
I
in
thought
the world.
there's a limit.
There's no limit. You're fine. I'm just saying, as somebody who like looks through this lens for my daughter, like it's hard for me to imagine you saying, I do believe in a scenario where your rights or my daughter's rights potentially could be taken away, and it could be something horrific. It could be an instance of grape or incest. It could be one of those instances.
Right.
And
I see those.
if I happen to be in a state where they just voted to take away that right, I'm just stuck. She's stuck.
Right.
And I just want to say, I'm not comfortable with that world. You are.
No, honestly, I'm not comfortable with that. And I came on here letting you guys know that I'm independent and I'm not like far right leaning. But I agree with you 100%.
Well, I mean,
there's people like I don't want to take a strong MAGA stance, but I really do.
Well, then what's more important than that? Because you say if you agree with me, and Kamala wants to wants to protect it federally, what's more important on the ballot than that?
Truthfully,
yeah,
the immigration policies.
What do you mean?
I believe in a strong border. I want a backstory with it that my mom's from Argentina. I love the diversity of America, and I think it's beautiful, and the cultures are great. But I'm not comfortable with seeing hundreds of people run on our beaches, off of boats, millions and millions and millions and millions of people coming in that we don't know their initiative and like what they're planning to do.
So how do you fix it?
How do you fix it?
Yeah.
You strengthen the process of getting in for a long time.
How do you do that?
I don't know. You like
pass a law.
Pass a law, yeah.
Who passes? I don't know. Who passes laws?
Sorry.
Congress, right?
Yeah.
Did Congress have a law ready to go to fund the border? Did it get shot down by Donald Trump? Did Donald Trump instruct Republicans not to vote for it because he wanted to campaign on it, and that if Joe Biden's border crisis got better, then Trump might not win? And so we have no border funding right now because.
Did you explain to me Kamala's border policy? Because somebody commented.
I would love to. There's a bipartisan Senate bill. And it was the most conservative immigration bill of our lifetime. One of the big sticking points between Democrats and Republicans when it came to like border security is Democrats historically always wanted to have amnesty in there, or DACA recipients. So giving people amnesty that are here already. Republicans never wanted that, but the Democrats always used that as leverage. Well, when the Ukraine invasion happened, it switched the leverage. So no longer the Republicans suddenly had a chance to pass a border bill without amnesty, without DACA, because they're like, oh, well, we'll just do it with Ukraine funding. And so they got they negotiated the most conservative bill that we've ever seen in our lifetime. It would have put billions on the border. It would have shut down the border for like 175 days in a row. The very thing that you guys all want to happen is close the border. This would have allowed it to happen. It would have changed our laws. It would have sped up the asylum process. It would have given more resources to the asylum process. All this stuff would be in play right now. It would be going right now. But Donald Trump said, I want to campaign on this, so don't pass it.
Okay. But why is that? When did he say that, and why isn't it happening now then? Like, what is going on?
This was this year.
This was this year? Okay.
Last year, actually, I think. It was
last year?
Can't remember. The negotiations. I don't remember.
I don't know if I believe that. Wait, can we fact check? I don't know. You're honestly, people are saying I don't know anything, and I do know some things. They started writing it in 2023. Not much about this.
Let me see. I can find
So apologies.
And by the way, it's thank you for coming.
Yeah.
I would recommend not to read the chat because
I know I do it too much. And I post about it.
Okay, it was in February of this year,
My
so
bad.
it was
I'm
close.
sorry.
That's why.
Whatever
You're
you
good.
want. I just making a recommendation for that.
Yeah, it's sad that that's how it is. Like, come on, everyone, just be nice. Honestly.
So it was February of this year. They could have passed it overnight, and then Donald Trump called Mike Johnson and said, "Don't push this through." Mike Johnson has alluded to that phone call. Trump has said specifically, "Blame me." Like, I killed. Blame me. I killed this bill.
How does he have a say in this right now if he's not? I'm
What's
confused.
that?
How does he have a say in this?
He has influence.
Okay.
Just like he would if he was president. Even if he was president and he made that phone call, there's no direct like taking orders. The Speaker of the House doesn't take orders from the president. But they sure seem to take orders from whoever they view as the head of their party, which is exactly what they did. So right now we've got the abortion issue, which you agree with me on. We've got the border issue, which you agree with me and Kamala on. Trump's not doing anything about the border. And his whole fix, by the way, he's going to try and deport people, which I like to believe in our systems enough that they can stop him from doing that. That will decimate our economy. But if he wins and they go back to Congress and they negotiate a new border bill, you're going to have amnesty. All the stuff that conservatives got in this last bill, they'll lose in the next one because they lost their leverage. You don't that's just the truth.
I think we do need to deport some people.
We do deport people.
But there have been hundreds of millions that have come over.
Hundreds of millions? There's 350 million people in this country.
Okay, my bad.
Hundreds.
Sorry, that was bad. Okay, I do that a lot.
It's under 20 million. It's under 20 million total that are here in this country. Some of them have been here for decades. And and they've done economic analysis that if you take out 20 million undocumented immigrants, it would tank our economy. It would drop our GDP by just under 10%, which would be a worse drop than the housing collapse in 2009. It would be worse than that if you deported 20 million undocumented immigrants. It would collapse our economy.
But they're not. Okay. I don't see how that would collapse the economy if they're not paying taxes.
Where do you live? State.
I don't want to bring this up because every time I say it, I don't.
No, I'm not going to make fun of the state. I just want to try and come.
No, it doesn't matter. Like
Midwest
people will come after me.
Ma'am, you live in that doesn't.
I was just trying to give you an example that works in your state. I promise it's not to like make fun of you.
By the way, guys, do not go after her. Be nice to her. She's been very polite. She's learning. She's learning. Therefore, let's be nice. But let's still get to 100,000 likes. And if you are a Republican, hit that request button if you want the smoke. But if not, just keep tapping that like button.
Okay, I'm from Long Island, everybody.
Guys, I do love Long Island iced teas, by the way. That is a solid, that's not a bad place to be from. That's okay.
Where was it? Sorry, I missed it.
No,
Long Island.
Long Island. Okay, New York. Okay. So, like in New York, there are certain industries that you and I both know have lots of undocumented immigrants working in it. Correct?
Right. Correct.
What do you think happens
there has
to
been
those?
an influx. There has been.
What do you think happens to those? What do you think happens to those businesses if they lose the people that they're paying?
I think we could employ so many people that are on the streets of America right now. I think we could.
Unemployment
is streets and working in these companies.
Unemployment is at historic lows. Unemployment is there's over 10 million jobs currently in the economy sitting open. We have plenty of jobs. We have so many jobs. It's not that we can, if you go and you deport people and think that those that are living on the streets are going to come fill those jobs, You're sadly mistaken, because
I don't
we
think we
already
should
know
deport
that's not
everyone, but
happening.
I think we need to deport the criminals and like the hate groups that have come over. That's what
Everybody
that's what
agrees
I'm
on that.
thinking.
Criminals,
And like I know
everybody.
he said on live some debate, he said I want to deport like everyone,
This
or
is
what
what
did he
Kamala
say? He
Harris
said a
did when
lot,
she was the Attorney General of California.
but
They
it's
deported violent criminals, gangs from 2 different international cartels. This is what she did. She prosecuted these people.
but yeah, and I saw a video the other day of a
And by the way,
mother speaking.
look just real quick. Look
Sure.
at California's rates of violence and their cartel presence after all the work that she did. And they did some really progressive things in California too. They did things like
Yeah, I'm not very educated on California,
legalizing the devil's
honestly.
lettuce. They were early on that.
I'm not
And
from
when
there.
they did that, it ran the cartels out of business because that's what they were selling. They lost their illegal trade. They started selling avocados. She was incredible on the cartel, way better than Trump ever was.
Good to know. But still, I don't know. I think I still agree with, like, I guess the way he addresses it, the way he's able to speak about his policies. Like when I watch Kamala, I think she's funny and like I do respect her as a person, but I don't feel like eager about the way things are going to head. I don't see change.
You know what I think?
That's what I think we need above all else is like
I
people
think you're
just to be.
I think you're grifting.
I'm
And I think
grifting.
that and I think that
does
you
that mean?
recognize that, like, in a political debate space filled with incels, that being a soft-spoken female voice standing up for those incels and all them being picked on, I think you realize that there's either money or there's notoriety there, because you're not coming up with solid disagreements for any of these arguments. You're not open-minded at all. You're claiming to be an independent, but you clearly are just playing a role right now. You wouldn't
Yeah.
double down on stuff after being wrong this many times in a row. So to
I'm not
me, I
wrong.
think it's a grift. And I also think it's a grift because, like, I have a fairly sizable Discord and they're all saying that you do this everywhere you go and you get the same arguments everywhere you go, and then nothing changes. You just show up in the next place and do the same thing. That's what I think. Otherwise, I think you would put up like
Yeah, because
some
I'm very
sort of
new. I'm very new to all of this, and I love using my voice
well,
and,
if you're
and
that new,
having the
then I don't.
conversation. Like, what's the point?
Then
Am I
why are
supposed to
you
try and
so
knock me
married
down?
to your views?
Well, like, I'm not going to be mean to you. I'm just
I'm not
having
asking.
an
No,
open
no. I'm
discussion,
asking
telling
you.
you how I feel, letting you know I'm
I'm,
still voting for Trump, and that's not going to change. I stand by the
yeah,
things that I've said, and I think I've been clear. I
yeah.
think.
That's my point. That's why it feels like
So
a
what's the?
grift, because you've been wrong about all of that, and
I'm
now
not
you're
wrong.
pretending to play this middle
Oh
ground
my
where you're
goodness.
like, I'm standing by my views. Those are just my beliefs. We weren't talking about beliefs. We were talking about factual things. And when presented with facts, you're like, no, thank you.
I never said no, thank you. I'm hearing
That's
you
true. You
out.
didn't say no, but that's what
I'm
your answer
here.
is at the end. Your answer at the end of all of that is, well, I'm never going to change my mind.
And can I say one thing, just as an outside
Yeah, I
perspective?
don't think the point is for
I
like
would,
I'm not going to try to change your
ma'am,
mind.
I was talking. Thank you.
I'm
The
sorry.
one thing I would, it's okay. The one thing I would say, like, just as an outside perspective, is this: you've been, and I'm not being mean, but honestly, every single point you brought up why you would vote for Trump has been wrong. And you sit here and then say you're not going to change your mind when you have been proven wrong. That is problematic. And that's on you. That's a you problem.
Problematic. I think what's problematic is everyone like asking leading questions and specific like things that just mean that would never even happen.
Asking leading
you
questions
guys
is
just bring the
problematic.
conversation or bring people down. Like the fact that you pause to say that and to like be rude. This
I
is the
said,
mentality
Yeah,
of the
listen,
left
I'm
I
giving
don't
you the
align with.
no, that's just what I believe. I don't want you to.
Sure.
We can disagree.
Yeah, you're allowed to
We
believe what
can,
you believe, man. Like
yeah,
good
we
for,
can
like all
disagree.
power to you.
Oh, yeah, see, that's the same thing. Like you're,
Like yeah, I think
so
you're just
now you're
upset
upset that
I'm
I
not
disagree with you.
angry.
Yeah, weird that, like, even though I don't have any facts, I don't have any facts at all. I took a pretty strong position against you, didn't I? And when pushed back by you and you're like, what, you don't even know me, you're not giving me a chance. suddenly you demand proof. But in our debate, when we're talking about how, like, what's best for the country and why you're going to vote, like, proof doesn't matter to you. It only matters to you, and this is what is called privilege. It only ever matters to you when it affects you. You didn't give a goddamn about proof or facts or the better argument until you were on the other side of it, and then suddenly you were real defensive and real particular about facts.
No, I'm listening to you, and I'm asking you questions, and I appreciate. Again, I don't hate Kamala. I don't hate you. I don't hate.
I didn't say you hate Kamala.
Alive.
My contention with you is you said these are my beliefs. I'm never going to change them.
Did I say that? No, I didn't. It's like typical live like this.
What the
You just said that. You just said I'm not going to change.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Wait. I probably did say that. Honestly, I probably did say that really quick and like off the top of my head. I did say that. My bad. But yeah, I think.
So if you're on here with a bunch of people,
are your views going to change because of what I said?
I was a Republican.
You think I'm wrong? You think I'm wrong about everything I said, which is fine. And
I was a Republican for a long time. I held office in the Republican Party. Like, with all due respect, my views
maybe
are
I'm
different
following
now.
your path then. Maybe I'm following your path. And
and I'm giving you some friendly advice that you can speed it up. If when you lose an argument, you go, maybe I lost that argument, because that's what took me so long. I would lose argument after argument after argument, but because I was so stubborn, I just like held on to it for no reason. It did me no good. If you lose an argument the first time, just maybe I'm wrong, and you go check it out after. I'm not asking you to leave and be like, oh, he was right, so I changed my views. But the least you could do is be like, maybe everything I believe about Donald Trump is a lie, because it is. That's the crazy thing. The three things we've brought up that you said he was better on, he wasn't. And you agreed that he wasn't better on any of them.
It's entirely based on opinion. So
it's not. No, it's not. It's absolutely none of that was based on opinion.
Okay. If that's how you feel, then I'm just not going to admit
did he kill the border
that I'm
bill?
wrong, because I stand by the things that I've said. And again,
did he kill the border bill?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, so why? So
I don't know. I need to look into that.
So
I need a computer.
So how do we blame Kamala for that then? It sounds like she tried and Trump blocked it. And now you're like, I like Trump's border policy of blocking everything unless he's in charge. That's the best one. You wouldn't let that person run any part of your life, a business. That's what an insane person does.
I wouldn't let somebody like Kamala, like the way she speaks.
How does she speak?
Just she can't really get her message across. I feel like
I don't think you would understand it. I think she's doing a great job delivering an actual message. If you think that she's like can't deliver her message and you think Trump can, I don't know what you're watching. Trump's sentence. If I read you a transcript from Trump, you wouldn't know what he was talking about.
I do. I feel like I see it, and I've watched it. I've been involved in certain things where I'm surrounded by the conversation. I'm just all
right. I'm just gonna pick a random paragraph. So it's in context from Rogan's podcast, which was on Friday.
Before you do that, let me just set one goal, guys. The final goal, because RTPs, we're having a discussion still, and I think this is a very important discussion, because I think obviously she's wrong, but maybe and hopefully she can maybe learn more. And
I'm definitely learning a lot. No, thank you guys. You guys are very good at explaining things, and I think it's important to do this.
Ma'am, please.
Sorry. I like to talk. I can shut up.
You're fine. Don't tell me to shut up, though. I know you didn't, though. I was just kidding. Guys, can we get to, at 200,000 likes or get RTP to 10,000? Immediate kick for her. Immediate. Just for the chat, because I know you guys are getting triggered. But let's have the conversation continue, because it is a very good conversation. And if you're Republican, hit that request button if you want to get smoked in a debate. If not, just watch and keep tapping that like button.
All right. I've got this pulled up. This is from the transcript of Rogan interviewing Donald Trump. I just scrolled. This is at minute 1642. I just want you to tell me what he's talking about here, okay?
Okay. Sorry, I'm muting myself so I didn't.
No, it's okay. So it was really somebody that not only was new to Washington, but was new to politics. So in the office of the presidency, over the years, all those presidents you've had, 92% were politicians and 8% were generals. General Eisenhower, General Washington, right? General George Washington, you had generals. So it's 8% generals, no admirals, 8% generals and 92% politicians. They're politicians and they go on. So they never had a business guy, or they never had a guy that wasn't elected to an office. Like Ronald Reagan was he was a movie actor, but he became the governor of California for, I think, 2 terms, and then he ran. So you never had a thing like this. But in terms of me, and sometimes I'd use it as an excuse, and I don't like having excuses actually, but I use it as an excuse. I had to rely on people that I respected or liked, but that I didn't know that well because I didn't know them that well.
That sounded hard. That was hard to comprehend.
So yeah, he doesn't make. So I'm telling you, he doesn't actually make any sense.
This was Trump on Joe Rogan's podcast, correct?
Yeah, he actually doesn't make any sense. If you go watch his rallies, nobody makes it. Everybody's bored out of their mind until he says something like "lock her up," or he says something like "the big steal," or "the big lie," or "Russia, Russia, Russia," and then everybody claps. Nobody actually knows what the fuck he's talking about, which is why, like, if you work for Trump right now and you're out doing like Fox News or CNN, your job is to interpret the gibberish that he says and try and make it sound like something else. That's the entire job of anybody working for Donald Trump right now. This is gibberish. None of this makes sense.
Okay. No, that did not make sense. And that was one quote that you pulled from it. So I'm going to go and check it out myself. And hopefully, yeah, I'm sure it's a lot like that. And I'd like to see it for myself so I know fully, like how it went and the whole conversation. Because we can't obviously play the whole thing right now, right? But yeah, that was word salad. That was like, I need to go.
I would challenge myself before when you go listen to that. Joe Rogan's going to ask a question about The View. And Donald Trump is going to go on a 20-minute rant. And he will cover about 70 subjects. And then at the end, after Joe Rogan, 20 minutes later, he's like, so anyways, The View. That's he went on a 20-minute field trip before he answered that question.
Okay.
It's insane. Listen to what he's saying. Don't try and figure out what he's saying. Listen to what he's actually saying. He's a crazy person. He's also lying about literally everything. Everything that man says is a flat out lie. If he accuses Kamala of something, I dare you to fact check it. It's going to be wrong. Everything that man says is a lie. Everything.
Doesn't Kamala lie as well?
I've never seen a human being lie as much as Donald Trump. I would have a hard time off the top of my head thinking about something that Kamala lied about. There have been things she's changed her mind on, and if people want to say that was her lying about what her opinion was, I'd be fine with that. But I can't think of something untrue that she said recently. Can you?
I think I don't know if I'm right about this. So prefacing this with that, but the whole McDonald's situation, like that she worked at McDonald's, did she actually work there or no? Like, am I seeing fake news?
McDonald's says they don't have any employment records from that year.
Right.
So does that mean nobody worked at that McDonald's?
So all the records disappeared from 1 year?
No, so they didn't keep records necessarily the same way. You change a franchise can change ownership. I don't know. There's only a certain amount of years you actually have to keep those records. You don't have to keep those records forever. And McDonald's are individually owned. So it's not like McDonald's, the corporation, owns each one. They're all individually owned. So different management, different owners can do things differently. But basically what they said is like, yeah, we don't have records from them. And now Trump's like, oh, so they've just run with it. They're just like, yeah, she didn't work there, knowing that she can't ever prove that she worked there.
Right.
But why would you lie about that? That's a crazy thing to lie about.
Or I don't want to bring the next thing I heard
ahead.
that she's lied about, I don't even know if I want to bring this up.
Go ahead.
But because again, this is why I'm asking. But her ethnicity. Not that I don't even think that should matter at all. That should
I've
be
actually
taken out of
never
the
seen her
equation.
once identify as an Indian woman, and that
Right.
seems to be it. This all stems from a couple of videos. One of them is with Mindy Kaling or Kaling. You know who that is?
No, I do not.
She's from The Office. She played Kelly on The Office.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So when
I honestly don't watch shows too much.
She was on her show. They were like cooking, and she's like, "You will be the first senator of Indian descent, or female senator of Indian descent." I can't remember if it's which one it is. And she's like, "That's right. That's true. She's biracial. She wouldn't have been the first female black senator, so nobody would announce it in that way." Right. So it comes from a couple references to her being the first elected person from Indian descent. I don't remember if it was female or just because I feel like
whatever. Honestly,
either
I'm sorry
way,
I brought it up.
It wasn't
like
either way. It's not a lie, but
yeah.
why would that even matter? Ask yourself why you're voting for people that think that matters.
Guys, remember, if you do want to kick, we have to get to 200,000 likes or RTP to 10,000 diamonds. Either or. But I don't think it'll take long. And thank you guys so much. And if you're a Republican, hit that request button right there. Do it now. I recommend. Question to you.
Sorry, can you repeat? I always get distracted when.
Can I ask you a question?
That's so cool. Yeah. And also, thank you to whoever sent me stuff. That's really cool. This doesn't usually happen for me. Okay.
Knowing that you didn't have answers for a lot of these things today, why would you leave this conversation still feeling confident about voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna go back to how I started this. Actually, no. I do want to say that you guys definitely made me feel like I have to wait a little bit longer, and I'm happy I didn't vote yet. But
well, why wouldn't you just leave this conversation? See, as easily as it was for you to believe.
I'm 100%.
I understand, but it was so easy for you with almost no knowledge to lock yourself into Trump. Now you have a little bit more knowledge, and it points you in the other direction. Why not switch now? If it didn't take much to convince you to vote for Trump in the first place.
You're right. It probably didn't. I'm so new to politics and having an opinion. So,
So why not? Why wouldn't you trust yourself now? You've just come to the conclusion that none of these things are working out in your favor.
No, I did not. I didn't come to that conclusion yet, but I definitely want to.
Well, on each of those points.
Think about it more.
And remember, you brought up all of those points. These were all the things that you were concerned about.
Right.
So on the top 4 things that you said were important to you, all of them were wrong. Every one.
They weren't wrong. No. I don't think they were wrong. That's where. Yeah, I think not all of them. They were. But a few of the points definitely you opened my eyes so much.
You did say that every point he made that you were wrong on. To be fair, I will just say that from an outside perspective.
Yes. Yes, appreciate it.
Just be honest though. Like this is a personality that you've created online, right? When your videos, your videos target liberals. You're targeting Dean, who has a massive audience.
Well, no, that was a funny story. This is a funny story. If you want to hear it.
Well, I don't, not yet, because it just seems like looking at your videos, looking at what you're targeting, and then judging by this conversation.
No,
it seems to me that if you can just not concede a point at any point, you're going to continue to gain followers.
No, that's not the goal here. And I don't want to waste your time. I think, no, not at all.
What is the goal
post
then?
TikToks and I delete them. I'm like so
What's the
insecure
goal
about
then?
posting, and I'm trying to get more confident.
Wait, what's the goal then?
To learn, to educate, to have ask good questions that you will.
But your content isn't doing that. Your content is teaching. What are you learning?
My content is teaching. My content
your
is all
content
over the
is
place.
pro. Your
my
content
my
is
personal
pro.
content is a work in progress. I'm working on
you
that.
said you're here to learn.
Right.
When are you going to learn?
I'm learning right now. I've learned a lot, and I'm gonna go on.
It seems like you're
watch
doing
this podcast.
more
I wrote it down.
Talking than learning a little bit.
So, what'd you say?
It just seems like you're doing more talking than learning, and which is fine. Like I talk a ton, but I also have put in a lot of time every day I'm reading and fact checking.
Right. Right. I have to do more of that. I've been super busy at.
Or like just some of it would be,
Yeah.
just some would be good.
No, I fact check things, and
How do you do?
again,
All right, how would you do
just
it?
fundamentally we just have different opinions on.
Tell me how you would fact check. Let me pick a claim. How would you determine whether or not Donald Trump really was guilty of 34 felonies?
I would probably go to Google, honestly. Isn't that where you go? And then scroll down, scroll, because the top ones are sponsored and people pay to put those
The ones
out.
that say sponsored, yeah.
Yeah. So like wouldn't click on those. Usually I go down, but I would click through like different articles, read them through, see from different news sources, because they're always different. Like, I don't know. We are in this digital era where there's so much propaganda and people lie, and people can publish articles that just have lies in them about celebrities' lives, about politics, about so many
you
different
recognize
things.
so yeah, no, I think that's honest. You
Yeah.
recognize that you are a person who is easily manipulated and doesn't know how to get correct
I
answers.
think we were brought up to be easily manipulated.
Yeah,
in a way.
especially if you were
And
raised
I
like,
think I
especially if
am.
you're raised like me, where you were raised in like a Christian home where you're taught to believe things that you can't prove. I'm not saying that your beliefs, if you are Christian, are wrong, but you're conditioned from an early age to believe things without proof. Even things like Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, the Tooth Fairy. Like, without the right context, you are just being conditioned into a person who just believes things without proof. And then you come out of that. And what I'm telling you is that Donald Trump is absolutely, without question, 100% a convicted 34-time felon. And he says he's not. And and the people that are backing him also say that he's not. And every time he gets found guilty of something, he just says everything's rigged against him. And yet you're willing to believe that without any evidence whatsoever. You just heard a guy lie to you, and you're like, I like the way that he's talking to me. This sounds like my speed, and you just bought it. And so and because of that, a lot of the people on your side of the aisle don't think that you can get the truth. And the reason for that is you guys believe so many things that aren't true that you've given up on evidence backing up your claims, rather than being like, how come there never seems to be any evidence? Oh shit, maybe I'm wrong. You guys are like, there must not be evidence because liberals are way better at the internet and they hide everything. Which one of those two things is more likely, just like statistically? That somehow liberals have scrubbed the internet of all truth, or that maybe the stuff you guys don't have evidence for isn't true, and that's why there's no evidence?
Okay, wait, what's the question? Sorry.
Question is, why do you believe such crazy things without proof? That's the real question.
I'm not believing crazy things without proof.
You are. And I don't want to do that whole spiel again. I'm sorry. Like, if you didn't follow, listen, if you didn't follow that, like, there you go, guys.
I did follow that.
Maybe don't listen to her content. If all you could say after that was like, I don't really know.
Well, I think she's
you talk for a long time, to be honest, and I can't follow you for that.
All right, I'll make it more simple.
Yeah, you have to.
You believe things, you don't know things, and you don't know how to fact check. And you are informed.
I just know you're lying, like,
and
right
you're
now.
informed,
I don't
and you're
fully
informed,
believe you.
and you're informed by people that tell you the reason the fact checks are biased is because they're hiding the information.
Yeah, but
nobody's hiding. Nobody's hiding.
Isn't that the left?
Nobody's hiding the information from you. You're just wrong.
So you actually didn't, ma'am, you actually didn't hear a thing. RTP went on like maybe a 30-second monologue, which made a hell of a lot of sense. I was like, damn.
Yeah, I honestly am also looking at the comments as they fly by. Like, you told me not to do that, but it's like,
I know.
When you go off for such a long time, it's like, I don't know.
Why are you so worried? Are you so, wait, so you care about the comments?
I want to make them go away.
Hang on. You care about the comments more than the actual conversation we're trying to have.
No, I'm just like laying on my bed, like looking at my phone, talking to my phone, and like it's hard not to see them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but do you see how like disrespectful that is to everybody here, that you're here for a conversation and you can't even listen long enough? Yeah.
But you're not. But what you're saying I'm getting lost because I think you're like dragging it and lying a bit.
Yeah, but
That's
you don't
why.
know. How would you even know?
Because there's propaganda coming from every direction. Like
There's
I could
not.
say the same thing to
That's
you
another
about
lie
all the
that you've
things
been told. In
about
fact,
all the
in
things you see about Trump.
every time there's ever been like massive propaganda wings of any government, it was never both sides ever. It's never been that way ever, ever, ever. Like
But who
there's
endorsed?
dirty
Okay, wait.
there's
I have a
dirty
question.
politics, which I dealt with all the time, and there was dirty politics up to Trump, and then there's Trump who just lies to you, and he lies about fucking everything. On day one, when he was inaugurated, he walked out to give his speech. It was raining. It rained on that motherfucker the whole time. Everybody was in ponchos and umbrellas, and the next day he went out in front of those same American people and said, hey, when I got out there and started speaking, it was like a miracle. The clouds parted and the sun came out and it stopped raining. And that should have been the end. But then people in his own like administration were like, yeah, no, if actually now that you say that, that did happen. And maybe you didn't see it. He has a different angle. He's looking out this way. It's like, no, it was raining the whole time. And from day one, it was like, uh-oh, these people are going to believe anything. And you do.
No, I don't believe anything. I think
all right,
I believe
well, then
that
explain to
Trump
me
will
how
keep
a
us safe
guy
from war.
explain to me how a guy gets impeached twice, indicted or gets civilly charged for rape and defamation, civil fraud, and then 34 felonies. All of this happens because the left is so good at lawfare. We've never figured this out before Donald Trump. This is the first time we figured out we could weaponize the Department of Justice. Obama didn't do it. It's just Biden, this 400-year-old fossil that you guys think can't even blow his own nose, but then also somehow he's this mastermind of going after Trump and abusing the Justice Department. No, he's a fucking criminal, and he's just lying to you every single day. Guess what? He also didn't win the election. He lost. That's why he's not in office. But he still says he won. You guys will believe anything.
I don't believe that. Wait, listen. I'm asking you not to put me in that. Okay. Anyways.
Well, why vote for if you don't believe it? Why would you vote for somebody who says
Beyonce endorses?
Wait, if you don't believe that, why would you? If you don't believe that the election was stolen, how can you justify voting for a man who every single day says that it was? How do you justify that? Now you know he's lying to your face. You're just like, it's fine. I don't care. He can just lie to me. Lie harder.
I don't see him as lying. I think everything he says, like he could.
Was the election stolen?
At the end of the day.
Was the election stolen?
I also see.
Was the election stolen?
No.
Why? He says it's not. So he's not lying. He's stupid.
Wait. I don't think he thinks it was. He thinks it was. I don't.
So despite the fact that there's no evidence, no evidence whatsoever, you're also like, well, look, he might believe something very stupid, but that's his beliefs. Why would you vote for somebody stupid then?
I'm not voting for someone stupid. I'm voting for a very smart.
Which one is it? Are you stupid? Like, is he right and you're wrong?
Honestly, yeah, I am a little stupid.
Okay, so it probably was stolen, but since you don't believe it was.
No, listen, can I answer your question without you getting angry? I'm answering your question.
I'm not angry. I swear to God, I'm not angry.
Okay,
I'm enjoying this.
Great. Me too. I don't think the election was stolen. He does. And that's a little delusional.
Yeah, what if he thought the moon was made of cheese and that it was shooting missiles at us? Would you be like, yeah, fuck it, that's just what he believes?
Again, this is another question that like he'll throw out. Like
I know, but he believes something that is obviously untrue.
Guys, before you go, Gabby, guys.
Well, I mean, you listen. I think there's.
Ma'am, please.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I think that you kind of placate towards like sort of being a victim in order to get people to like come towards you. It's sort of like.
No.
Like you play. Yeah. Okay. It's
absolutely
okay.
not.
You don't have to respond. It's okay. But I could be wrong. Usually I'm right though, guys. Regardless of how many, we gotta get to work because believe me, this close to the election, guys, please let your fingers not be weary. Set them free with tapping and tap a lot. And while you are tapping, I would recommend hold and click the screen while you're tapping. You'll see a drop down. Invite every single person you can. Come one, come on. And by the way, if you are a Republican and you want to talk to RTP, which he's really nice, he's very kind, but he doesn't take no shit because he's right and you're wrong, and that's okay. And if you want to talk about that, hit that request button. That would be fantastic. Guys, get RTP to 10,000 right meow. You know what will happen. Trust me on that one.
Yeah, I think I have to go.
Oh, yeah,
Right?
I just want to make sure
You guys hit the.
you're not
2,000.
4 or 5 seconds from wildin', are you?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
I respect this. Are you?
No.
No, listen. I'm happy that I spoke to you guys. I'm working on my conversational skills. They're not up to par. I want to educate myself more, and I thank you guys for taking the time to explain important.
Okay, but
topic.
can you go like research those things? Can you go look at, was Trump convicted of a felony, and then
I know that. I know that, and I'm not saying I'm okay with it, but it's not a factor in my decision.
It's fine to commit fraud. It's
it's
cool
not.
with you.
It's not fine, but
What about
again,
the civilly
I'm comfortable voting
being
for
held
myself.
civilly liable for rape? How do you feel about that? Because there's
don't like it.
a jury and a judge agreed that he was forced himself on E. Jean Carroll.
Right. That's terrible.
That's not
horrific.
but that's not disqualifying, right?
No.
No. But
It's
what's
not.
disqualifying from Kamala? Just out of curiosity.
Look at the current state of America and the way that everything is right now. I want change.
I think that's
I
think that's a really telling answer. That you are willing to justify voting
I love
for
America, and I don't.
Yeah,
think
I don't
that
think it's
she
because you
promotes
love America.
patriotism.
That's the thing. I think
I don't think she's going to keep us out of war.
I don't think you
that
love.
she's going to keep.
I don't think you love America. If you loved America like you say you do, you would have the respect to get the right answers before you had this strong of an opinion, and before you said something like "I
It's
love
okay to have an
America
opinion
too."
without
Like
all
I also love
information.
America,
Why-
which is
I
why
don't think you
I'm
should hush any
voting.
voice.
Which is why I'm voting for the only person in this race who didn't say that we should suspend the Constitution. I'm voting for the one person in this race who didn't try and overthrow the government. I'm voting for the one person in this race who isn't a convicted felon. I'm voting for the one person in this race who didn't run a scam university. I'm voting for the one person in this race that's still allowed to run a charity in New York because they didn't steal from cancer patients. I'm voting for the only candidate that didn't have their business propped up by Russian and Saudi money for decades. I'm voting for the only candidate that didn't work with a foreign country to influence our election. I'm voting for the only candidate that wasn't impeached twice. And Kamala's record is what? The last 3 years didn't go quite as good as you'd hoped? As vice president,
were rough for me.
as vice president, somebody with almost no power.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Again, yeah, I recognize that, but doesn't she have some sort of influence?
My dear, I think you're done for the night.
Okay. Respect. Thank you so much. I do have to go.
But more respect if you actually go out and vote for the right person in your heart.
I'll let you guys know what I'll let you guys know.
No, please don't.
Or
Please
if you
don't.
care. Yeah, I guess you don't. I think you probably don't.
No, I want to know. Listen, I believe in you. I believe
could be
you.
a cool way
I
for you
believe
guys
you can
to-
come around. All right. So I'm not going to be mean because I want to believe in everybody. And
I'm
even though I
in
think,
New York, so we know
even
what
though I
that's-
think you're
where
doing
my
this for
vote's going
clout,
anyways. That's what I mean by power of vote.
when we turn you from a Republican to a liberal, that'll help your clout game too. So it'll be fine. We'll get you there eventually. But
Right.
go
right.
fact check a couple things.
Right.
All right.
You
Okay.
definitely got
Have a
some
wonderful
followers.
night, you guys.
Can you tell me how many followers you gained off this one live? Can you?
Can I check that? And what do you mean? Can I X out of this live and see? How can I see that?
You were so full of it. It's funny, but I like you. You're
No, wait, no, seriously. How could I see that? I'm new to joining all of these. This week I've been going off this week.
You have calm down. You have 10,000 followers and you have a lot of views, based off.
Okay, because I had I had a few viral videos, and one was of my chin, and that got me 8. It was a funny chin video where I put eyes on my chin and covered my nose and head with a blanket, and I was singing to a song. So that got me a lot of followers. And then I had 2 other videos that blew up. You'll see them pinned. If I don't know, I don't want to talk about myself right now, but
no, actually, that I appreciate you though. By the way, I don't.
yeah,
Nobody.
it's bizarre. Like my chin video, they took the sound away, so I had to take it down.
Nobody cares about your chin. Thank you.
I know.
Yeah, no, I don't think you. You're annoying, but I kind of like you at the same time. Like it's like a love-hate.
I see it. Trust.
I
Okay.
believe, and by the way, I don't hate you, of course, but
Yeah.
I think that if you are as clever as I think you are, I think that someone that smart, intelligent like you would be smart enough after this conversation not to vote for Trump.
Okay. I hear you, and I thank you for your advice. Seriously. No, I do. I have a.
All right, bye.
Okay. Yeah. Bye. I don't want to keep going. Bye, guys. Have a good night.
Bye. Guys, by the way, I'm not kicking her.
Wait, how do I get out of here? Hold on.
No, she's, oh, guys, I almost thought she was as good as me. Like, how do I, that is funny. I appreciate you for coming. She didn't kick herself yet, though. Anywho, thank you for having the discussion. RTP, how do you feel about it? What are your after action report would be on that one? And by the way, she still hasn't left, yo, either. Sus. Very sus.
I got one mute in today. I got muted by myself. I muted myself. Damn it. I think I was like 2 or 3 days. Damn. Broke the streak.
Well, I told Jen that she has to work double time. So, the greatest moderator deserves a recommendation for one thing. Keep doing what you're doing. That would be my recommendation because we are all on the right path. Guys, can we get to 300,000 likes really quickly, please? And if you're Republican, because I've never seen the box so full. And that's something a Republican could never say, by the way. And if you have to ask why, then you are on a need-to-know basis about boxes. Here we go. There's a lot of people. Here we go. I'm going to pick a new one, though. I need a new customer to get smoked by RTP. But guys, do not feel bad. He is not attacking, but rather giving you facts. And I know facts hurt your feelings, and that is okay. Also, if you're a Republican, keep hitting that request button. Guys, let's get to 300,000 likes right now. And 500 shares. Can we do it? Farm Dad, how are you?
I'm very well.
Voting for Trump?
Abso-fucking-lutely.
That's a lot of spirit. I like that.
You made the claim that Trump's a convicted felon?
Correct.
Okay. What happens after the jury's verdict comes in? What does the judge do? He has two choices.
He usually chooses a time for sentencing.
Nope. He has two choices once he gets a verdict. What are those two choices?
I don't know. What are you talking about?
He can accept the verdict or JNOV. What did Mershon
What's
do?
JNOV?
Judgment notwithstanding the verdict. That's the English translation. But what did Mershon do?
I have no idea. Tell me. It's the first time I've heard this argument.
He did nothing, which means
What do you mean he did nothing?
he didn't do anything. He scheduled sentencing. He has not accepted the verdict, which
Wait,
means
what?
he scheduled sentencing.
What are you if he didn't accept the verdict, what are they sentencing on then?
He, at the beginning of sentencing, will either accept the verdict because the judge is the 13th juror, or he will JNOV the case.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about. Where are you getting this information? I've never heard this in my life.
Law school, but that's
You went
okay.
to law school?
Absolutely.
Where'd you go to law school?
New Penn.
What's the law that you're citing here?
Have you passed the bar?
Criminal procedure is the law. It's not a specific law.
Criminal
Have you passed the
procedure?
bar?
Absolutely.
I ain't passed the bar, but I know a little bit.
Enough that you can't legally search my shit, but
Right.
Farm Dad, go ahead. And
We'll
please,
see how smart you are when the canines come. All right. So criminal procedure, the set of rules that govern how the government enforces criminal law.
What?
That's what criminal procedure is?
No, criminal procedure is how the
I don't know if you accidentally muted or... Farm Dad, we can't hear you.
Farm
There you
Dad?
go.
I didn't accidentally mute. I'm not even touching my phone. But
Well, you're not touching much logic either, but go ahead.
no, I absolutely am. In a court case, there are two.
That's my bad. Guys, I was trying to hit the. I was trying to do the. I didn't do that. That's my bad. Guys, I was trying to hit the. Okay, so now you're. Scroll out of the app real quick. Okay, so now you're. Scroll out of the app real quick. Okay, perfect. But before you come back, this is what you have to do. Scroll out of the app. You'll see the TikTok icon. Hold it. Click. But before you come back, this is what you have to do. Scroll out of the app. You'll see the TikTok icon. Hold it. Hold it. Click it. You'll see an X button right next to it. Delete the app, but it's not going to delete it. That may have worked. And that guy, guys, that's my bad. That is. But I think he was echoing. You can come back, buddy. That's my bad. That's 100% my fault there. There we go. He's back. Sorry about that, Farm Dad.
Okay, so you kicked me in the testicles. No, I got it. Every court case, when there is a jury, there is an event that happens once they get the verdict, once they get the jury's decision. In the E. Jean Carroll, it was 1, 2, 3, 4 were the jury's decisions, blah, blah, blah. And absolutely wasn't grape. It was SA. Number 2 wasn't checked. And number 3 was yes.
Well, the judge disagrees with you. The judge says that it fits the the of grape. So the judge, but he said because it's just that the terminology is used differently in a civil case.
Okay, the judge can't decide that because the jury voted and they specifically
the jury didn't have an opportunity to find for that crime because that's not a civil crime.
No, that is absolutely incorrect.
Okay, so what the judge said is incorrect.
It was on the jury's paperwork.
I'm just telling you what the judge said. I'm just asking you. Are you saying the judge is incorrect?
I don't know, but the judge can say whatever they want in court. They can't be incorrect or correct. But if you look at the jury sheet, it specifically asked RAP. I won't say the last letter. I don't know what TikTok says. They said no. They said sexual or SA, but they didn't say RAP and another vowel. Even if you were right, it's wild that you guys still don't care about it. Well, no, you're not. The judge disagrees with you. So this is literally just you saying you're right and the judge saying, no. Excuse me. I let you talk for so long. When I'm speaking, would you mind being respectful? Thank you. Yeah, the judge disagrees with you. So I'm not an expert. I'm not saying you're right or wrong, but I don't think you're making a compelling argument. I'm just stating the actual facts. The jury should.
Wait, I've heard about you. Are you said you're a lawyer, right?
Absolutely.
That one that makes terrible points. I have heard about you. Guys, can we get that 300,000 likes, by the way?
I didn't make a terrible point. I'm saying the actual court document says there was no RAP. It was absolutely a no per the jury. And in the Mershon case, the jury's verdict was absolutely guilty. Absolutely. But the judge has not accepted it. When he actually does.
Where would I find that?
Where will you find what?
How would I look up to see if what you're saying is true?
Google.
What would I Google?
New York case.
The Judge Mershon verdict?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And you can also Google the E.J. Carroll case.
I just read that, and I'll read that quote from you from Judge Kaplan. The findings in this
not the quote. Look at the jury sheet.
No. Remember, sir. I told you that I don't know what the answer is. Here's what the judge said. Here's what you said. I'm just presenting the other side of the case. The finding that Miss Carroll failed to provide that she was raped within the meaning of New York penal law does not mean that she failed to prove that Mr. Trump graped her as many people commonly understand the word grape. Indeed, as the evidence at trial recounted below makes clear, the jury found that Mr. Trump, in fact, did exactly that. So I understand you disagree. I'm not a law expert, but that's what the judge said.
But the jury sheet, which you can Google, jury sheet E.J. Carroll, and it will show you they specifically said no.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm telling you that the judge says this meets the common definition, not the legal definition.
Oh, do you know every state has a different definition of that, by the way?
Yes.
The state of Delaware, penetration.
Yeah, but he's talking about the one in New York. That's why he said New York penal law. I figured that out when he said New York penal law in the quote. I was like, oh, he must be talking about New York.
If it was the New York penal law, then the jury would absolutely find that. But guess what? The judge's decision or opinion does not matter.
Either does yours, though. Either does yours. The end result is he was charged with what he was charged. You're trying to diminish it. Your opinion also doesn't matter. Your opinion matters literally as much as mine. The charge is the charge. And if I think that amounts to something disqualifying, fine. If you don't, great. I just would wonder, how is it not disqualifying? Like, what part of that story makes it not disqualifying?
And by the way, Farm Dad, as a lawyer, I would imagine, and tell me if I'm wrong, I would believe once you're sentenced by a jury of your peers based off of the evidence and a sheet that you check if they're guilty or not, regardless of what the judge says, the rendered idea of them being guilty and convicted is done and over with. It's over. It's done, son. Now.
That's not how it works.
Hey, pipe down. Okay, so how does it not? Wait. What I'm saying is once 12 members of your peers convict you, the judge could say, like, set you free still, whatever. But
absolutely. JNOV. That's exactly what I started this with.
Do you think Judge Marchand is going to set him free or sentence him to a long time in prison?
Why did he push it off twice?
Guys, look, he's dodging.
Because the upper courts, he thought they were going to hear it, so he didn't want to push it because he knew there was an appeal going to happen. Oh,
because he knows he was wrong.
Well, dude, that's just you making a massive assumption. You have no idea. You don't know what he thinks.
Just said he thought the upper courts would hear it.
Yeah, he thought they would hear the appeal. Of course, they're going to hear the appeal of Donald Trump. Donald Trump gets an appeal for every fucking case he ever puts through because he's the former president. And of course, they're going to allow an appeal to the upper courts. Of course, they are.
Do you know how appeals work in the state of New York?
It depends on what you mean by that.
Okay, civilly or criminally, how do appeals work in the state of New York?
I don't. That's a really broad question. What do you mean by that? You want to just tell me instead of just tell me what you mean, what you're getting at?
The appellate court has a choice on whether they want to hear the case or not.
Yep.
They do not. There is no compelling law that says the appellate court must hear it.
Actually, you said
I know. That's what we're saying. The same thing, Farm Dad. We're saying the exact same thing. I know that they don't have to hear it, but they're going to.
Why would the appellate court hear it?
Because it's Donald Trump, and because if they don't, we might have like an actual civil war.
The liberal court in the state of New York accepted.
Yes.
They accepted.
Yep.
The fraud civil case. Correct.
Yes.
They could have said no.
Correct.
They accepted the E.J. Carroll civil case. It hasn't been heard yet, but they accepted it. Okay. Sorry.
But I understand what you're saying. I disagree that you can get in the mind of those appellate judges and that you have the ability to determine why they're hearing the case. You don't know.
If
you're trying to venture into this, you're trying to venture into a realm now where we have to predict what people are thinking.
If there's no standing and no facts that they can appeal, they can choose not to hear the case.
Well, look, you can appeal. You can appeal on what sounds like a good reason, and then when you get before the court, it turns out you don't have any real evidence to appeal, and it's not very convincing. That happens all the time.
Process. No, the state of New York is very unique. They decide.
They don't do that.
They decide to hear an appeal.
Shit. That's what I just said. I don't think you might. I kind of don't think you're actually a lawyer. I kind of don't, because like I feel like you're not understanding very basic things that I'm saying, and I am not a lawyer.
No, you're not understanding what I'm saying. Every other state must. They are compelled by law to entertain an appeal. The state of New York is unique. They do not have to entertain.
And why did they decide to hear this case? Do you know, or are you guessing? You're guessing. That's the whole point of this. You're just guessing on like what their motives are. I'm not interested in that.
For me, if I was to put myself in his shoes, the guy that I did kick him, but if I was to, I would say, make a better compelling point. And if you are a lawyer, I guarantee one thing, you're not winning any cases. That was really bad. Like, holy cow. Sir, if you heard a case, you could never unhear it. Let's adhere to facts here, buddy, Mr. Lawyer. And you can come back up, by the way. Guys, let's get to 300,000 likes. Thank you so much. RTP, after action report for that guy. Can you give him some advice? That was really sad.
I don't know. Like, I'm not super interested in him telling me what the appeals court was thinking. I don't know. He doesn't know. It's just not something I'm interested in even discussing. We never got, like, I don't know why we left. We were trying to figure out why Trump is not a convicted felon because he didn't accept something, which we never got a source on any of that. So if anybody has a source for that, that'd be great, because I still don't know what the hell that guy was talking about. And maybe just because I'm not a lawyer. Maybe it's something that most lawyers know, but I've never heard that.
As a lawyer, I think, and I would recommend to use good logic. And I would say for him, he has to do a lot better. A lot better. Guys, if you're a Republican, hit that request button, please.
I just have to be careful. I have a track record of believing fake lawyers. It's not a one-time or...
I got you next. Farm Dad, I got you next, please. I got you next. You're next. Promise. After this guy, though. Guys, if you are a Republican, I would recommend that you would want to make the best decision that you could for this country, and you care about the people. Therefore, the best thing for you to do, I would recommend, is hit that request button. That'd be really great. Guys, and by the way, guys, let's keep going. Guys, it's still early, by the way. It is really early. RTP's just getting warmed up, by the way. Guys, can we get him to, like, enough so it doesn't trigger me? Please. Keep hitting that like button. 300,000 likes. Appreciate that, guys. And if you're a Republican, hit that request button. I'll bring you up right meow. And when it comes to meow, I have the perfect recommendation for some catnip. Let me know about that in the chat. But that's too late. All right, Brandon Garcia, come on up. Come one, come now, and write meow. And all, please, if you are a Republican. Brandon, how are you?
Hi, how you doing? What do you want to argue about?
Have we
Coming
talked
in hot. Cheez-Its versus Cheese Nips.
Well,
Nibs.
when it
Nibs?
comes to nips
Is it
versus
Nips? It can't be Nips. It can't be Cheese Nips. It's got to be Cheese Nibs, right? I don't know.
Republicans are angry because they don't see enough nips. And here's the deal about that. And that's okay. Brandon, why are you voting for Trump?
Because he has the best interests of our country.
How do you know that?
Due to his policy.
Which ones?
Track record of 4+ years.
Which policies?
Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. everything going on.
Is my mic not working? Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me, Brandon?
Yes, I can hear.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought you couldn't hear me because what policies were you talking about?
Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
So you're voting for him because of something that already happened?
Is that a serious question?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Continue. Go ahead.
I asked. Usually the person you ask the question to answers the question. What's going on?
Hey, Brandon.
Are you saying that you're voting for him because of what he did in 2017? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
One of the reasons.
That's interesting.
Yep. Okay.
Now, obviously, Joe Biden didn't undo that. Neither did Harris.
As well as the tariffs.
So why would... Oh, you also like tariffs?
Yes, I do like.
Tell me about... What do you like about tariffs?
I like that they bring jobs back to the U.S.
Do they always?
Yep, they do.
Have there been instances when they didn't in recent memory? Like during the Trump years, were we losing manufacturing jobs?
No,
even though we had tariffs?
That's when you have to talk about that. I guess you have something lined up for me to say. But yeah.
Bro, this is one of the weirdest conversations I've ever had. Do you want to just talk like we're two human beings?
You're going to start asking me off.
This is so weird. No, brother, can we just talk like humans? Stop trying to predict where I'm going. What are you doing? Let's just have a conversation.
All right. I won't predict your movements. Just tell me what's going on. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you're saying that's the reason you're voting for him, but nobody else seems to have a problem with it. I'm guessing you think taxes should be lower for the rich than they are now.
No, tariffs are, I mean, if you want to talk about taxes for the rich, do you want to tax the rich more?
Yes.
Do you understand that that trickles down to the middle class?
It doesn't. There's no evidence that that's true.
Yes, there is. Absolutely.
Well, when we had a much higher tax rate between like 50 and 60%, the middle class was expanding. It was at its greatest strength. Now, basically, ever since we introduced trickle-down economics during the Ronald Reagan years, the middle class has just been slowly shrinking, while the rich, which represents the same like percentage of people, they have got massively more rich. Turns out it didn't trickle down. I mean, they trickle some of it down enough to pay people and keep them happy, but the overwhelming majority of it, they just keep.
Okay, so taxing and tariffing are very severely interconnected with each other.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
How so?
Because when you tariff another country, they bring big business back.
What do you mean you tariff another country? Like when you put tariffs on goods from another country?
Yes.
And then the country just writes us a check for the tariffs?
Yes.
Yeah, that one was. I do feel bad about that. That one was a trick question.
Okay.
We've run into. Hold on, Brandon. Don't get excited. I'm apologizing. Calm down, Brandon. I was speaking. Brandon, I was speaking. Thank you. You interrupted me. That was a little bit of gotcha because countries don't pay tariffs, and I had Brandon. Please be respectful. I had this sneaking suspicion you didn't know who paid tariffs. That's why I asked the question that way. Who really pays the tariffs, Brandon?
The other country, because they bring the tariffs
who
back
really
to the
pays
United
for it,
States,
Brandon?
and they bring our,
Who pays the money for it?
You want me to say the American people?
I just want you to tell the real answer.
That's not how it works.
Who pays it?
The businesses and the companies come back to America. No, they come back to America.
Then why didn't they during the Trump administration?
Why didn't they through the Trump administration?
Why didn't they all come flying back during the Trump administration when he had all those tariffs up?
Why did the Biden administration keep it relevant throughout the entire time that he was in office?
Because on top of that, they also did infrastructure. And with infrastructure and with the Chips and Jobs Act, they were able to set aside money. And now we actually do have manufacturing jobs. We are seeing an increase in manufacturing jobs. We are once again becoming a world leader in microchip technology. Under Donald Trump, because he's so outdated, all he ever really thought about was like oil and steel and coal and mining. He didn't think about the future of technology and the future of manufacturing. Somehow Joe Biden at 458 years old is able to see the future better than Donald Trump. But here we are. And so manufacturing jobs are coming back now. The problem is Donald Trump thought, I'll slap tariffs on it. And then Donald Trump also, who went to Wharton, he, like you, also doesn't know who pays tariffs, which is why half of our country doesn't understand tariffs, because the guy leading your party doesn't understand tariffs. He just thought if he did tariffs, manufacturing would come back, and it didn't happen. So he just was like, oh, well, fuck it. I'll go on to the next thing.
Okay, so you tariff other countries?
No.
Yep.
No.
You do.
No.
Yep.
No.
Yes.
How?
And
How would you collect? How would you
collect?
collect that money? Let's say China sends over. They made bicycles. They ship over 100,000 bicycles. We say, China, you owe us $10 million from tariffs. How do we collect that money?
You're trying to say that the middle class collects all of this?
I'm trying to say that you don't know how it works. You think China pays it, but it's not. It's the American consumer usually winds up paying it, because the person who goes and gets the goods, the company usually who ordered the goods, they pay the tariff. And then they can either take the hit themselves, or they can pass that price along to the middle class.
No, I'm talking about bringing jobs back to the U.S.
Yeah, but it didn't happen under Trump. But that didn't happen.
Okay,
Trump did this and it didn't happen.
I'm not trying to adjust my flag in this, but one of your viewpoints is probably taxing the rich. Where do the rich go after you tax them? Do they go to other countries? Yes or no?
No.
They don't. They stay here.
Correct.
Under an 80% tariff, they stay in the U.S.?
80 tariff? You mean tax?
They're both the same thing.
Oh my Christ. Jesus. No, a tax is something that the American government charges to the American citizens. A tariff is the American government charging a business. Right? It's not the same as income tax. They're not the same thing.
No,
but ultimately, the person getting screwed is usually the middle class and the poor people, with all the benefits going to the rich.
No, you're going to move them out of the country.
Where are they going to go, pal? Where are they going to go?
There's multiple places that they can go.
Pick a place they could go.
Sweden,
okay. So let's say they relocate to Sweden. Now, how do they make their money?
Through their tax laws. That's how it works.
So, wait, no, wait. But their customer base is in America. So they're just going to move to a new country and create a whole new customer base?
Yeah, that's completely interchangeable.
We have 350 million people here in the richest country in the world, and you think you can just go anywhere and it'll work? If you went to Sweden, what's the population of Sweden?
Yeah, that's how it works.
What's the population of Sweden?
Well, don't ask me different
Don't ask you questions. My bad. I'll get it for you. 11 million people. So you think a company can go from the richest country in the world with access to 350 million people, move to a country that has 11 million people, who, by the way, has a higher tax rate than even Kamala is proposing, and somehow their business is going to stay afloat? It's just good. They're just going to start over from scratch in Sweden, and everything's going to work out.
You need to tax foreign countries so they bring their jobs to the U.S.
You can't tax another country.
Primary argument.
You can't tax other countries. There is no world government. You can't
That's
levy a
what
tax.
a tariff is.
They don't pay it.
Yes, they do.
Oh my
The
God.
Biden administration
You
has
just
kept
got done,
Trump.
bro, like 5 seconds ago, you just got done telling me that paying income taxes and tariffs
You
are the
mute
same
me
thing.
whenever I'm
Oh,
spitting facts.
excuse me. You said that paying income tax and tariffs were the same thing. So is paying income
Yes,
tax and
muting me.
China paying tariffs the same thing?
So, I will say one thing, Brandon, before you go, before you talk, I mean, because you are about to go as well. But one recommendation for you, Brandon, would have to be RTP. Nobody does it like art, guys. He RTP is able to talk to somebody. Brandon was wrong like 3 times in a row, but what RTP does is he glosses over those wrongs and he makes an even better point. And therefore, my recommendation for you would have to be do not vote for Trump because Brandon is a Trump supporter. And to be fair, he's been very wrong. Therefore, if somebody is wrong, I believe that you should not vote for that ideal. And RTP's been right a lot. So, and this is my personal opinion, but it's also fact. Vote for Kamala Harris because RTP's got a really good argument. And if you
Kamala
disagree,
Harris is a DEI hire.
if you disagree, hit that request button. And Brandon, before you talk, mute yourself. Thank you. Guys, can we get to 300,000 likes? Can we get to 1,000 shares?
Maybe
And
you should mute me
also,
when I'm about to spit facts.
the most
Maybe you should
important
do
thing
that.
would have to be, and I would say this, as the best recommendation from me to you, can we get RTP to 10,000? Because that would be excellent. And it triggers the Republicans. Therefore, we want more likes, we want more views, and we want more people voting for Kamala. Therefore, that would be what it would take. Guys, 300,000 likes. If you're a Republican, hit that request button. Guys, 1,000 shares. Brandon, do not talk. RTP, go ahead.
Go ahead, Brandon.
What's wrong with DEI? Tell me what's wrong with DEI.
What is wrong with the DEI?
What's wrong with DEI? You heard me the first time. Go ahead.
I don't think anything's wrong with DEI. What do you think's wrong with DEI?
It doesn't take in consideration with experience.
Doesn't?
No, it doesn't.
Why not?
Because you're hiring people based on race.
No, that's not what DEI is.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
So are you telling me that, like, if I was let's say I was hiring at a hospital and I was hiring an emergency room doctor, and there were 10 white dudes who were applying to be emergency room doctors, and I went through all their medical schools and their grades and where they did their residency, all that, and then there was one black lady, and she's like, I didn't go to medical school, and we're just like,
Yep.
well, there's one black
Don't
lady,
continue.
we have to hire her.
Yep.
Okay,
happens.
well, the problem is that you don't know what the fuck DEI is. That's the main problem. What you don't understand
your
about
definition
DEI
of
is that
DEI,
if you post a job, you post certain qualifications. What you can't do is you can't remove people from consideration based on protected statuses. That's the diversity, the equity, and inclusion. You have to include everybody who qualifies or who can qualify to the specifications of the job, and you can't discriminate based on gender, race, ethnicity, sexuality, all religion. You can't. You're not allowed. Yeah. So that's all DEI is. DEI is saying when you reach out to hire people, the qualifications that can't be included are somebody's gender or their race or their sexuality or their religion. That's all DEI is.
Do you favor socialism?
No. That was a hell of a pivot, though.
Okay. Well, I'm very surprised by that. But basically, from what you've said, is that DEI is exclusive from what color of skin you are.
Is what?
Guys, by the way, I forgot to mention 350 or guys, 350 likes or get RTP to 10,000. I kick this guy automatically on site. 350,000 likes, RTP to 7,000, and keep hitting that request button because you are next.
Brandon, you realize that DEI, like the principles of DEI, could also exist in an area that might be specific to women, like that most people that have that job are women, and maybe the place that's running that organization says we're only going to hire women, but you as a man are qualified. They have to consider you.
It contributes to a
They have to consider you because you're qualified.
Okay, so you're contributing to a non-competitive environment.
What in the Christ are you talking about? It's actually the most competitive. Let me give you an example of DEI, okay? For a long time, baseball was segregated. Remember that? I don't know how old you are, so I don't know if you were alive for that.
Yeah.
And then they started pushing, they're like, hey, how good would baseball, how good would baseball be if it wasn't just white dudes? And all the white dudes are like, hey, this is our sport. You can have your own over there, but this is our sport.
Imagine if it was based on
just
how
be patient. Just be
good
patient,
people
Brandon.
were.
Just be patient, Brandon. I'll land the plane. It's almost there. And then Jackie Robinson comes in, and he plays great. And then you have more black players join. And then you start having players come from other countries, from countries of poverty, and they come to America, and they have this great future, and they elevate themselves. All of that, diversity, equity, inclusion, we love it. We love it until it becomes politics, and you have a black woman running for president, and you guys got to figure out a way to continue to be racist, but you got to have something to hide behind. So you're hiding behind this so that you don't have to be like, I'm not voting for a black woman.
Is that really how you think it is? People aren't voting for a black woman?
I don't think you know that that's why. But yeah, I do think that's why.
You're out of your mind.
Sorry
and it's been like that for decades.
Like
and
what?
If you want to relate it to the past like
Wait,
that?
It's been like that for decades. What do you mean by that? What's been like that? I think that
you're
for decades?
desperate.
What? What'd you say?
The way that you explained it, it's related to how it is.
Bro, that sentence doesn't make any sense. What are you saying?
I just explained it to you.
I know, and it didn't make sense. Could you explain it differently?
You're saying that if Kamala Harris isn't voted in, that it's because people are racist?
No, I'm saying that... oh, do you want to hear my answer?
Wait, guys, hang on. We are about to have a breakthrough right now. Something just changed. The whole dynamic just changed. Brandon, can I ask you and by the way, thank you for being...
Simple question? Yeah, go ahead.
Hang on. I appreciate you. And debating RTP is not easy, my friend. Therefore, you seem like you actually care and you've been listening. And I feel like you don't have to vote for Kamala. That's okay. But you're getting close. Like, do you not see what I've seen?
I think that the way that Kamala Harris has gotten to her position is sucking semen out of a straw.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You're just a piece of shit. Yeah, she got elected to every position she's ever had, and just because now you're accusing her of your fantasy about her. But yeah, what you're saying right now is that a person somehow got elected in one of the biggest cities in America, did such a great job that in the fifth biggest economy in the world and the most populous state in the United States, enough people in that state said, holy shit, you're good at your job. Can you be the attorney general? And then she was so goddamn good at that they're like, hey, could you be our senator? And then they're like, yeah, she was so good at that they're like, let's be vice president. And now she's running for president. And your small mind can't get that's where you go to. It's worse than I thought. I thought you were just racist, but you also hate women. It's not just black people, it's also women. Shocker.
So for me, my recommendation for that guy that I just kicked would have to be, when we got close, when you actually put your guard down, you are reasonable. But when it goes up, it shows your true personality. And I would recommend to you, and guys, I don't do this much, trust me on this one. What you have to do is delete the app forever. And I don't say that loosely, by the way, because that was so... You are such an insecure individual. If we got close to actually having a conversation and being personal, therefore, for you, I would recommend touch some grass. Be a little bit better. Get off of TikTok, because you, in my personal opinion, cannot handle TikTok. And that's fair. Guys, can we get RTP?
Hey, I got a warning. I'm going to hop down. I'm coming right back up.
Gotcha. Guys, by the way, protect alive. Protect it. Guys, let's get to 400,000 likes. Believe me, this close to the election, my ultimate recommendation as a liberal debater on TikTok would have to be keep hitting that like button, because Republicans are angry. The closer they get to redemption, the more angry they get. But when you're casting out the MAGA demon, believe me, it will splash, and it will be a convulsion that you would never had seen. Believe me on that. And I will say, if you disagree and you are Republican, probably, if you know what's good for you, do not hit that request button. But if you do, I will let you up. That's okay. Just
Jeff, did you, when you lost the MAGA demon, did you, it sounds like maybe when you lost the MAGA demon, that's not all you lost.
Well, guys, I lost body fat because I'm very chiseled. Now, because you have to, and by the way, I'm a little bit hefty as well. So I like it either way, and I appreciate you either way. But
a little bit hefty, a little bit lefty, and watch out, folks, he might get testy. Yeah.
I appreciate you, RTP. You are the man, the myth, the legend. Guys, let's
You ever
separate.
notice these guys can only use force? They can only censor. They can only say things like, this person is racist. They shouldn't be on TikTok. You ever notice that?
Did we come in the middle of your discussion with someone else?
No. I'm talking to you guys.
Oh,
Are you
God, that was a
confused?
weird start. Wait,
Did you
what
not
were you
just
saying?
do that to that guy?
What?
You just called him a racist.
Yeah. Well, actually, what I said is...
Actually, you called him a racist. Own up to it.
If you can go ahead and answer for me if you want.
I mean, you're just gonna keep talking over me. Doesn't matter.
I've been letting you speak. Literally,
That's the fact, Jack. You're just gonna keep blabbing. I know how this is gonna go.
all right.
Buddy's gonna get a good point made against him. I'm gonna magically get kicked, and somehow.
Yeah, you're gonna get it before that.
Guys, and he was right about half of that. He was going to get kicked, but it's not magical. Guys, if you've seen this finger, and trust me, it's the finger of Republican stress, and they don't like that finger.
Some of these folks, they sit there and they get themselves so worked up, and then they show up, and that's what you get. Sorry, bud. The next time, I think you'll perform better next time.
That's definitely not what she said. I would guarantee that. So, guys, keep hitting that like button. Keep hitting that share. Guys, let's get to like 600 shares, 400,000 likes. Love you guys. Appreciate you. And guys, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Trust me. If you think we're finishing off, no, the Republicans are. We have just begun. Guys, keep hitting that like button. Keep sharing. Trust me on this one, guys. Everybody work together. Please. 400,000 likes. Keep sharing. Republicans, hit that request button. Amma.
Hello. I just wanted to let you know that I'm 18 and that, sorry for my English. I'm not from America, but I'm from Spain, so I wanted just to say my opinion about this topic because I can vote. And
Who would you vote for if you could?
yes, I would vote for Donald Trump. Mainly because of the international perspective. And by that I mean that while he was in office, there was no wars. I mean, there was
Excuse me?
no new
Wait, what?
wars.
What's a new war?
Wars.
What's a new
There-
war?
For example, Russia, Ukraine right now.
Ukraine?
Okay, Ukraine. Sorry. Yes, I'm sorry for my accent. I'm just saying my opinion, right?
Okay, but we were
And-
in Afghanistan.
In
We
Afghanistan,
were doing military operations in Syria,
yes,
in Iraq.
I said new wars.
Well, a lot of those were new. A lot of those conflicts
no,
were new
they
during
are
the
not
Trump.
new. No.
Excuse me?
But in
Wait,
the-
excuse me. Wait, excuse
this-
me. Are you under the impression that Donald Trump didn't take any military action when he was president?
no, he did. Yes, but already there was already that war. And while Biden, for example,
Well, if we're gonna play that game, then I hate to break it to you, but the war in Israel has been going on for like 70 years, and the war in Ukraine has been going on since at least 2014. Both of
yes,
those
but
predated
not like
Trump,
a
and both of
current
those,
war
and both
like
of those,
Russia,
and both of
Ukraine
those,
right
and
now.
both of those,
Because-
and both of those. If I could finish my sentences, that'd
Sorry,
be great.
but you
I was just
are
let me
trying
finish.
to
Can I
debate
finish
me?
this sentence, please? Thank you.
Okay.
Both of those predate Trump and Biden. So when you say there were no new wars started under Trump, there also were no new wars started under Biden. If that's the
What
definition
about
you want to
Ukraine?
use.
What about Ukraine, Russia?
Russia's been
I
in
mean,
Ukraine since 2014. They
Yes, but
invaded
I'm not
Ukraine in
talking about that.
2014, and they've been there ever since.
Okay. So I'm going to go to my next point if you are not going to let me win that
Is that
argument.
not true?
Because
Is that not true?
what?
Has Russia not been in Ukraine since 2014?
No, yes, it's true. Ben,
Okay, so
not
why are you
made a
saying that
war
it started under
because of
Biden?
But why don't you let me speak about that?
I am letting you speak. I just asked you a question.
What was the question?
Why are
again?
you blaming Biden if it started in 2014?
Huh? I'm sorry.
All right, Biden took
my
over in
English-
the year
first of all, my English is
2021.
not good, so I'm sorry.
Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014. Biden became president in 2021.
Yes,
Why are
but
you
when did
blaming?
the
Why
Russia
are you?
war-
Why are you
war
blaming
and you can
Biden?
start.
Ma'am, the problem that we're
when
having,
did
the
it
problem that
start?
we're having here is every time I'm about to ask the question, you start talking. So you can't possibly hear the question I'm asking if you're talking.
Okay.
My question is, if the war started in 2014, how are you blaming Joe Biden for starting the war?
I mean, I'm okay with this, but I'm sure that the war Ukrainian and Russia started in 2022, if I'm not bad. If
You're
I'm
wrong.
correct.
Are you familiar with the invasion of Crimea?
Yes.
When was that?
Yes, I know that started
When
early.
was
but
that?
Right now,
When was
it's
that? What year?
a official war.
What
it's
year was
an
that?
official war.
Excuse me. What year was that?
2022.
Okay,
right?
and that was the Russians invading Ukraine, right?
Okay, but if
And
we're
then they
talking
stayed,
why I'm
and then they
voting for
stayed
Donald
there,
Trump
and then they
go to
stayed
the main
there,
topic
and then they
about this.
stayed there, right? Then they stayed there,
Okay.
and then they invaded later. But this is Joe Biden's fault, right?
Okay. No.
Oh,
It is the administration that has problems with Russia and that administration, which with Trump wouldn't happen because he was
man. With all due
sort of
respect, if you didn't have
allies.
our, if
I'm
you didn't
not-
have
I'm
our
not saying
country,
allies.
if you didn't have the United States
Why are you
protecting you,
interrupting me right
because if you didn't have us protecting you, you would be Russia. You're siding with Russia right now.
I'm not.
We
siding
are
with
the
anyone.
reason
I'm just
your
telling
country
you,
exists.
I am.
And our
I'm-
agreements with NATO, we are protecting your country, and you're up here to play politics
are not-
and by
you
saying like,
are-
oh well, Russia could just
Okay.
invade.
Look for this information. The Russia-Ukraine started in February 2022, but yes, this conflict was escalation and tensions had been ongoing since
What does the word
2014.
start mean? I feel like we're just changing the word of start. It's like if I was running the 100-meter dash and you're like, you started clocking me after 40 meters. So you just clocked the 60 and then you're like, holy shit, that was a world
why
record.
are you
And I'd be like, yeah, because you
interrupting me?
only,
I mean, I just
you're
want to
saying
say my opinion.
started
I
in
didn't want it to fight
2022
or debate.
and it
I just wanted to say
started
my
in
opinion.
2014. It started in 2014 and you're
Okay,
just
okay, it started
saying
in
this thing
2014.
that's not true.
Can I
That's
keep
not how words work.
So,
can
as the moderator, hang on. As the moderator, I would have to say, I'm taking a non-biased view on this, and therefore, my recommendation would have to be to to be fair, you have to let RTP finish because you are not.
they don't let me finish.
And you've finished a million times. What I don't let you do is interrupt in the middle of my sentence.
Guys, 400,000 likes. If you're Republican, hit that.
What's the name? Just out of curiosity, what's the name of the Spanish national anthem?
I don't know.
What are the words?
I'm from my migrant situation is very weird. That's why I say I'm from Spain. I'm not familiar with Spain.
So where are you actually from?
I'm German, Guatemalan, Spanian, from Spanish.
How are you 3 different nationalities? How's that
Oh,
happening?
because it's really complicated. I have 3 passports, and yes, it's very
And the German
complicated.
national anthem is, of course,
all
called.
you need is one passport, by the way.
Hold on, real quick. The German
No,
national
but,
anthem, of course,
I am
what's the
allowed.
name of the German national anthem?
I don't know the name, but I can sing it to you.
Okay, go ahead.
That's way too many lies, all in a span of like 30 seconds. Therefore, my recommendation would be, guys, let's get to 400,000 likes. That would be great, guys. Let's keep it up. Thank you so much for watching. And by the way, even though you don't gift, that's the least of our worries. The people that are here watching, that is you are the people that are important, just like everybody else. And by the way, if you are a gifter, I do recommend for you as a gifter. By the way, I love non-gifters as well, but a recommendation would be to get RTP to 10,000 because it's getting spicy and really dicey. Therefore, when it gets like that, we got to step it up, guys. Everybody step it up. Step it up with the likes, step it up with the shares. And if you're watching, don't even think about scrolling. Don't even think about it. So I see your finger. Don't. Take that finger and keep hitting that like button because it's just getting started. Therefore, sit back, relax, grab some popcorn, by the way, and make sure it's not Republican popcorn because nobody likes that popcorn, by the way. Let's go. Guys, can we get RTP? Guys, keep it going. Okay, here we go. The cowboy.
Hi, how are y'all?
Good evening.
How are y'all? Good evening. How are y'all?
Good. How about you?
Actually, I've been hearing your opinions,
Sorry about that.
and that's okay. I mean, I respect that, and again, I mean, we have to, because also my mom was from Honduras and my father from Mexico, and I was raised back in Texas. So I'm a lawyer, just like I'm a friend over here. He's watching me and I'm watching him. But I had 2 boys, and one of my kids, he's in the Navy SEALs back in California, and my another boy is in the Army. So my vote is for Donald Trump too. And like I said, if Miss Camela wins, God bless her, and God bless Donald Trump too, either one, because we both want the best for Americans. So,
I think you and I both want what's best for America. I don't think Donald Trump does.
I agree with you.
But I don't think Donald Trump does.
Yes, he does. He is
does?
crazy, but I mean,
What do you think about all the stuff he said about those people who served?
I think, like I said, I think
Called them
he's-
suckers and losers.
Yeah, listen to this. I think he's how do you say a word for Donald Trump? I would say he's
A liar? A liar.
No,
A narcissist.
yeah, kind of like that, narcissist. Yes.
You think it's a
And
good,
at the
just
same
out of
time-
curiosity, you think it's a good idea for a narcissist to be the most powerful person in the country? You think that's a good idea?
How do you think he is? He's 78, right?
Yeah.
Okay, realize he's getting older. You know how
Narcissism doesn't go away when you get older. You just turn crazier, which is
Yes, honey.
exactly what he's done. Now he's insane. He's literally out there campaigning today, saying he's campaigning on like every rally. Kamala isn't black. They're eating the dogs. Windmills are killing wells. The people are coming over to replace us. Immigrants are coming to replace us. What else do we have? I'm not guilty of a felony. Kids are coming home from school with sex changes. Not only is he a narcissist, now he's also so far removed from reality that like it's embarrassing that any of you are still siding with him. These are crazy things to say. None of this has any basis in reality.
I do agree with you, but I mean, I'm gonna put my size and Hispanic size right now. Okay, as an American citizen that I am with the double nationality, I'm gonna tell you what I think. Okay, in the days that my mother bring us to American, it actually was in 1975, and I believe so in those.
But I was going to say one thing, guys. 400,000 likes, ma'am. The only reason I muted you was because we care about you, but we don't need to hear your whole life story.
Wait, no, hold on. Actually, I think this one's important. Keep going with that because I think this is important. You said since 1975. That's when your mom came over. Sorry, you're muted there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, why was she leaving Guatemala? Why was she leaving Guatemala?
No, listen. My mom came to America in my mother bring us to America in 1975.
Why did you leave Guatemala?
No, Honduras. Good question. Honduras.
I thought you said Guatemala.
No, I never mentioned Guatemala.
Sorry, that's my bad. Okay.
It's okay. Listen to this. Then my mom.
But why did she leave Honduras?
Good question. To give us better life, better future, which we made it through it. I'm glad we made it through it. But one thing that actually I do agree with Donald Trump. I mean, as Hispanics that I am, and also American citizen.
I want to stay on there. Why? I think it's strange that you don't know why your mom came to this country.
I just tell you why.
Why?
To give us better life.
What else was happening in Honduras at the time?
Actually, I would say my mom. She has passed away 2 months ago, and she was a teacher back home. And I mean, she wanted to give us better life. In another
there were riots. There was civil unrest. Your government was completely corrupt, and you guys had the opportunity to leave Honduras and seek asylum in America. The very thing that all of these people coming into America right now are doing, seeking asylum. That's why your mom came here in 1975. Things weren't going very well in Honduras.
I agree with you.
Okay. So why is it okay for it to happen with your mom, but not now?
Okay, let me explain to you now. Okay, let me go ahead and answer you that question the way as I will answer to you right. Okay, in these days, the time that a lot of people become from different countries, it has been they come over here to America, and a lot of people think about it to destroy. I mean, the new people they becoming to destroy.
That's what ma'am, with all due respect, that's what everybody said. That's what everybody said about your mom in 1975. Just so you know, it was the same exact thing. Anytime a large group of brown people have come into our country, they've said the exact same thing. So the question is, how do you say that these people are here to destroy our country based on what? Based on Donald Trump lying to you and saying that they're just emptying out jails? Because that's also a lie.
No, don't get me wrong. What I'm saying is, it's a lot of, not all of it, but mostly they are. I mean, think about it.
No, I'm asking for data on that. Before you smear all immigrants in the exact way that Americans smeared you and your family, and everybody called your mom, everybody accused your mom of coming over here and sucking off the welfare teat, and everybody accused your mom of not knowing English. Learn English already. All this shit that your mom went through, you're saying like, but not anymore. No more of that.
Well, I mean, like I told you, I respect everybody's decision, and I mean,
unless that decision is to flee your country and seek asylum in America.
I love American and God bless America. No matter who actually, if Kamala wins, God bless her. If Donald Trump,
I don't care about any of this. This is a place for debate. Are you just gonna say a prayer and take off? Is that the plan?
No. But
okay. Well, can you respond to what I'm saying instead of just breaking into prayer?
I will answer you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to know why you're closing the door to people who were just trying to have what your mom had. Did you poison the blood of our country?
Good question. Do you ask? Okay.
Did you poison the blood of our country?
If it's so many people, they just got here. Let's say last year or this year. Answer me that question. Why they come over here and they try to hurt a lot of people? They go to work and actually they go ahead and go shopping. They're trying to get in their cars. They're trying to break in their houses.
What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I have no clue what you just said.
They come from
none of that made any sense.
Of course it does.
None of that made any sense. You just named a bunch of things that humans do.
No. I mean, like I told you,
I don't care. I really don't care. No, I don't care. You don't have enough information to have this discussion with. This is silly. I think it's disgusting that you're just like shitting on immigrants. The privilege that you have to now shut the door behind you when people are fleeing the exact same types of conditions that your family fled to be here. And people like me welcomed you to the country.
RTP,
the ones screaming at your mother. Those very same people. In fact, that's probably their parents. It's probably their parents that were screaming at your mom.
Guys, and by the way,
well, thank you for letting me in your life. Okay, God bless you, and God bless our country, American. Okay.
Please you don't have to bless us, please. We don't want that. Thank you.
I just want you to vote in a better way.
Thank you, honey.
Appreciate you, by the way. And you should vote for Kamala, I would say. Guys, can we get to 500,000 likes? And if you're a Republican, hit that request button. Guys, can we get RTP going, please? Because, please, I don't have to say, please. Guys, if you're a Republican, request button, like button, share button, all the different buttons. By the way, Republicans aren't really good with buttons, by the way. I do have to say that. And as a general recommendation, if you're a Republican and you're not ready to actually have a conversation, then just get out of the box, please. But if you are a Republican that does want to have a conversation, then hit that request button. Guys, let's get to 500,000 shares. Believe me, protect the live, guys. Protect the live. Believe me.
Thanks, Chuck. Chuck says, give me a little tip, bro. All right, Chuck.
Chuck, what do
you do?
What do you do? Oh, let's go, Ellie! Wait, guys, that was nice, but come on, let's get RTP going. Wait, was that for you or for me? Because whether you send him to RTP, who's doing the heavy lifting here, like RTP wears a backpack, right? And when it comes to debates, because trust me, I trounce these Republicans. For him, he puts me in his backpack and he carries me, right? And guys, without RTP, I couldn't debate, trust me. But if you agree, hit that request button. And if you think I'm a weak sauce, also hit that request button. Awaken, how are you?
Hi. Yeah, I was just. Oh, I'm from New Zealand. I'm not from America, but I do pay attention to.
So, my recommendation would have to be for that is Join the live, follow me. I will not follow you back. That would have to be the ultimate recommendation for that scenario specifically. But that's my personal opinion, and that's okay. Guys, 500,000 likes. Guys, let's get them going. Please, guys, let's step it up. Guys, watch. The funny thing about TikTok is we haven't even gotten our second wind yet. Think about that. Our second wind, right? Because these Republicans have no oxygen. By the way, I recommend an inhaler for that type of Republican if you want to keep up with us. Or I would pretty much say RTP, but all right, Rican, Texas. There we go. All right, guys, hit that request button if you are a Republican.
And now they're going to say that it was a hit by pitch, and the bases are loaded.
Lead it.
Oh, sorry, I accidentally requested.
Well, there's no such thing as accident, actually.
Well, you're right.
Well, actually, if you were a Republican, that would be an accident, which you are not.
I'm not. No.
Hello. It's great to see you, by the way.
Excellent. How are you?
I wasn't talking to you, but I am pretty good.
Who are you talking to?
We never know.
You, sir, are about to be on the need-to-know basis, but I'd rather not. Guys, 500,000 likes. Let's keep going. Let's make it happen. Bearded, why are you voting for Trump?
Because looking outside my front door, all I can see is red lights. Wind turbines everywhere. RTP, right. What's so funny, sir?
Sorry about your wind turbines.
Yep. Right. So explain to me what's so funny.
I think it's silly. I think that's one of the silliest reasons to vote for somebody that I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, okay. Well, I've got about 2,000 wind turbines flashing every night outside my front door, outside my back door.
Damn, dude. Is Trump going to take them down?
No.
Oh, no, he's well, I guess it's not going to help you much to vote for Trump.
That would be completely unrealistic because the majority of the shit that you've been talking about all night has been unrealistic.
You got some big feelings.
So let's talk about oil and gas and lithium mining.
Sure, let's talk about it.
Okay, so which has
brother, you can lose your edge for a second. You can put your guard down for a second. You don't have to come in this hostile, edge, man.
No guard. You guys just put down an immigrant a few minutes ago that moved here.
Yeah, now she's closing the door for other people because your party doesn't actually want immigrants. Your party would have been not welcoming to her either. Her family came here after the economic conditions in her country deteriorated, and the United States of America granted asylum. Excuse me. Don't speak over me. Just wait, brother. Just wait. This is why I told you to tone it down. This is why I told you.
So I don't need to speak over you.
We'll go to somebody else, man. I have no patience for somebody who's just going to yell over me.
Okay, so if you don't like something you hear, you just go to somebody else?
Yes.
Okay, so that is exactly what the Democratic presidency is about. If you don't like what you hear,
it's about her muting or getting rid of TikTok
well, if
guests.
you don't like what we hear, we'll just go somebody else.
Why isn't Liz Cheney in your party anymore? Why is Mitt Romney not in your party anymore? Why is Jeff Flake not in your party anymore? Why is Adam Kinzinger not in your party anymore? Why is Mike Pence not allowed places anymore? Where's Mark Kelly or John Kelly? Where's Mark Milley? Oh, yeah, you cancel anybody who tells the truth about Donald Trump. Get the fuck out of here with you guys don't like differing opinions. If you don't insert your head in Donald Trump's rectum, you're not allowed in the party. You just got to stuff your whole head up there. I know you can yell all you want, but this is crazy. This is who your party is. You run out everybody who doesn't agree with you.
No. So let me ask you this. If you can answer this question, you won the fucking Nobel Peace Prize. Which county in the state of America is the only county that is debt-free?
The state of America?
Or the entirety of America. Which county is the only county that is debt-free?
I don't know.
I don't know. Weld County. Why? Because of oil and gas. Because oil and gas supports their neighbors. Exactly. Look it up, you fucking asshole.
Brother, are you saying that oil and gas, they don't have debt because does the city get a cut off of the oil and gas?
It's not the city, the county.
The county gets a cut.
Yes, actually, the entire county is debt-free.
W socialism then. There we go. Collectively, the city owns some of the means of production. Shout out socialism. That's terrific.
Sir, by the way, we're only taking opposition. I didn't know you were voting for Kamala.
Yeah, we didn't know you were a socialist. Sorry.
Sorry about that. Bearded, we're only taking opposition. So if you do unmute, I would recommend that you would be voting for Trump. And if your points would support Kamala, therefore, you may want to drop down. And that would be fine. Guys, keep it that like button. 500,000 likes. Let's get there. And if you're obviously a Republican, which I don't think he is, my personal opinion, hit that request button.
Sir, you are wrong.
Well, that's communism. If collectively the town
explain to me how it's communism.
That's what I was just doing.
Third world country.
That's what I was just explaining it to you. Why are you still talking?
The Trump presidency, I moved
Why are
here
you
from
still
a third
talking?
world country,
Why are you
and
still,
I am a citizen.
Why do you ask questions and then keep talking? Do you want me to answer your question of why that's socialism? I'm waiting for an answer.
Because queers keep muting me. If I moved here,
well, now you got to drop a slur, so now we have to drop it because you guys are all cowards. We get it. Yeah, you're a bigot. Shocker, guys. He was just a bigot the whole time, hiding behind windmills. Surprise, surprise. It wasn't really about windmills, was it? It wasn't even about oil. It was just about he doesn't like gay people. Shocking.
By the way, if you're like him and you do like guys, that is no problem. My recommendation would be, I know I look really good, but if you're attracted to me, and that's okay. And if you're Republican, hit that request button. And I may or may be not gay. Who knows? But either way, I wouldn't mind it because that's just, guys, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Guys, oh, if you're a Republican, hit that request button, by the way. What did he say? That was bad. Was it bad or was it really good? Who knows? Guys, keep it in that line.
But I found so many counties that have a surplus, by the way. That idea that there was only one, that's also not true. That was weird. Hey, Kaner J, I saw you talking about me the other night.
I was trying to get you to come into the live with Mr. Rational. He needs your help.
Oh no, I was talking about the night that somebody said I was afraid to debate them, and then you guys spent like 20 minutes talking about how afraid I am to debate.
Oh, it was what's her Millie or whatever her name is.
I don't know. She was on a panel with me and SK and Will. And every time we got into a conversation, she would interrupt with like rapid fire questions. So we just dropped her and then had a good conversation with Will for like 2 hours. She is right. I don't want to talk to her, but it's just because it's not any fun to talk to her.
No. I actually am so tired of debating that I can't even do it tonight. I just want to come and say hi to you. And I'm glad to see Rational found you and he can do what he's good at and promote you.
Well, now he's going to be mad at you because you didn't come up to debate. How are you? You're too smart to still be voting for Trump at this point. That's crazy. Hasn't all of his lies been exposed yet? Is there something you still believe him on?
I haven't voted yet, so
I know we got time. Then what does he have left that you're like that's going to be worth it?
I'm telling you, it's the same thing. It's cutting unnecessary regulations, freeing up our economy so that small businesses can do what they need.
Our economy is rigged.
No, it's not rigged.
Then how is it that so much a disproportionate amount of wealth goes to the top 1% then? If it's not rigged.
So you think it's rigged?
Well, let's pick. We can pick different industries. Like, let's say the stock market. I think we'd probably agree that's rigged or can be rigged.
Well, sure.
Yeah, the more money you have,
it can be manipulated quite a bit.
All right. And what would make it more dangerous? Would the stock market be would you be able to rig it more with more regulation or less regulation? Which would make it easier to rig?
Well, obviously less regulation, and I'm not talking about necessarily that industry.
Okay, but Trump is. Trump's talking about deregulating the financial sector and also deregulating even the tiny bit of crypto regulation that we have.
Yeah, but what exact regulations?
Why do you think his rich donors want him to do that?
I don't know, so they can make more money. But what are the regulations? Are they reasonable regulations, or are they just burdensome regulations that are not needed?
Well, they don't even want to tax income anymore. They don't even want to tax that income for investments anymore.
So you're talking about tips?
No. Trump floated the idea on Rogan that they would just replace income tax with tariffs.
Oh yeah, I heard that. I don't know if that would work or not. I hate taxes.
We know it wouldn't. We know.
I hate taxes. So if there's any way to eliminate as many taxes as possible, that would be amazing.
Yeah, well then you guys don't get to complain anymore. You can't talk about things that aren't working in this country and then be like, so in order to fix the things that aren't working in this country, we should bring in less tax revenue.
No, I just think we should make the government more efficient and quit wasting money.
On what? Where's the government wasting the most money?
I don't know. I don't work for the government.
Military, right? So you're in favor of cutting the military budget significantly?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. Okay, where are we going to cut? Because Trump said Department of Education. You think we should stop funding education?
No, he's not saying not funded. He's saying that.
No, he said he would eliminate the Department of Education.
Yeah, and he's gonna reallocate the funds and put them so that the Department of Education is not doing well for us. We went from 36 to first since 1978 when they decided to. The Department of Education changed, and they're
it was that. It wasn't private schools. It wasn't school choice. I live in a state that was ranked in the top 10 in Arizona, and now we're in the bottom 10, and we have now giant budget shortfalls that we're going to have to make up by either increasing taxes, but since we're a Republican state and everybody who runs our legislature is a fucking idiot, they're going to just try and cut taxes and pretend like that's going to work and drive us more into debt, and eventually they'll just get rid of public schools.
RTP, you're not only good at debating, you're good at trying to get someone that was not even going to debate. That's impressive.
Damn right. Yeah, this is important to me. I'm tired of people voting for Trump because they think it's cool. It's part of their identity. This is a serial con man. This is somebody who lies to your face every single day. His plans, the little plans that we've heard, which is almost nothing, they don't make any sense. This guy's talking about charging tariffs. He doesn't know who pays for the tariffs. He's historically the single dumbest person ever to achieve office or win a party nomination. He speaks on a 4th grade level. He doesn't understand basic economics, but because he's cool with like bigotry, you guys like, yeah, we'll ignore all that, and we just don't want to have to like use pronouns.
Oh man.
I mean, true. His economic prescriptions have been analyzed by everybody. They're not good.
So you're referring. I really don't feel like going over this again. But you're referring to his anecdotal thing where he says he's just going to tariff the shit out of everything. He's going to do
and deport 20 million people.
Well, we all know he's not going to deport 20 million people.
Why do you guys all get to like have whatever version of Trump you want? He's not a doll that you can like change his personality. Why don't any of you care what he says? Every time we were like, here's what Trump said, you're like, well, the parts that we don't like, we just pretend he doesn't say those.
Why did I hit the request button? I just wanted to listen to you guys tonight.
I want to know, why do you guys all pretend he doesn't say this stuff?
You realize when someone is
answer that, please.
Okay.
Why?
I can't answer why. I'm not in his head.
I can. You want the real answer?
Because he's an idiot, stupid.
You won't change it. No, the answer is you've already made up your mind, and there's nothing that would allow you to be a Democratic vote. Like literally Trump could change all of his positions tomorrow, and he and Kamala could switch platforms tomorrow, and you would all vote for Trump.
No, that's not true.
It is true because he.
You know that's not true.
Well, then what policies
That's an
do you? Then what?
exaggeration.
Okay, if that's not true, what are the policies keeping you with him?
I've already gone over this. Democrats want to be more involved and control you, and they want to regulate you. And they think
how so?
They think know how to spend your money.
How do they want to control you?
They want you to rely on them.
By by burning books?
Oh, burning books.
Is that how we want to control you?
What do you mean by burning books?
We want to. Is it because we want to control how you speak at school? Is it because we want to control how you self-identify? Is that how we want to control you?
No, you want to tax us more. That's what you want to do. You want
no,
to
not you, not you. Do you make over 400,000 a year?
Between my wife and I, close, but
okay. Well, you'll get a tax cut under Kamala. You're welcome.
Well, I'll get one under Trump too.
No, you won't. What's his middle class tax proposal?
Well, what is it? I thought he's going to extend what he already has.
Those are already going right now. So it would be the exact same as what you. But he's going to cut for the rich folks, isn't he?
He's going to cut the corporate tax. That's not. That's for
the rich folks.
Well, you know that the corporations, the people that actually work for the corporations pay personal tax too. You know that, right?
Yeah, so do the CEOs.
Exactly. They pay personal
Doesn't
tax.
matter. He's still going to cut the corporate tax. That means less revenue coming into our government. That's why Donald Trump
getting more
just
revenue?
with his tax cuts, a quarter of the debt is just his tax cuts.
Why are we getting more revenue, like by $1.2 billion or $1 trillion than we were before his tax plan? Why is that?
Because revenue always goes up.
Not by 1.2 trillion. Look at the graph. No, it doesn't.
Revenue by year?
Look at go by year. It's not even nowhere near that. It went up quite a bit under his tax plan. And everyone doesn't understand that. How's that possible? They cut taxes for everyone, but we brought in more revenue, and that it's not.
Everybody knows how that's possible because you bring in more every year.
No,
literally everybody knows how that's possible.
Go look at the chart. We weren't going up by. Go from 2000. I don't know, 2010 to 2024 or 23. Obviously, not 24 is not over. Almost is, thank God.
All right, so starting when?
I don't know, 2010.
Okay, 2010, we went from 2.16 to 2.3, about 0.15 trillion. And then next year, 0.15 trillion. Saw a big bump into 2013, up 0.3, up 0.3 again in 2014, up 0.2 in 2015, pretty stagnant in 2017, only up 0.02. Trump's first year it went up 0.5, then 0.1. Then 0.13, and then it went down 0.4. So Obama had much better years than Trump.
No, it went up to. So what you're looking at, didn't it go to? I don't have it in front of me. I think it went 4.7 and then down to 4.3 or something like that.
You're thinking in 2022 it went from 4.9 to 4.4. You're thinking in 2019 it went from 3.46 to 3.42.
Yeah, but you can see.
Biden under the same exact tax plan, every year has brought in more revenue.
No, Biden doesn't have a tax plan yet.
It's the same tax. We're on the same taxes as Trump had in. Trump's taxes have not expired. So under Biden, those numbers went up.
Right, because of his tax plan.
No, it's because they always go up. In fact, the only years that if you look at this, the only year that revenues didn't go up were from 29 to 2023, and then from 2019 to 2020. I think we can all agree all of that is COVID. Before that, the last time it had gone down was in Obama's first year.
Okay, so take Trump out of this. Everyone's paying a lower tax bracket. Corporations are paying lower taxes, and we're bringing in much more revenue. So
because our debt's
and our
exploding.
deficit went higher, and I will give you that. We spent too much. We need to not spend as much. So if you take away some spending and you do that exact same thing, what's wrong with that?
Because it's like saying, like, you can't do one or the other. You guys want half credit. If you do only half, if you cut taxes and don't increase don't cut spending, it exacerbates the problem. You don't get half credit. You have to do them both together.
Correct.
If you only cut taxes, it's a problem.
Well, I'm telling you right now, there's no chance of us paying less taxes under a Democrat.
Except there is. Everybody making less than $400,000 a year will pay less in taxes than they do under the Trump plan.
Well,
I should say everybody. On average, everybody under 400,000, because there's going to be people with some unique circumstances. But on average, you and I are actually going to save money under Trump. And the difference between her tax cuts and his is she pays for hers. She pays for it by a small increase in taxes on the 1%. And you guys are just like, no, we cannot tax those people, guys. We just have to take it. So she's giving a tax cut and paying for it. That's far more fiscally responsible.
Yeah. Well, I don't
exactly.
believe her.
See, this is why I say you aren't voting on the policies. You're voting because it's your identity.
I am voting on the policies.
You're not.
You want to believe Kamala Harris is going to be someone that isn't going to. It's not just income tax too.
Math, dude. This is simple math. This is math. You're like pretending math doesn't exist.
It's not. That's one aspect.
Okay. Well, what's the second aspect? Because this one you're pretending math doesn't exist.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about economically. There's more things involved in that. Businesses will thrive.
Let me ask you this: does Trump know what a tariff is?
Yes, he knows what a tariff is.
How come he keeps saying? How come he keeps saying he's going to charge other countries for it?
Have you been on TikTok? I mean,
how come he keeps asking? How come he keeps saying that he's going to charge?
Now because of Trump.
I don't think he does. That's what I'm asking. Why does he keep saying that he's going to charge other countries tariffs?
I mean, I haven't heard so many people tell me what a tariff is.
Are you going to answer this question, or are you going to keep avoiding it? How many more times are you going to avoid this question? Why does he keep saying that he's going to charge other countries a tariff?
You know what his point is when he says that.
No, I don't, because I've actually heard him explain in
detail.
Because I have a truth. I have a truth that he put out, and the truth said, the Democrats are lying to you. I'm not going to tax the American people. Other countries pay the tariff. He doesn't even know what a tariff is, dude.
Show me he said those exact words. I don't believe that.
I'll pull up his True Social. Do you see how like you immediately just assume it's wrong?
Well,
why don't you know that?
That's a little like I would have to see the context of what he said and what his point was, because that can't be possible that he said that.
Well, then why does he always say it? Pull up a video right now of Trump talking about tariffs, and
when he talks about tariffs, he's talking about that China is flooding our country with cheap stuff, and it's making it hard for American companies to thrive and grow, and it takes away jobs.
All right, here's Joe Rogan on Friday. This is Donald Trump responding to Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan said, "Did you just float out the idea of getting rid of income taxes and replacing it with tariffs?" Trump said, well, we're serious about it. Yeah, sure, but why not? We will not allow the enemy to come in and take our jobs and take our factories and take our workers and take our families unless they pay a big price. And the big price is tariffs.
Okay. And the price, so actually paying them is not true, but they will pay the price because we will buy American.
We don't. How long do you think it's going to take?
Produce and buy American.
How long do you think it's going to take before we start buying American? Let's say it's just electronics. How long do you think it's going to take for us to build those factories, get them up and running, get people trained, and start manufacturing? How many years do you think on average that's going to take?
Don't know. That's the first one you'd pull up would be that one, and I don't blame you for bringing up electronics.
All right, and during those years when there's taxes, who's going to be paying?
The people in the United States would be paying for that.
So how is China paying the big price?
That's one industry, and you have to be.
What industry would this not? What industry would this not be applicable in?
Ones we already have the manufacturing set up and can produce it either quickly.
Like what?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't
think it would be good to know. Don't you think it would be good to know this before you just sell out to this idea?
You don't think we manufacture things in the United States?
Certainly we manufacture things in the United States.
Okay. So Google a list of what we manufacture. That's
the question is, why don't you know? This was the policy you brought up. You were excited about this policy. It doesn't seem like you know much about it.
No, I did not bring up tariffs. Matter of fact, I can't stand talking about tariffs. I said regulation.
You said he knows what tariffs are. Everybody does, but he doesn't seem to know what tariffs are.
Okay, I said that, but I didn't say that's my number one reason why I'm voting for Trump because of tariffs. That's not what
but this is the problem that I have, and I'm going to make a prediction, and then we can go on. I'm going to predict that everything we talk about, you're not going to have an answer for, and you're going to leave with the same opinion you got here with. No matter how many times you're proven wrong, doesn't matter. You'll just hold on to your opinion because I think it's about your identity.
What did you prove wrong to me so far?
That Trump doesn't know what tariffs are.
Okay. But I didn't say anything about tariffs.
I did. And you said Trump obviously knows what tariffs are.
I said tax cuts and we bring in more revenue and we regulate less.
I brought up tariffs because that is a form of tax on the middle class. So your taxes would increase under Donald Trump's plan. Congratulations. But at least rich people would be paying less. So you got that going for you.
So
that helps you feel better.
So wait a minute. So if we're going to talk about cutting corporate tax is a bad thing.
Yep.
But having tariffs is a bad thing too, correct?
No, not all tariffs are bad.
Okay, but you're trying to tell me that tariffing thing's not a good thing because we have to pay. It'll come out of the American people for tariffs.
Correct.
Okay, so
can you stop eating? By the way, it's horrific to hear you eat while you're talking.
I'm trying to eat my ice cream. I didn't want to talk to you, but anyways, okay, so I'll stop eating. That's rude. So if you put a tariff on something, it's gonna hurt the middle class because they're gonna have to raise prices and it's gonna be more expensive for us to buy stuff. Correct?
Well, depending on what the tariffs are on. That's why I said it depends. Like if you put if there were tariffs on Bentleys, it's not going to affect the middle class at all.
Okay.
All right, guys, before you go, hang on, Canner. Before you go, guys, I'm going to set a goal: 550,000 likes or RTP to 15,000, and I will promise to kick Canner. But he's been okay so far.
All right, so if that's a bad thing and you think you shouldn't do that, what do you think happens when you increase corporate tax? Does not the same thing happen?
You get more revenue. You get
more revenue, and what happens to the cost of the American people?
What do you mean? What happens to the cost of the American people?
So if corporations are going to charge more if you put a tariff on something, why would a corporation, if they have to pay more in corporate taxes, not increase prices on their products?
Well, if you're a corporation that you have a product that has competitors, then that's how free markets are supposed to protect themselves. But unfortunately, now we've got this protectionist class for these billionaires where they're able to pass that along. That's why Kamala Harris is talking about things like price gouging.
Price control.
Not price control, anti-price gouging. See, you guys even say the wrong word on purpose.
No,
you purposely
misphrase.
Yeah, because there's a difference between price controls, where a price can't go over a certain point, and anti-price gouging, where we're talking about margins. In the middle of a pandemic, you can't just quadruple your margins because people have to have it.
In a pandemic is the key word.
That's the whole point of price gouging. Is her price gouging measures are put in place when corporations are taking advantage of the American people, and we don't have laws in place right now. You know how I know that? Because we just came through COVID, and there were no laws in place.
Okay,
what happened during COVID? Largest transfer of wealth in the history of our country.
How does that help us when there's not a pandemic going on?
It doesn't. It's only there for when we have a pandemic.
Exactly.
It doesn't hurt us either.
But
are you saying why is it a problem to plan for the future?
If you raise corporate taxes, prices of those corporations, of the products we buy, will go up because they are not going to eat that the same way you say about a tariff.
So what you're saying is we should just let the richest among us have as much money as they want.
No, I'm not saying that.
So we should cut their taxes.
No, I'm saying it's not.
Well, Trump's cutting their taxes. Trump's cutting their taxes, right?
You can't say it's a bad thing to increase one thing and then have a tariff.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yeah, I absolutely can.
The difference is when you do a tariff, you're creating markets in the United States.
I absolutely can because the people it affects. Well, because the people it affects are different, right? So, for example, Walmart. Right? Walmart is getting, Walmart largely has these distributors, right? So the distributors are the ones that are eating that cost. Walmart doesn't eat that cost. It might go up a hair. And then if Walmart loses some of that margin, Walmart might just lay some people off, or they might cut benefits, right? So, but if we actually had laws in place where you couldn't lay people off just to protect your stock price, or if you had benefits that weren't tied to your job, maybe we wouldn't have this problem. Maybe if we had rules about paying a living wage, we wouldn't have this problem. But there are no repercussions for the rich. If we raise their taxes, they're like, we're just going to turn it back on you. They have. You just want them to have all the leverage all the time?
No, I don't. But your point about tariffs is the same if you raise corporate taxes. That's all I'm saying.
No, it's not. It's absolutely not. It's absolutely not. Give me a time when we raised corporate taxes where we saw that it raised the price of goods.
How is it not? If you're a corporation and you have to pay 7 to 14% more in corporate tax, how are you think they're
because
really
what you do with the corporate tax rates is you give the companies an option. You say, here's your rate, here's the things that you can deduct. What you should make deductible is paying your employees more. You should incentivize that money to be passed down to the employees rather than paying it to the federal government. These corporations have record profits. They're becoming multi-billionaires. The owners of these companies have more money than any of their, like, a million lifetimes they couldn't spend this money. A million lifetimes. And you know who's getting rich? Investors. Why? Because they say they take the risk by investing. They don't take the risk. The workers take the risk at these massive corporations. When the stock price drops, what happens? They fire people. But then the investors see that little stock bump and they get their money back.
He may be, I think he's done for the night. And what a good debate you did have, Gainer. I appreciate you. Oh, he's still here.
No, I was here. I guess my battery went to 10% and it like cut my mic off for some reason. But yeah, I'm still here.
But to be fair, is it the 10% of the mind that you're using as a large percentage to back up your phone, which has 10% battery, which would mean you're using less of your brain than your phone is using you at 10% battery? I would say that.
Good point, Mr. Rational. Good point.
Here's the part that I don't understand about conservative economics. You guys all say things like, if we cut taxes or if you increase taxes, these companies will go somewhere else. If you increase taxes, these companies will pass it along to the consumer. Is there any part of you that recognizes that this isn't just a universal truth? We can put laws in place to protect this. We can put laws because right now, if we don't put laws into place, the rich are going to get richer. The middle class will evaporate. It's where it's going. We see the trajectory. I don't know why. Kaner, your only chance and my only chance to fight back against corporations and the people that have all the money who have siphoned off almost all of the money, our only representation is the government. And somehow these corporate people, the Elon Musk, the Donald Trump, the J.D. Vance, the Peter Thiels, they've all convinced you that the government's the problem. Now, the government's broke. They don't have any money. They're running at a deficit every year. corporations are swimming in money, so much money they can't spend, and then they lobby that same government to cut their taxes, and you show up and you're like, all right, our government's broke, these guys have all the money, I think what we need to do is keep giving these guys all the money. I think that's going to be the solution.
Well, what does the government do for you? All the money we give them.
They pay for roads, they pay for school, they pay for the police, they pay for the fire department, they pay for national defense, they pay for infrastructure, they pay for school. I think I already did schooling. Government does a lot for us. They run our elections.
Okay, so you named a lot of good things. And I agree with those things. It's all the other shit.
Like what?
I don't know. Do you think that's the only 10 things we pay into?
No, I think you don't know. I think that was a good answer. That was an honest moment from you. You're just like, fuck, I don't know. I've just been told that government is bad. Government is literally, dude, it's like going out with an umbrella. And like you go out and you're in a rainstorm, you got an umbrella, and the corporations are like, that umbrella is actually making you weaker. And if you put the umbrella down, it'll stop raining. And you're like, all right. You put the umbrella down, it just keeps raining. And you're like, well, eventually they're going to be right. And they're sitting there with fucking umbrellas, just watching it happen. They're just playing with you. You're their little chew toy. Like, it's crazy. The Republican Party is literally just like, we will do whatever rich people tell us to do. That's what we're doing. It doesn't make sense. We know they have all the money. We know that we're broke.
I just you know what? I know what the game is, and I just play the game, and I don't think you know about it.
I don't think you know what the game is, to be honest. I don't. I think the fact that you're calling it a game means that those very same people, the messaging worked. Who do you think's most happy about hearing you, a non-1%er, say we can't cut or we can't tax the 1%?
I'm not saying you can't tax the 1%. I'm just saying what's going to happen.
You increase the taxes on the 1%.
If they raise the taxes on the 1%, it'll have.
So they have all the power?
It'll have good and bad effects on things.
So they have all the power. In this country, this United States of America, this country that we formed a constitution for so that we could have a representative republic, so that we could actually have the things that we want. So we had taxation without, no taxation without representation. Now you're looking at a world and you're like, you know what we should do? We should throw all that away and just let the corporations decide. That's really who should be running shit, is these corporations. And they are. They literally, dude, in 1969, we went to the moon. 1969, it was like one of the greatest days in American history. We were on the moon. We beat Russia. Now Elon Musk makes money off of that program. We did all that work just so that Elon Musk could privatize it, and now he makes money off of it. We have handed over everything that we do to these corporations. And the only reason they still have power is because somehow they've convinced a bunch of conservatives that this is working. Like, in what world is this working?
And the answer is elect Kamala Harris. That's the answer.
Listen, if you had, let's just say that we had 40 years of socialism, right? And we had almost 50 years of socialism. Let's say that Ronald Reagan, instead of doing trickle-down economics, he said, we're doing socialism. And we get down and it's 50 years later, and we look at the results of the socialism. We're like, all right, what happened here? And we look and we say, all right, the poor are struggling. And some of the poor can't even afford to see a doctor, like a bunch of them. A bunch of these poor people can't see a doctor. And if they do go see a doctor, we're going to saddle them with debt. And they will remain poor forever. Now, the middle class is shrunk. It's smaller than it was before. Meanwhile, there's this small group of people that have all the money. And then imagine you came along, Kane or Jay, and I'm like, hey, Kane or Jay, we need to stick with this socialism. It's working so well. And you're like, how is this working? There's people that can't afford to eat or see a doctor. And meanwhile, there's billionaires that have all the money. You would think I was crazy to keep advocating for this system.
That is a very good point. But
that's what you're advocating for.
The difference between you and I is I don't care if there's people making $1 billion.
It's not, I don't care either. I care that people are making billions of dollars while most of America is struggling. I don't think that they should have more money than God, while most Americans don't have $500 for an emergency. Most Americans are one hospital trip away from being bankrupt. That's when I have a problem. I don't care if somebody has more money than or less. I'm not advocating that everybody have the same amount of money. I'm not even advocating that you get rid of rich people or do socialism. I'm just saying, for the love of God, can we reach down, grab our nuts, and stand up for ourselves in front of these billionaires? Do we have to sit here and worship at their feet while they tell us how great it is that they're billionaires and how we could all be billionaires too? And we're like, yay, but none of us are going to be billionaires. Can we stop? Can we stop this shit? Like, they're just good at tricking us. They've designed a whole system where the money flows up to them, and that they still have 70 million people in this country that are like, you know what really is the problem? It's the fucking government. It's the government. That's the problem.
I think they are a part of the problem too.
Yeah, because only because they're owned by those people, though.
Okay, well maybe, but I think they're part of the problem too. So
yes, because they're owned by those people.
Yeah, so you might be getting to more of the real problem.
Yes, which is why people like Kamala Harris sponsored bills ending things like Citizens United. Yeah. How about AOC saying, let's get money out of politics, no more stock trading? How about the people on our side of the aisle who are calling for ranked choice voting and state-sponsored elections? So you know what you don't have to do is sit down to watch a football game anytime in October and every 5 minutes get bombarded with a negative ad.
Oh,
you just wouldn't have. Yeah, you could just go back to having football. You could just go back to having football, and you would never have to defend a moron like Donald Trump ever again, because Donald Trump wouldn't be able to afford to get on TV all the time and lie to you guys. It would become less divided immediately. But we need your help, and it starts with recognizing you have a ticket right now that is a billionaire, a guy funded by billionaires, and a bunch of other billionaires on stage with them saying, hey, us, the billionaires, we know what's best for you. By the way, how many of those people are like under federal investigation? Just Trump's New York rally alone, he had like 5 speakers who are currently under investigation for fraud. And they're up there telling you, vote for Donald Trump, we'll fix it. They're trying to keep their fucking asses out of jail. And Trump's like, if you campaign for me, I'll keep you out of jail, you billionaires, you rich scammers. And then they get up there and they tell you that, and you guys are just like, yeah, you know, like, yeah, I think Grant Cardone definitely great. He's a Scientologist, you say? Oh, and he's under federal, he might not be indicted yet. Under federal investigation for scamming people? Oh, okay. Elon Musk, federal. Donald Trump? Oh, scam university, scam charity. Oh, JD Vance lied about hiring undocumented workers. Takes all his money, got all his money from people like Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel, who's funded like 10 candidates now for Senate or Congress that didn't even live in the district where they were running. In some cases, the state, Eric Hovde, not even the right state. You guys have been, your whole party's been bought by billionaires, the whole thing.
Yeah, and so is the Democrats.
No,
if
it's
you,
not.
You could probably
No, it's
make
not.
a list of
No, it's not.
billionaires don't donate to Kamala Harris.
Give me one example of a billionaire ever campaigning for a Democrat, repeatedly running
George
sweepstakes, giving away $1 million a day.
George Soros.
George Soros? Have you ever seen him campaign?
Not campaign. He donates crap loads of money.
Remember what I said was Remember what I said though? I said campaign and offer like $1 million for people who were voting and spread. And by the way, buy a social media platform. The very thing you guys were like, the social media platforms are corrupt. They're censoring information. Meanwhile, like Elon Musk is programming Twitter to be a right-wing hellhole. He's campaigning for one person. None of you actually care about this stuff. You just do whatever they tell you. Remember when you guys were mad about Colin Kaepernick and you're like, keep politics out of football? Well, I'm a 49ers fan, and I just saw Bosa flash his MAGA hat, and not one of you had shit to say about that. Not one of you. None of you guys gave a shit when the UFC fighters were talking about MAGA and they were endorsing.
They all are doing it
I'm
now.
telling you, you're just programmed. Whatever they tell you to be upset about, you just get upset about it.
How about Taylor Swift? And
Yeah,
Beyonce.
you guys all turned on Taylor Swift.
No, Taylor Swift is a billionaire that's campaigning for Kamala Harris, doing
When did she
commercials.
campaign for Kamala? When was that? Did I
Doing
miss
her
it?
little endorsement thing.
Wait, did I miss the campaign stop with Taylor Swift?
Or Beyonce showed up on the campaign trail and didn't even do a concert.
Yeah,
that
Beyonce showed up for 10 minutes.
That was kind of mean of her not to at least play one song for the crowd.
She showed up for 10 minutes. Elon Musk is going campaign stop to campaign stop. He's literally funding the campaign. He's on Twitter every day lying to you folks. Like, I'm just telling you, man, you're a man. You got to toughen
Elon Musk
up.
is
you guys
so excited.
You guys
He's so excited that people are like clapping for him. He's like, "Yay! Look at
some point, you guys. At some point, you have to realize that all of you are just cucked to the billionaires. You are, and like, I don't get it. Like, have some pride.
Both sides.
Have a little bit. No, it's not. Who's the billionaire that we're cucked to? We're saying tax the billionaires. We're the ones saying go after the billionaires. Don't tell us we're cucked.
So
you're
how
defending them?
So why do 70% of people that are in the 1% either vote for or back Kamala Harris? Because they know they're not going to do that, and it's all a bunch of bullshit, and everyone
just made up that number.
It is.
You just made up that number. You have no idea what percentage of people vote
I
for
looked this
Kamala.
up before. It was about 70% of people that are in the 1% back or vote for Kamala Harris.
Okay. All right. So let's say this. Like, for example, a good example would be like the Fortune 100 companies. Every one of them endorsed Kamala, right?
Okay. I didn't know that, but there you go.
Why do you think? Well, yeah, because even they recognize
because they want to pay more corporate taxes.
No, because even they recognize, Kaner, that this is out of control.
Yeah.
And that the billionaires have too much money, and the middle class has no more money. Yeah, well, it is because I've heard
RTP,
of.
that's not the reason
with all due respect, I listened to Bill Gates when he talked about this. I've listened to Mark Cuban when they talk about this. I've listened to the ethical millionaires when they talk about this, and they all say the same thing. They all say yes, you should tax us
Mark
more.
Cuban
You
is far from
absolutely should
ethical,
should tax us more. The only people not wanting to be taxed more are the people like Elon Musk.
Elon Musk, according to Elon Musk, he paid $10 billion in taxes.
What percent of that was his income?
I don't know, but he said he was taxed $10 billion, and he said they did not. It was a funny speech, and he said that he did not even get a trophy from the IRS. They didn't even congratulate him for being the highest.
So what does that
say?
What does that say, Kaner J? If that's true, what does that say? If the richest man in the world pays a $10 billion tax bill and it doesn't put a fucking dent.
That's under this tax plan.
Yeah, what does that say?
He paid it.
10 billion. Yeah,
so
it says maybe our system, maybe our system is out of whack, that somebody's actually paying $10 billion.
Dude, Kamala Harris is not going to fix our problems.
Either is Trump. Kamala's gonna get us closer. Trump's gonna make it worse.
Well,
I know she's a woman. I know that your entire identity is tied up into Trump. I know you guys get.
True.
It is true, Kaner J. I've listened to you. Kaner, I listened to you talk for. I listened to you talk for 30 minutes the other night. I listened. I said your identity, your political identity is tied to him, not like your whole life revolves around him.
No, but you're trying to say that I wouldn't vote for a woman. I have a lot of respect for women. My wife is one of the most.
Did you vote for Nikki Haley?
Did I vote for Nikki Haley? No, I did not.
Why?
Because she's a freaking warmonger.
What do you mean she's a warmonger? Where is her policy different than Trump's?
She is a warmonger, trust me.
Where's her policy different than Trump's?
She is. First of all, you realize, like, when she left her. Did you look up where she worked after she left?
She was ambassador to the UN.
No, okay, so look where she worked, like in the private sector, where she went to work, and that'll answer your question.
Where did she go to work? Why don't you just tell me?
Because my brain's not working. It was a government. It was a government company that sells weapons.
Okay, well, that's basically all of Trump's administration. Like, same reason he brought in people like Mick Mulvaney.
So I do have to interject.
No, she actually, by the way, she worked at a think tank. She didn't work at an arms company. She works at a think tank.
Wait, I need everybody's opinion here. So, they have gotten us to 550,000 likes, but I do kind of don't like, although, if you want...
You love me. Get out of here, Rational. You like me.
But there has to be an ultimatum. Therefore, 600,000 likes, guaranteed kick. Or get RTP to 15,000, also guaranteed kick. But guys, the faster you get there, it's going to be either good or bad, but it's up to you. And if you're a Republican, hit that request button. Guys, let's share the live out like 1,000 times. Guys, can we get it going? The shares, please. 1.1 thousand shares, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, so she worked at Boeing. By the way,
there you go.
But watch this. Extremely principled. Tell me if this sounds like somebody that you would have respect for. She took a position at Boeing, but she resigned that year because the company decided to take federal government bailouts from COVID. And she said, I will not be part of a company that makes this much money off the federal government and then takes a bailout during COVID. That sounds like a great candidate for you.
That part is good.
Okay, well, why didn't Trump?
Did you see how much she got paid for at Boeing? I mean, like, it's like why she her mind's on war, and that's, you know, it's her answer to everything is
she quit and she went and worked for a think tank. Again, where are her policy differences with Trump?
Trump is peace with strength.
He was?
That's what his motto is, peace with strength.
Well, why didn't we get peace then?
We did.
We did?
Yes.
When he left office, we were still in Afghanistan.
We were getting out of Afghanistan. He got us out of it.
Oh, he did? I thought Joe Biden did.
Dude, he negotiated it.
So it was his plan all along?
Well, obviously it was his plan.
Oh, and so maybe it's not Joe Biden's fault?
Well, dude, okay, so once he left office, then Joe Biden had to take it from there. So
what changed? What changed in the plan?
Joe Biden, if you remember correctly,
what changed in the plan?
If you're honest about this, what
changed in the plan?
Joe Biden was trying to rush to get whatever he was trying to get out of there. He was trying to rush it by a certain time. I think it was because of 9/11.
Why was he rushing?
Because he was trying to make himself look good.
Was there a date that they promised to be out by?
Yeah, but
was there a date when the agreement ended?
Yep, and he moved it once.
And who set that date?
Trump set the date.
And so when that date was approaching and the Taliban was marching towards our troops, you think the decision should have been what?
Something other than rush to get out of there and leave all our equipment.
We should have done it and allowed the Taliban to advance on our troops. That's what we should have done.
That's not what was going to happen.
That's exactly what was happening. They were marching.
So he needed to pull his strings and say, hey, look, give us another month or else.
Maybe if Trump wouldn't have negotiated a plan and left the Afghanistan government completely out of it, where he just negotiated with the I keep saying Taliban. I think it's ISIS. Sorry.
It's Taliban. He eliminated. He got rid of ISIS.
That's right. Okay, thank you. Well, he did get rid of ISIS. That's another lie that he tells. They still exist.
He did.
But no, they still exist. They still exist.
Yes,
but yeah, they're marching, and so this is the thing. Like you want to take credit. You're like, oh, he did get us out of Afghanistan, except for he didn't. He had to push back the date like 5 times. He's like, I'll be out by the summer. I'll be out by Halloween. I'll be out by Thanksgiving. I'll be out by Christmas. I'll be out before I leave. I leave office.
It's not easy, and you know that.
I know it's not easy, but do you see the problem with your logic? You just pick and choose when to assign blame for things. You won't blame Trump campaigned in 2016. I will get us out of Afghanistan. It didn't get done. Joe Biden did get it done, and then when it did get done, you're like, we don't like the way he did it. Wait, but it was Trump's plan and Trump's pullout date? Yeah, but he should have done it differently. Okay, the troops were marching on us. What should we have done? I don't know, something different.
Yep. Definitely something different.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, Donald Trump, there was not peace during Donald Trump. This is one of the greatest lies. Donald Trump.
No new wars. No new wars is what I'm saying.
There's no new wars now.
Yes, there are.
What war is new?
Really?
Yep.
Israel?
That's been going on for 70
Ukraine?
years. That's been going on for 70 years. Ukraine, Russia invaded
level.
Ukraine. Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014.
While Trump was in office, was there any? Were we having to send hundreds of billions of dollars to Israel and Ukraine?
No, we were sending billions. We were sending billions, though. Why were we sending money? Wait, excuse me. Why were we spending billions of dollars in Ukraine when Trump was president? Because Russia invaded, didn't they?
In 2014.
Yes, and they were still there, and that's why we were getting billions. So that's why it's not a new. That's why it's not a new war.
Exactly, it's not a new war.
You said it was new.
2014, when he got there in 2017, it was already started. So nothing new started underneath him.
But you said no new wars. What new wars have started under Biden?
I will tell you.
Go ahead.
Israel.
That's been going for 70 years.
No, sir. There was a peace agreement. There was a ceasefire.
There's been multiple. There's been multiple peace agreements and
under
ceasefires.
Trump, none of those happened.
Ceasefire
stayed the whole time.
When was excuse me. When was the ceasefire under Trump?
There was a ceasefire in place while Trump was in office, and it stayed in that effect. And then they had the Abraham Accords.
What ceasefire?
There was a ceasefire with Hamas and Israel that was in place until October 7th.
And Trump put that in place?
No, he did not. It was in place.
God. Well, then what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm trying to say that there was a ceasefire the whole time he was in office, and no one broke it.
But you understand,
and then when Biden went into office,
first of all, people broke it all the
time.
People broke it all the time. There was violence all the time, and there's been violence on and off for 70 years. This has nothing to do with Joe Biden being in office. This has everything to do with the conflict between the Israelis and specifically Hamas.
Iran got brave because they knew Biden was weak. His policies were weak.
Is that what happened, or did Russia and China fund him with a bunch of money?
And Iran got a bunch of money.
Bravery doesn't buy you
Iran
drones.
got a lot of money because
of Biden. How many drones do you think you can buy? How many missiles do you think you can buy with bravery?
Or good looks?
Yeah, you know what Trump really did? Trump pulled out of the Iranian nuclear agreement, and then Russia and China slid in and started funding it. Same with So now our enemies are funding Iran, and we don't have any oversight because we used to be able to go in there and have oversight. Now we don't even have that. I wonder who was happy about that deal. Not us, not the UN, not our military. There was really only two people that were really happy with that deal that I can think of. Do you want me to name them, Kaner?
Putin.
No, in our country. Putin was happy about it. In our country, I know of three. Donald Trump, John Bolton, and Nikki Haley.
Oh, you threw Nikki Haley under the bus, huh?
Yeah, she was one of the very few people that supported Trump's withdrawal from the Iranian nuclear agreement. Same with John Bolton, the warmonger. Why is Trump in a group with one absolute warmonger and one that you claim is a warmonger? So Trump's just the non-warmonger in that group of three?
Yes, and he won't do that. He's going to pick the right people this time. You guys are getting close. Come on.
He chose to get out of Iran. That was his choice against the advice of all of his generals and basically everybody in America. Nobody wanted out of that. You know who wanted out of it? Russia, China, the people that have been funding Trump for 40 years now. You want to explain that? You want to explain how Trump bankrupted 3 casinos, and then all of a sudden the Russian mafia was buying up apartments in Trump Tower? The Russian mafia was literally running operations out of Trump Tower. They bought apartments for over asking price.
Wait,
so houses for there was a house that sat on, I think it was for $10 million in LA. Trump had a mansion for $10 million. It sat on the market for a year, no buyers because everything's gold and it looks stupid. Then somebody bought it for like 30 or 40 million. You're like, what the fuck? And it turned out it was a cash deal from the Saudis.
Guys, by the way, 600,000, I will have to kick him. Or one galaxy for RTP, he's gone. Let me know about that. It could happen right meow, but we're getting really close.
I can't believe I stayed on here this long.
Let me ask you one more question.
Sure.
What do you think about Donald Trump working with the Saudi royal family to cover up the murder of an American journalist?
I know nothing about that.
You don't know about Jamal Khashoggi?
I don't.
Okay, well, Jamal Khashoggi was somebody who defected, came to America, and then was reporting negatively about the Saudi royal family. And then he went back and he was at a consulate to get a marriage license. Him and his wife. She sat outside in the car. He went in to get the marriage license. She sat there for hours and he never came out. And then finally they were locking it. She's like, "What the hell? Where's my husband?" Turns out what they had done is they had unalived him, dismembered him, and snuck him out the door. And everybody knows that it happened. Our CIA knows that it happened. Our military intelligence knows that it happened. Our FBI knows that it happened. Everybody across the world knows that it happened. And Donald Trump claims, now the Saudis said they didn't do that. And he did. And then he pressured Congress and bragged about convincing Congress not to go after the Saudi royal family. He covered up the murder of an American journalist. You're voting for that guy.
Well, that was not a terrible conversation for me. I enjoyed it quite thoroughly. But I mean, I'm still waiting for someone to prove RTP wrong. So if you can't do that, just hop out of the box, please. I want to bring someone up that's actually really good. Okay? So guys,
I have a suspicion.
Let's get this 600,000 likes, guys. Trust me, it's been a long night, but I feel like it's been a good night, so I'm ready for the next one. But when you're ready, you have to be prepared. And when you have to prepare, we have to get the 600,000 preparations. Let's make that happen. And if you're Republican, hit that request button. And it's okay. We appreciate you. We just need you to, just be here. And that's enough for you. But you have to listen.
Bosa.
Listen, I get free reign. Go for it, that motherfucker.
That what an idiot.
Oh God. You know what drives me the most nuts about Bosa is he did that, and then when they asked, like, he goes to a press conference and they're like, "Hey, sounds like this is really important. Do you want to talk about it?" "Oh, I'm not going to talk about it. I just want you to know."
Joey Bosa.
Yeah, what a coward. Nick Bosa.
He's pretty good.
He's so good at football, and I'm a Niners fan, and I appreciate him sacking the other team's quarterback. But he sure was a coward about his political opinions.
Guys, by the way, let's get to 1.5 thousand shares.
I think he's allowed to have an opinion, though.
Oh, of course
probably was kind of a bastard move, I guess, to go up and try to get publicity by doing it live on TV, but he's allowed to have a voice and an opinion.
Yeah, I agree with that. I wish Republicans would have held that standard for Colin Kaepernick.
I think that's a little different because
what's different?
He was taking a knee for the national.
Yeah, but he wasn't he wasn't putting himself in front of the camera.
I agree. I do think Kaepernick did kind of get blackballed by the NFL. I agree with that 100%.
Because of conservatives.
It wasn't because of his talent. I think it goes bigger than just conservatives. I think it's definitely like owners as well.
Yeah, because of the pressure they were getting from conservatives.
I mean,
Trump was literally saying that we should get that son of a bitch off the field.
Yeah, but Trump is not an owner who has the power to hire a player.
No, but that's what I'm saying. The pressure that they were getting.
I guess, what does Colin Kaepernick have to do with this election here today?
No, I just said I just
the three biggest things.
I just was saying that I wish Republicans would be consistent. I have no problem.
I'm a Republican. I have no problem. And I do think that Colin Kaepernick.
Can I finish, please? Can I finish?
Sure.
I have no problem with Bosa doing what he did. I don't think he should be canceled. I think if he wants to wear that hat whenever he wants, he can go for it. I did think it was a little bit cowardly to not take questions about it. I just want people to have that same deference when it's a political opinion that they don't like. because the argument from conservatives was consistently, I don't care. You can think whatever you want, but not while you're playing football, not on the field, not at work. That was their argument, which we all said at the time, like, that's bullshit. That's not really what you think. You just don't like that he's saying it. And now that we have all these other athletes, Aaron Rodgers, tons of UFC fighters that come out and support Trump, nobody asks them to be canceled. Nobody cares. So it wasn't their real position. They were lying about that. They just wanted somebody canceled who had a different opinion than them.
I mean, if he was like a little bit better, like you see with Michael Vick in the dog fighting thing, like he kind of got canceled.
Michael Vick went to
prison.
prison.
Was canceling, right?
He went to prison.
He went to prison and he came back.
It's not being canceled. He broke the law and went to prison.
Yeah, and he came back and was like really good.
Yeah, because he was really good at football. What does that have to do with
Kaepernick was really good, but he was more of like a backup fringe starting quarterback if we're talking sports.
When the last 6 games of his season, because he came off an injury, the last 6 games of his final season, he was the number 3 rated quarterback.
I would have like compared him to Jameis
the number
Winston
3 rated.
Like,
he was the number 3 rated quarterback in the league. He went to a Super Bowl.
I mean,
an NFC championship game.
He
set records. He set playoff records that probably will never be beaten.
I mean, that's just not true. Like he went to the Super Bowl once with Harbaugh.
He went to the Super Bowl and the NFC championship game, and he set a playoff record that is probably never going to be beaten.
Okay, like he basically did what Jimmy Garoppolo did.
No, he didn't. He set
He
records.
didn't. Jimmy Garoppolo actually didn't get to the Super Bowl twice.
What records does Jimmy Garoppolo have? What records does Jimmy
got to the Super Bowl
have?
once.
What records does Jimmy Garoppolo have?
He's been to the Super Bowl twice.
But what records does he have? Because remember, we're talking about records.
I mean, they're not Hall of Fame quarterbacks. I don't think a playoff record.
No, but
really
one
matters.
of them is significantly better than the other.
I mean, that's an interesting argument to make because they both one has been to the Super Bowl once and one has been there twice.
Yeah, but there's a lot of would you
once,
say that?
Yeah, his first year he made the Super Bowl.
Would you say that Trent Dilfer's better than every other quarterback who never went to a Super Bowl? No, of course you wouldn't
Trent
say
Dilfer
that.
wasn't good. Their defense was too good.
Jim McMahon, he wasn't a very good quarterback. He won a bunch of Super Bowls. He was like, okay,
No,
but Terry Bradshaw wasn't that good. He won a bunch. This is dumb.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is just be consistent with it, conservatives. I don't know why you guys can't admit that conservatives are inconsistent on this issue. I didn't think I'd get pushed.
I mean, I think that as a conservative, I think that he did get screwed over and he should have got a second chance. Do I think that that's Trump's fault? Not necessarily. Do I think there was collusion by the owners of the NFL? Either. I do think that there probably was, and that's not good. And
do you think that he would have been blackballed if conservatives across this country weren't talking about boycotting and making him? Just can I finish a sentence, man? You have literally interrupted every sentence. I'm trying to be cool. I'm letting you speak, but it seems like every time I talk, you interrupt, and I'm not. I'll let you speak too. But do you think he would have been blackballed if you didn't have a bunch of conservatives that were arguing that he should be canceled?
Probably not. No. But do I think that it's fair? Like, do I think it's good that a guy is on a national stage, like kneeling? I don't necessarily know that. Like, I would want
you can
do whatever you want and you have your right to do whatever. But
who gets hurt by that?
At the end of the day, the NFL brand does. So it kind of became like, for better or worse, probably.
Yeah, but why does the NFL brand get hurt?
It's kind of like the China thing with LeBron James.
Brother, how does the NFL brand get hurt? I agree with you. I agree. Who's hurting? What's hurting the NFL brand at that point?
It's just bringing negative attention to the NFL.
Who thinks who thinks it's negative attention?
Probably 49% of the population.
Conservatives, right?
So so that's what 49%.
So that's why you won't see a bunch of us protesting Bosa. We're not going to be advocating that Bosa be thrown out of the league. We're not advocating that Aaron Rodgers be thrown out of the league. You know who worse than Kaepernick ever was? Aaron Rodgers.
As a conservative, I thought that it was not fair that he got thrown out of the league, as you said.
Good. Then let's move on from that then, because I think we agree on that. We can move on from that.
I'll concede that. And I feel bad for the guy, and like he should be a backup. And I'm a Bears fan. He's better than a lot of the quarterbacks we had in there. So
yeah, that's fair.
I wanted them to bring him on. Trubisky, a couple guys, but I hear you on that. So I'll concede that.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Is I don't think a lot of times the things conservatives say they care about are things that they actually care about. I think that most of being a conservative is pretending that your views aren't your views.
I think it's a little bit more than that. I think it has to do with taxes. I think it has to do with government regulations.
Well, let's talk about that. So conservatives want low taxes. Why do they want low taxes?
Because I would say there's some sort of distrust with government spending. I think that would kind of be the core of it. Is I pay, what do I pay? 32% of my taxes go to, Uncle Sam. And if I was confident in where those taxes were going, and the streets around me were nice, and the highways were nice, and I didn't have to wait.
That's your local. That's your local.
That's
government.
local too. Yeah, and that's a local problem. I hear you.
You know what? Your roads would probably be better if you guys if you paid more in taxes.
I mean, I would like to think that but I don't know if I would necessarily think that. Would you prefer to pay? Let's say like the average tax rate is 28%. Would you prefer that more of your paycheck went to the government?
I would just prefer. I would prefer
as a middle class person.
Yeah, I don't care what percentage of my money goes to the government, as long as I can live a good life, as long as I'm not worried about money. Like if they tax me at 70%, but I still can go on vacation, I can save.
I would assume. I'll let you.
Yeah, I don't care what the percentage is.
But do you think for middle class Americans, being taxed at 70% is plausible? Is that the argument you're trying to make?
Nobody's asking for that either.
Okay. No, I agree. Both sides are.
But if I was middle class and I was taxed 70% and I had health care and I could afford a home, we could choose to live on one income or two incomes. I could pay for my kids to have food. We could spend some time together as a family. I wouldn't care.
Yeah, but I do think in the past 4 years with the inflation and how it's increased so much, I mean, it's getting harder and harder to do that.
It's getting harder and harder for everybody except billionaires whose wealth is expanding at record rates. And
I agree with liberals and Democrats that we definitely could do a better job of taxing our 1%, our billionaires.
But Trump wants to cut their taxes.
But there's also the counter argument to that is that the billionaires are wealthy enough that they'll take their money offshores.
That's just not true.
That's not true? Okay.
Where are they going to take their money?
When you're that wealthy, you're paying people to help with your taxes, and they do sketchy stuff. Like,
okay, so
does
you
that
could
mean
maybe
we should try? No, I think we should still try.
I'm just curious because their companies have to exist in the United States, right? So all that income that comes through their company is still going to be taxed. The company has to pay the owner, and that money gets taxed. Now, if you're talking about hiding investment money to avoid dividends, technically that is illegal, and they do find ways to do that. I'm 100% okay with repatriatizing all those investments offshore. I'm cool with those loopholes, but you know who's not cool with closing those loopholes is Trump. Trump wants to cut taxes and leave all those loopholes and make sure that these billionaires aren't paying anything. And what they're going to do with that extra money is what they are doing. Buying up all the land, buying up all the houses, buying up all the resources, buying up all the businesses, so that eventually all money goes through them. It just circulates through them. You pay them for your house, you pay them for school, you pay them for your groceries, you pay them for gas, you pay them for your car. That's the goal of capitalism, get all the money.
So you're not a capitalist?
I'm not anything. I think every single one of those ideologies can be corrupted, and sometimes you have to use the opposite ideology to correct. I believe that you could get to a point in socialism where people didn't feel incentivized to work anymore, and you want more of that entrepreneurial spirit. But right now we're on the exact opposite end of that, where like every one of us fucking hates our job. Every one of us wants to work for ourselves, and yet most of us can't, because the system is so rigged now that it's impossible to start a business that competes.
Listen, I was in Europe last year, and I talked to 2 Italians, and they're like, even to this day, they're like, one of my good friends is an entrepreneur, and I was telling them the story, and they're like, how is that even possible that you can start your own business? Like, they could not even fathom, this is Italy, like being able to just oh, go start a business, go file the paperwork with the government and just go. So, and you think like Silicon Valley, like that's the heart of entrepreneurship. It's in America. Like
no, it's actually, it's not.
It's not?
It's the start of a very corrupt system. The amount of people who became—
You don't think the heart
the amount
of entrepreneurship
let me
is
finish.
in the United States?
Let me finish. No, I think Silicon Valley is one of the biggest mistakes in American history, and I think
Facebook, Google, Netflix.
Could I finish? Statistically, that will bear out. The amount of people that became billionaires and millionaires over pre-revenue companies that never turned a profit and wound up just folding is astronomical. These people make money by investing in a startup and selling the stock. They turned it into one giant pump and dump. And yeah, there's absolutely success stories like Google and Facebook and whatever, Twitter. But there's
Twitter.
way more than that failed. Way more.
Yeah,
the amount of companies where people are making obscene amounts of money for a business that doesn't actually make money, that doesn't generate revenue, and the only reason their business is afloat is because of venture capital is insane. It is a completely manipulated market.
Okay, so you're basically saying that people who get money and have failed startups, but the top, whatever, 3 people who started the company end up making money. That's not fair. I mean, I wouldn't say that's unfair. They're basically getting private equity money, raising a bunch of it, going public, and then the company fails. So their credibility, they look like losers. Their company fails.
Dumb money.
Yeah, and there's a lot of poor investments out there, but I think a majority of the venture capital and private equity firms that are funding Silicon Valley startups aren't doing it.
Well, let me give you an example.
Lose money.
The guy that owns the Utah Jazz, I'm blanking on his name right now. Josh.
I'm not sure.
I'm trying to remember his name. Anyways, he owned a company called Qualtrics. Qualtrics does surveys. They do basically online. So you've taken a Qualtrics survey.
Yeah, I know Qualtrics. My friend worked there. Yeah.
Yeah. Are you from Utah?
No, I'm not. I'm from Chicago.
Oh, cool. I grew up in Utah, where Qualtrics is from. But they basically didn't make any money.
But aren't they like a publicly traded company and they trade?
He became a billionaire with a company that didn't have any revenue. And now he bought an NBA team, he bought a hockey team, and he ran a company
to profit.
But he didn't ever run a company that was profitable, and he's a billionaire.
But like, if you were to Google Qualtrics, it's a publicly traded company. Like, you could probably look at
there are publicly traded companies that for some reason, like DJT stock is a great example. It plummeted and now it's rising again. Why is that stock? Why is that stock rising?
Well, that's off like investor speculation. Like if you're a smart investor and you look at the fundamentals of that company, even as somebody who potentially would vote for Trump, I would never invest in that company.
So then why are we seeing a massive uptick in stock price?
It's speculation. It's the same thing with GameStop.
Yeah, it's called manipulation, just like GameStop was.
Yeah, it's like retail investors being idiots. Like everyone has a Robinhood account.
In those scenarios, who has the most power? The only reason GameStop worked is because enough people collectively pooled their money so that it was almost like they were a billionaire. Like it took tens of thousands of people to collectively pool their money to have the power of one billionaire.
Well,
even then,
it was kind of during COVID, right, where they were handing out checks. There was a lot of froth in the markets.
Just stay with me there. Packages. Tens of thousands of people. It took the work of and the collective income of tens of thousands of people to match the power of one billionaire. That's a bad system. It's a bad system.
Well, what I think hurt with GameStop is there are a lot of potentially uneducated retail investors playing in the same waters as somebody like, Citadel, like professional traders with all this.
I don't know. The professionals really fucked things up in 2008. We can blame casual investors all we want, but all the professionals, all the greatest minds in the world. The problem with our system is our system actually needs crashes. The way our stock market and our economy is set up, we have to have we're going to have crashes, and who benefits in the crash every time?
I'm not sure. I mean,
the richest people, because
Yeah,
they're
because
able to sustain the crash, buy up the stock when the price plummets, and then collect all the rewards. And meanwhile, who's hurt? Middle America.
Yeah, I mean,
the system
I
doesn't
agree
make any
that
fucking
a
sense.
middle class American would definitely have been hurt more from the Great Recession in '08 than an upper 1% billionaire. Like, that's a fact. Like,
Okay, so why are we still voting for people who want to deregulate and cut taxes?
because the middle class feel like you said you'd be okay with paying 70% taxes if everything else was comfortable and you had a comfortable life.
Sure.
I don't think a majority of Americans feel, the grocery prices have gone up 15, 20%. A lot of things have changed. Rent prices have gone up a lot, and wages.
So maybe we should give middle America a tax cut, and maybe we could pay for that tax cut to middle America by taxing the billionaires a little bit more.
I agree. I think
that's Kamala's tax plan, my friend. Welcome to the team. It's great to have you. I do think in analyzing the tax plan versus Donald Trump's tax plan will increase the cost to middle class Americans.
I mean, that's just not true.
Kamala's tax policy.
Trump did like the biggest tax
cuts. Me, let me finish, please. Kamala's economy will actually save middle America more money. There's been a million people who've done studies on this. Donald Trump is not for the middle class.
Donald Trump's not for the middle class. Okay.
Yeah.
So in the past 4 years, my rent has gone up. My wage has stayed the same. Like, basically, am I better off 4 years ago than I was? If you get inflation adjusted.
And who has all the money?
No, but you're saying like, oh,
you're blaming
fix the economy, yada, yada,
yada.
No. 4
The
years
problem that
ago,
you're doing right now is you're blaming the government for a problem caused by billionaires. This is the main difference between the left and the right is you guys blame the government.
I don't blame the government.
We blame the people that own the government.
Okay.
And so, but our only way to fight back against those people is to use the government, which means we need to rid the government.
Do you want like government handouts?
Can I finish, please? We need to rid the government of people who will do the bidding of billionaires. No, I am on the left. We are the party that's against handouts. Nobody gives out more. A tax cut for the rich is a handout.
Okay.
Did you know a quarter of our debt is because of Donald Trump's tax cuts? That's revenue we would have got.
I mean, I'm pretty sure both candidates contributed a lot to the deficit of the U.S. government.
Deficit spending has been.
If you look at the Biden, the two bills that he passed,
deficit spending has been going down under Biden.
He did a lot.
And it rose every year under Trump.
Okay, but it essentially goes back to that argument that I brought up initially. Do I feel like I have more purchasing power today, or do I feel like I had more purchasing power 4 years ago?
Look, I think it's the right question. I think that you guys but I don't think you ever figure out what the answer is. I agree with you, but it's like saying like my foot hurts, I better amputate my ear.
Yeah, but why are you not? I'm not able to.
Why are you not better off today than before? Because we're still under Trump's tax policies. So why are you not?
So you're saying that I would be better off if I paid more taxes to the government?
No, you would be better off if rich people were paying more taxes, and if there were protections for the American consumer, so that during a pandemic, rich people didn't accelerate their rate of net worth increase while everybody else in America got fucked.
Yeah, but I'm not rich by any means, but I would say that my stock portfolio personally, and I'm assuming many Americans who invest a portion of the money that they get from their paycheck into a 401k or whatever, has probably gone up a fair amount since both Trump and Kamala or Biden.
All right, let me see if I can crystallize this in an example. Let's say we go to Flint, Michigan. Everybody knows the water in Flint, Michigan is a problem, right? And we start looking into the reason why there's problems with the water, why the water's unhealthy. And it turns out that the reason the water's unhealthy is because people have been, and this, I don't know what the case is for Flint, so I'm making this up just so we're clear. I don't exactly know what happened in Flint, so this is all made up. But let's just say that we find out that there's a steel manufacturer who's been dumping chemicals in the water, and it's making everybody sick.
Wait, you're admitting that this is just a hypothetical, and you're making
this is just a
ahead of time.
Yeah. I want to make sure, because I just want to see if you see where I'm coming from here. So let's just say that it's some steel manufacturer. They're dumping chemicals in the water, and the water is polluted.
Well, they should definitely be punished and sued by the Department of Justice.
So wait, so who would you go to go after that company?
I mean, it's kind of like a big tobacco thing, right? Because they blatantly knew that they were poisoning Americans.
Who would you go to hold them accountable?
I'm not sure. Was that the department? I'm not sure who that person would be.
The government, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is what I'm saying. You and I can both recognize that the billionaires are the system is rigged towards them. You're saying the government is at fault, and I can actually, I think that's fair.
I don't think I'm saying the government is at fault. I'm saying
we can blame them. They deserve some. Can we agree they deserve some blame, whatever that might be?
Yeah, I think a lot of people.
So
there's some sort of distrust in the government.
Let me just finish this and see. So you're saying that we agreed that the problem is up. For some reason our system is fucked up. Republicans,
it's not a perfect system.
Yes, and Republicans keep saying it's the fault of the government. The government needs to get out of the way. If the government got rid of taxes and the government got rid of regulation, what would happen? Do you think it would make things more fair?
That's a complete hypothetical, because the government is not going to get rid of taxes.
I know. This is a hypothetical, because I'm just trying to show you how it operates. I'm using extreme examples so we can see if we can get on the same page of how the government operates, right?
Okay.
If we deregulate, do you think that will mean more money or less money and I'll do both middle class and rich. For the rich, do you think that would be more money or less money for them?
Well, I think it's tough for me to engage in hypotheticals, because this is such a far extreme where I wouldn't necessarily just agree with what you're saying.
So if you think if we deregulated, are you saying that there's no way for us
for example,
to tell?
I'll give an example on deregulation. So
hold on. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Are you saying that there's no way of knowing?
There's no way of knowing what?
There's no way of knowing if deregulation would make rich people richer?
I think it would, but it would also speed up things.
Then I don't understand why there's the problem with the hypothetical. I think we agree. So stay with me then. So you agree deregulation would make rich people richer. Is there any evidence?
But I also think that it would help out middle-class Americans to an extent, have more access to housing.
That's where I was going. How would that help middle-class America get
For
better
example,
access to housing?
I live in Chicago, and there's multiple building projects that need to go up. There's a supply shortage in housing. And it takes so long to get all these permits to make a building in our area and that's probably caused by the government. There's so many checks and balances on this that it slows the ability to create a skyscraper so multiple people can get in there, whether that's for middle income, low income, whoever it is. There's so many checks and balances on that the regulations in place make it significantly slower for building projects to go up.
Yeah.
So that's one example. Now there's multiple things of deregulation.
Yeah, but don't you need regulation?
And it's a case-by-case basis.
If you get rid of first of all, those are city codes. Those aren't done on a federal level, so I don't know why we're talking about this on a federal level.
Utah is very different than Chicago.
I don't live in Utah anymore, but this is done.
Oh shoot, I lost him.
RTP? You are frozen, RTP. And the perfect song, if you were frozen, would have to be Let It Go, Let It Go. RTP, you are frozen, though, to be fair. I'm going to kick you, come back up. That was weird.
I think we might have different opinions, but I think we were finding some sort of common ground to an extent. And I think I'm going to have to head off because I've never done anything like this before, but it was a somewhat productive conversation. So I appreciate you guys doing this and having the platform or these back.
You're good. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
if we're going to stop the corruption, we can't vote for people who are part of the corruption. And that is both parties. I'm not saying that there's not, but Donald Trump is part of the corruption. He absolutely is. And he brought the corruption with him, and he's campaigning with the corruption. He's the biggest welfare recipient in our country. Like individual is probably Elon Musk. And Donald Trump is up there campaigning with Elon Musk. And Elon Musk, the biggest welfare recipient in the country, is saying, hey, guys, I need more welfare and I need tax cuts.
You think Elon Musk is the biggest welfare recipient in the country?
Yeah.
That's an interesting take.
Well, he built his solar company, Solar City, off of government subsidies. He built Tesla off of government subsidies. He built SpaceX off of government subsidies.
Do you think that Tesla has been good for carbon emissions? Do you think
sure, but that doesn't change that. Just listen, I think lots of subsidies by the government are fine. But you earlier in this, you're like, we don't want people like getting handouts. You guys are either against handouts or you're not.
Well, I mean, they did the same thing with solar back in the day during 2008.
Yeah, which is what Solar City. That's what Elon owned. By the way, how'd that go?
I'm not sure, but I think that
company was incredibly corrupt.
He's trying to diss
and it bankrupt.
Yes. Entrepreneurial career.
Yes.
He's been pretty good.
Yeah, he's done well at Tesla. He was dog shit at Solar City, and he's dog shit at Twitter.
You think he's done pretty good at SpaceX?
One out of his 3 are working, and it requires a government subsidy to work.
Okay. That's a hot take. You're trying to say that Tesla.
Where's Elon Musk without government subsidies? Is he running Tesla?
I'm not sure. I think that a lot of the startups back then, because of the way government was promoting solar, they were creating companies or solar and different sources of energy. A lot of companies were taking advantage of that time to get subsidies from the government.
Listen, I like the solar subsidies. I use the solar subsidy myself on my house. I'm cool with the solar subsidy. Yeah. I'm just saying that Elon Musk isn't much of a business success unless he has government subsidies.
I mean, I think there's a little bit more.
And even then he's not
government subsidies.
He's not great.
I think that would be considered a hot take. Like, love or hate the guy, he's been a really good, incredible entrepreneur. And
where's Solar City? Where is it?
I mean, you get multiple tries at starting a company, right?
Most people don't get multiple tries.
I think if you were to read like founders' books, like if you've ever dealt with any entrepreneur, you have to be. He started at PayPal, dude.
This is what I do. No, he was bought out by PayPal. He didn't start at PayPal.
He didn't start PayPal, no, but that got him enough money.
They just bought his company, and if you go and you look now at what PayPal did,
are you trying to make the argument that Elon Musk is not a good entrepreneur?
They were actually a little bit duped by that because what the product that they sold didn't actually really work. I'm not saying Elon Musk didn't do well with Tesla, but why do we have to pretend that he didn't fail at Solar City? Why do we have to pretend he's not failing at Twitter? Can't we just call balls and strikes? Tesla was a success. Solar City was an abject failure. Twitter is a failure. Why can't we just call balls and strikes on this guy?
But I would think that Tesla would be a bigger success than Solar City's failure and Twitter's failure, as you say.
Sure, that's fine. I'm just saying, let's call balls and strikes.
I think his goal was to bring electric vehicles to the mainstream, and I think he's successful.
His goal was to put solar on every house. His goal was to turn Twitter into a place where everybody flooded for free speech. I agree. Look, I'm just saying, why are you guys so afraid to criticize Elon Musk? You just call balls and strikes on that guy.
No, I agree. He has definitely had his entrepreneurial failures, but I think the successes.
Okay, cool. So let's just be honest about it. That's all I'm saying.
If solar, I don't know that much about Solar City.
Conservatives are like, he's incredible at Tesla. Like, we're not supposed to watch what he just did with Twitter, where he came in, fucked up the entire thing, lost 80% of the revenue, fired the staff, lost moderation. They're bleeding users. They're bleeding advertisers. It's been an absolute failure, top to bottom. And we're just supposed to ignore that and be like, no, he's a great businessman all the time.
But listen, out
of the businesses he started, he fails more times than he succeeds. And we're like, let's put him in charge of the government efficiency. All right. Well, the government invested in Elon Musk multiple times and lost money.
I mean,
so why is he in
there's
charge of
also
efficiency? So
SpaceX
why is he
too,
in
so-
charge of efficiency? Yeah, which SpaceX, he literally just like bought he had SpaceX, and then he just took all the contracts from NASA and he hired all the people that worked at NASA. Everybody that works at SpaceX just worked at NASA. So we paid for those people to be educated. We taught them everything we know, and now we've privatized all of our space travel to Elon Musk. He didn't invent space travel. He didn't invent these rockets. He didn't do any of this.
I mean, it seems to me that it's just a hot take if you're suggesting that Elon Musk is not a good entrepreneur. Because
no, I'm saying let's be honest about his entrepreneurship. That's all I'm saying. And by the way, you know what doesn't translate to government? Entrepreneurship. The government is not a for-profit entity.
What do you mean? Entrepreneurship is like hustle and grind and working multiple hours.
Yeah, and government is about negotiating and working as a team and having an efficient, cohesive unit. And Donald Trump is the most divisive person ever to enter American politics. And Elon Musk, if he gets in there, he's right with him. Oh, and then also RFK, let's bring him along. Let's bring on the most divisive. Let's bring the most divisive people possible. And let's say that this is going to fix
Why
it.
is RFK divisive? Do you think that his mantra to make America healthy again is a bad one?
Well, the problem I have with his mantra is that I don't think he knows what making America healthy means. Like, it's just like saying, what's wrong with Donald Trump? He says, make America great. Don't you want America to be great?
The highest obesity rates.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do want America to
diabetes
be great.
rates.
And could I finish,
in
please?
the U.S.
Can I finish, please? Thank you. I do want America to be great. I do want America to be healthy. I don't trust a guy who is anti-science to be the person that's going to help us be more healthy.
Like in Europe, why is it when you go on vacation or you go to Europe, you eat the food there and you almost lose weight?
Because they aren't cucks to capitalism.
That has to do with capitalism?
Why do you think we have GMOs?
No. So I agree.
Why do you think we have chemicals? Why do you think we have all these chemicals in our food?
So I agree with you there. That is true. That would be capitalism, right? So if RFK can come in and get rid of some of that,
how?
I think he can go to Kellogg's. He can go to Smuckers. He can go to some of these big companies.
And what happens when the Republicans who get their pockets lined by Kellogg's and Kellogg's is like, yeah, we're not doing this shit. We're going to lose a fortune.
A little bit different. I think that he's potentially going to let, like he said, RFK run wild with this health stuff.
RFK can't do it. He can't change laws, bud.
He can't. Okay. I think that if
Congress
he's working under the administration.
No, that would all have to go through Congress, dude.
He couldn't. So basically, the example is Kellogg's makes a different cereal for Canadians and Europeans than they do for Americans.
And why do they make it differently here in America?
Because it costs less to use the unhealthy chemicals.
And so if the people in Congress who are being paid by Kellogg's...
I agree. It's going to be... then
RFK can't do anything. So the problem, and this is where we get back to the problem.
That's where I think you're wrong. I think he can do something.
Hold on.
I think he can do something.
This is where we have a problem. Because if you want to be able to convince Republicans and you want to be able to convince Democrats to get on the same page, don't bring in the most divisive figure possible.
I don't necessarily like divisive. I think if anything, it was a smart move because he was polling at like 3 to 4% of Americans. So no, he was. I mean, you can look at the numbers.
I was reading a comment.
Okay, sorry. You're good. And I'm pretty sure RFK went to Kamala and said, "Would you like to bring me on?" Kamala, I apologize for that. Kamala and said, "Would you like to bring me on?" And she said no.
Yeah,
and he went to Trump and said, "Would you like to bring me on?" And he said yes.
Good. Yeah, because he's a divisive figure who's anti-science, and it makes no sense to. But this is a guy who is being sued by Tonga because he went over there and he preached a bunch of anti-vax stuff, and then they had, I want to say malaria, but I could be wrong on that. They had an outbreak because people believed his anti-vax bullshit. He's wrong about the vaccines currently. He still lies about it all the time. This is not an intelligent person. This is a person who stands vehemently against scientists, the very scientists who have been warning us for decades that we shouldn't put this shit in our food. he doesn't like. They don't agree with him. They don't trust.
But
him.
his mantra is to make America healthy again.
Yeah, but he doesn't even believe in like. He doesn't even believe in like.
And you're saying that
traditional medicine. He's basically like a holistic mom that they're like, yeah, we'll just put you and your pseudoscience in charge.
Well, I think that's where he might have some points. If we're number one in obesity, number one in diabetes, we have terrible health record here in the United States, and we know it. Fast food on every corner, for better or worse. Maybe we do have a problem.
Yeah, we do. It's a capitalism problem. This is what Michelle Obama tried to just get school lunches to be healthier when she was first lady. And the Republicans lost their fucking minds about this. Like, how dare you tell us what we can and can't eat?
Okay, well, that was what? How many years ago? 2008? That was 14 years ago.
Okay, so it seems like there's a bunch of people in Congress who are willing to do this, and maybe don't bring somebody that spits in the face of science and sides with the most divisive political leader in history. Maybe bring somebody on board that has a chance at working across the aisle.
But this guy who they brought on board was polling at 4%. So why wouldn't you bring him on?
That's a very low number.
4% of the entire American population is a low number?
He wasn't polling. He wasn't getting 4% of the entire American population.
2 to 4%. Dude, you can look it up. It was if you're playing to just win.
But those are Trump, dude. Those are Trump voters. Those aren't people that. It's not like there was a bunch of.
Man.
Who are the liberals that were? Well, just give me the
RFK guys.
Who are the liberals that were supporting RFK?
I think it was the swing voters.
Who came out? No. The liberals, the prominent liberals. How come no liberals were with RFK?
I don't think that a lot of conservatives were with Trump. I think he was polling with
I'm asking about RFK. What liberals were
with RFK? I apologize.
And who was funding his camp? Why was it a bunch of right-wingers funding his campaign?
But I'm pretty sure that RFK went to Kamala and said, "Would you be willing to bring me on?" And she
said no, and that's the right decision because it makes no sense to put that guy on a cabinet.
Don't you, to an extent, wish that you had a candidate running as a
that would cost us votes? If Kamala said RFK, you're on board, that would cost her votes.
You think that would have cost her votes?
Yes.
Bringing on somebody who's polling at 4%?
Yes.
That's interesting to me.
Yeah, because people think he's a kook.
So you think people would
overwhelming majority of Americans think
switch
he's a kook.
from supporting
the overwhelming
Kamala
majority
because she brings on RFK? They would therefore stop wanting to vote for her and vote for Trump. They would flip flop.
No, they wouldn't vote for Trump. They may just not vote.
I don't agree with that. I mean,
look, there's no all I'm saying is there's no even if nobody decides not to vote, there's absolutely no benefit in bringing RFK on. His voters weren't going to vote for Kamala either. His voters were all just Trump voters that were afraid to say they were Trump voters. I've never once
that could be true.
I've never once spoken to an RFK voter who was a liberal. Not once.
That could be true. So let's say if she was polling at 4%, maybe half of those voters were maybe closet.
None. I don't think any of them.
Yeah.
I don't think any of them.
I mean, you'd have to think at least half. I don't know.
You'd think we'd know one by now. There would be like at least a famous liberal that sided with him. There would be like, I do debates every day.
But he's like
the other debaters,
like
who's the debater? Who's the debater that is going to say, yeah, like there were a bunch of liberals that wanted RFK?
Well, these aren't liberals. These are swing voters. These are people who flip-flop. That's a small percentage of people. Bringing on RFK could have maybe flipped some of those swing voters to Kamala because
Kamala.
RFK
Kamala.
going. I apologize. Kamala.
Why do you think it is that your whole side of the aisle says her name wrong all the time?
I don't know.
Because you know what it is, right? Like everybody knows what it is.
I've made the mistake a couple times. Kamala, I apologize for that.
I know, but why do you think that is?
I don't know. Probably because we don't really pay attention too much.
No, because y'all say it the same. Everybody's been corrected and they don't fix it.
I don't know.
I think you know. I think it's just a disrespect.
You're trying to
I think it's just
say something that's just not true, buddy. So you're just
you don't think it's a disrespect thing?
I know in my heart that I'm not disrespecting her by doing that. But anyways,
I think
if somebody
I would
consistently
like
mispronounced
to hear
my
your
name
thoughts on the
after
border.
being,
I would like to hear your thoughts on the border, Mr. RTP Media.
I think that if Donald Trump didn't kill that border deal, that we'd be in a lot better place.
Okay, so do you think that Joe Biden's first week in office repealing several of the executive orders put out by Trump helped the border?
I don't think it hurt.
Okay, you don't think it hurt?
Because before he did any of that, before he rescinded any executive order, they proposed a border bill. That was literally the first thing they did in office, was propose a border bill.
This border bill that apparently Trump tried to cancel didn't come into place until 3.5 years.
No, hang on.
That wasn't the
His
border bill that
presidency.
they introduced.
At 700,000 likes, then I will kick naked or get RTP to 20,000. But if you are a Republican, hit that request button. Thank you very much, guys. Let's keep it going. Keep protecting the live. Trust me, it's getting spicy.
Yeah, they introduced a different border bill, not the one that got passed or that they tried to pass 3 years later.
I mean,
it was literally the first thing they did in office was present a border bill.
Actually, the first thing that they did was repeal Donald Trump's executive
No, that's not true.
orders
You
on
have
the
your
border.
you have your timeline incorrect. Before they did that, they introduced a border bill.
Okay, so maybe they did that first, but within the first month, they also did repeal Remain in Mexico. That's a fact.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that was within the first month. Let's see. When was Remain in
Okay, they did
Mexico?
repeal Remain in Mexico. You're on your laptop right now, so you can.
Yeah, of course they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had no ability to enforce it.
Irish is helping. Maybe 7 border bills.
They had no. Excuse me. Sorry, I was reading this. I forgot what I was going to say. Go ahead.
I don't know. We're kind of going in circles here, but
well, yeah. Look, they didn't have the ability to enforce Remain in Mexico. You have to have an agreement with Mexico to help you out on that. You no longer had emergency authorization for Remain in Mexico. It was going to end either way. Like eventually, somebody was going to sue the administration. In fact, that had happened. The Biden administration had fought to keep Remain in Mexico in place. By the way,
I mean
they lost in court.
I think you're just making stuff up. If the U.S. wanted to keep Remain in Mexico, I think that they could have kept that.
No, because it required emergency authorization. Now Congress could have written a bill if they wanted to. Like if Congress made a new law, yeah, that could have happened. But
So I live in Chicago,
but the president can't do that unilaterally.
And there's a big scuffle going on in Chicago because African American communities that have been disenfranchised for a long time in this city are losing a lot of funding because of a lot of illegal immigrants that have now come here.
No, they're not.
And the money is going to Venezuela.
No, they're not. That's not true.
That's not true.
It's not true.
Are you?
I don't know if you know how funding works. Like once funding is appropriated,
I'm talking about city funding.
Once funding is appropriated, you can't like just move it.
Well, this might be a local thing, but
no, you can't do that. Once money is appropriated by Congress, which in your state it's also appropriated by Congress,
Dude,
and then on a city level it might be, and then on a city level it's your city council. What you're doing right now is trying to use black people as a way to demonize immigrants. That's what you're doing right now, but it doesn't make any sense.
I'm not demonizing immigrants. I live in Chicago and I see these poor people.
I'm sure you do, but what you just said was wrong.
So they've had to spend a lot of the city budget that would have gone to disenfranchised people and all taxpayers.
How did they pull money that was appropriated for disenfranchised communities and spend it on immigrants? What was the mechanism they used to do that?
I mean, I would have to do my research, but
how would they
sure
do that?
It's happening.
Just understanding government. How would they do that?
I don't know. Perhaps you could tell me. I don't have my computer up, and I'm not.
Yeah, they can't.
Googling every second.
Yeah, they can't. And Republicans keep lying about shit like this. They did it about FEMA too. Remember when they told this? And by the way, you guys should just realize all Republicans do is recycle their same lies. They just did this about FEMA.
Dude, you are literally trying to brainwash.
Just listen to this.
All Republicans.
Just listen to this. Please.
Everyone has a different thought, dude.
Not in the middle of my sentence. This is what they do. They recycle their lies. They did it with FEMA. They said that FEMA reallocated emergency funds
That's
and
not.
gave
I
it
don't.
to immigrants.
I'm not all Republicans. Then
I
I'm not
understand
talking
that,
about
but I'm
FEMA.
trying to help you see a pattern here where Republicans say something that's obviously not true. There's no mechanism for it to be true, and yet you guys repeat it. This is another one of those examples of you repeating an obvious lie. And if you just understood like basic civics, you would know that this isn't possible. I don't know where he went.
The city of Chicago expects to spend less than $100 million.
I can't hear you. When you're reading, if you're reading the screen, we can't hear you during that time.
Oh, okay.
It's a weird glitch. But give me the gist of what it's saying, or I can look it up. What's the source?
It basically just said that the migrant spending was $141 million.
Okay, and so in order for what you said to be correct, it would then have to tell you what program they pulled that from that was designated for black citizens in that city.
I would assume that it's local, just taxpayer, like from.
Yeah, you're making assumptions.
Property taxes.
Remember, the
stuff.
claim that you made was that money was being diverted from black communities towards migrants, and you're not proving. Do you see how you're not proving that?
Let me do some.
What you're seeing is you're seeing interviews of people saying, "Hey, things are shitty for us here. Why are they spending that money on immigrants?" And I actually understand that sentiment. I absolutely understand.
No,
that sentiment,
I go to local,
but that's not what's happening. It's just not true.
What the local church that I volunteered at, that was some of the sentiment that people were speaking. So
okay, but it's not true.
Okay. I'd have to do more homework, but I think that there is definitely some truth to it because the way people were talking to me about it, I just wouldn't. Do you have anything to say that it's not true? I just don't understand.
Yeah, there's no mechanism to do that. And those people are just telling you that the government did something. They didn't provide you any evidence that the government did that. How do they know? How do they know where that money came from?
Okay. Chicago expects to spend less than $141 million to care for migrants in 2024. And
where did that money come? And where's that money coming from?
It's coming from taxpayers.
But where's that money coming from? Are you
so
sure?
Basically, if this border invasion,
is the federal government chipping in?
This is not. I'm not talking federal. I'm talking local. If this invasion, if illegal immigrants weren't easily able to cross, and for that governor in Texas did ship migrants to Denver, to Chicago, to New York, probably to other cities as well. And that's $141 million that could have been spent on whatever in Chicago is now going to deal with illegal migrants.
Texas literally gets money to handle this because they're a border state. I'm also in a border state. Our states get money to handle this problem, and Texas is like, nah, fuck that. We're gonna send people to states that don't get funding.
Yeah,
and fuck the whole thing up just to make it look bad. And then you know what they're gonna do? You know what Republicans decided to do after that? Not pass a fucking border bill. And so they're just gonna allow things to remain shitty until Trump is in office, because all they care about, all any of you actually care about, is Trump winning so you can be validated. You don't care about immigrants. You don't care about black people. What's Trump going to do for black people? Is he going to take the money that was being spent on immigrants and suddenly invest it in the black communities? What's his plan for that?
Well, I think that's a local thing.
He doesn't have one?
That's a city by city.
He doesn't have one.
I don't that's a local.
MAGA is literally the entirety of MAGA's ideology is just
do you agree that
there's
been a lot of immigrants that have come over that have murdered people.
Excuse me.
Like that's a fact. Lake and Riley.
Excuse me. Not in the middle of my sentence. Thank you. The entirety of MAGA's ideology is just to complain about shit and do catchphrases and say things like Lake and Riley, because you don't have real arguments. You just want to complain about things that are wrong.
And illegal immigrants
you don't recognize that this immigration problem could have been fixed a long time ago. Excuse me. You don't realize that this immigration problem could have been fixed a long time ago, but Republicans refuse to do anything about it. It's a bunch of do-nothing whiners. That's who the Republicans are. Just bitch and moan all day long. And when it comes time for action, they never show up. You may not know you're muted.
Speaking of action, guys, we're getting really close to 700,000 likes, and I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. If you're a Republican, hit that request button. Guys, let's keep sharing the live a few more times. Let's try to get to 1.2 thousand shares. That would be fantastic. And if you're a Republican, hit that request button. Please. Pretty please.
You're muted there, bud. I don't know if you know that.
Oh, by the way, I will drop him at 700,000 likes, or you know what to do. Let me know about it.
Maybe he can't figure out the mute button. I don't know.
That's a his problem, not a me problem. For I don't. But
oh, my bad. My apologies. I guess a new topic that I think is somewhat top of mind.
Can you address that last thing I said, though? Because I probably didn't hear you. When are Republicans going to do something about any of this and just stop complaining about things?
Are you talking about the border?
Yeah, why haven't Republicans passed a border bill?
I mean, I think it's a really hard position to be in, and I think America sees the ineffectiveness of the Biden and Harris policy on the border.
You're just speaking in catchphrases. My question was,
I mean,
why?
That's just a fact.
Question,
like for the
my
first
question,
3.5 years.
Shut up. My question, if you're not going to answer the questions, just bounce. But I'm tired of you avoiding every fucking question. Why?
Avoiding your questions.
Yes, avoiding it. So here it is again. Why won't Republicans pass a border bill?
Why did Kamala Harris and Biden neglect
Don't
the border
answer
for the
questions
first
with
3.5
questions.
years?
Answer the question. See, you just said what? I'm not answering, and now you're doing it again. You're
You're
not
answering
the
my
question.
questions either, dude. You're getting
I've
hostile with
answered
this
every
argument.
question you've asked. Now answer this one. Why won't Republicans
Dude,
pass
Trump's
a border bill?
border policy
Oh my
was
God,
to build
dude, are
a
you
wall.
this big of a coward? You really won't answer a fucking question?
I'm answering your question. You said why won't they address the border
pass
bill?
a border bill?
Okay, wasn't Trump's policy to create a border wall?
Why won't Republicans pass a fucking border
Well,
bill?
wasn't Trump's policy to
Why are you asking a
build a
question?
wall?
Why are you asking a question? Just answer the question, and then you can ask me one. If you don't know, say I don't know.
I mean, I think that in asking that question, I'm also answering your question. You're trying to make the argument that Kamala Harris.
You can follow up with whatever you want.
Dude, you're
answer the question first.
So,
please,
guys, all it's gonna take, one galaxy for RTP. I'm gonna make it happen for everybody. I promise. Go ahead, Naked.
I'm just gonna make it happen right now. I think that this has been somewhat of a
why won't Republicans pass a border bill? Answer the question, or we got to just hang up on you.
Why won't they pass a border bill?
You don't get like last words. Why won't they pass a bill?
They will pass a bill.
When?
When Trump wins.
Why won't they do it now?
Why did Kamala neglect the border for the first 3.5 years?
You fucking coward.
I answered your question.
Why won't they do it now?
I mean, dude, you can't. Do you think that Kamala Harris is strong?
Why? And now you're saying her name wrong again? Now you're saying her name wrong again on purpose. Why won't they pass the border bill?
Doing that on purpose, dude.
You absolute coward. Why won't they pass it?
Why won't they pass it? I literally said that they're going to pass it.
Why won't they pass it now? Why won't they? Why didn't they pass it any time in these last 4 years? Why didn't they work together with Democrats to pass a border bill?
Dude, I mean, you're so behind on this. Like,
you
literally,
answer
for
the
the
question
first 3.5 years.
Why did they not pass a border bill?
Why did they?
If they care, if the goal is to fix this problem, why are they not fixing the problem?
Dude, the problem got significally worse.
Why, if the goal?
Why did they neglect
the
border for the first 3.5 years? Dude, you're so soft.
You're a coward, man. You won't answer a single
but honestly,
question. And yeah, it's just embarrassing. All of you guys, get it together. Can't answer a single question, not one. It's crazy.
We the people. Huh. I think we may have a Kamala supporter on our hands here. Well, actually, it's been a while, so maybe he's not here. Jared Soup. Guys, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you guys. It means a lot. It really does.
Hello? How's it going, guys?
Let's get to 700,000 likes. Let's make that happen. Let's keep sharing. And let's spam the W's for RTP, because that's actually been, that was like the 6th debate in a row, which has actually been good, but at the same time, very revealing for the Republican Party.
So, do you guys have a specific stance?
On what?
What policies of Kamala's do you like, and I guess what are your values?
Yeah, I guess to start with what do I like? I like her policy on the tax credits and the tax breaks and the business breaks, specifically that
Who's paying for that though?
Brother, I didn't even
Who's
finish.
paying for that?
Jesus, the rich.
Well, who's paying for it?
The rich.
Let's know.
The
Let's
rich.
hear it.
The rich.
No, why would the rich pay for that? Because that's going to pass down to us.
That's how the plan works. If you cut
No,
taxes,
that's not.
Oh my God.
Works.
It's another one of these
It's
guys.
going to affect the whole economy. You don't understand. It's not just one group. It's going to affect everyone.
Mm-hmm. How?
Factual.
How?
What's next?
How? He just says factual.
Where do you
Just
think
says
poor
factual.
people get jobs from, right?
Well, I don't know
Huh?
when the middle class was at its biggest.
Maybe
right?
rich people, huh?
Are you gonna let me finish any sentences? Or are you just gonna talk over me every time I open my mouth? God damn! All you guys have a little self-control. When was the middle class what was the tax rate when the middle class in this country was at its strongest, Jared?
The exact same thing.
What was the tax rate, Jared, when the middle class was at its strongest? It was a top marginal tax rate. Any idea?
What tax rate are we talking about?
Any idea? Any idea?
What tax rate are we talking about? Income tax?
Yeah, income tax. Top marginal
Income tax was
rate.
far lower when Trump was in president.
It's the exact
far
same.
lower.
It's the exact same as when Trump was in president. But I'm asking about when the middle class was at its. Do you not know that we're under Trump's tax policy still?
No, we're not.
You're an idiot.
You find that on Google?
Wow.
Yeah, I did find it on Google. I did find it on Google. You're not equipped for this, bud. We'll go to the next person that has like half a brain. That's crazy. If you
That's
don't know
right,
that,
pussy.
like
Suck a
you don't even know our tax. Like when did we change the taxes? God damn. It was way lower under Trump. Exactly the same tax policy. Exactly the same. He's mad that I found it on Google. Everybody knows that the best information comes from Facebook memes, not Google.
What's up?
What's up, Chandler?
Not much.
It's on your mind.
Shoot, nothing much, honestly.
I think Kamala's the best out of the two choices.
All right. What do you want to talk about?
How much better Kamala Harris is than Trump.
I love that.
You love Kamala Harris too?
Yeah.
Oh, I love to hear it, man. Bro. Dude, I got something cool.
Wait, are you above the age of 18?
Yeah, I'm 19.
I could tell.
How?
You are on a need-to-know basis.
Huh?
What's up, man? What's on your mind? We're just looking for opposition. So if you're Team Kamala, which I kind of doubt because you said her name wrong, which is weird.
Kamala?
Kamala.
It's however you want to say it, really.
All right. Have a good night, man.
Hey, for real, I'm just kidding, bro. Dead ass. I'm a Republican.
Yeah, no shit. You guys all say her name wrong on purpose. Why won't you guys? Why won't you say her name right? Why won't you say her name right?
I don't care nothing about that bitch.
I'm just wondering why. Oh, all right. Well,
Yeah, I have a feeling after that we know what's gonna be.
There's the misogyny. I'm too dumb to have a conversation, so now I'm just gonna call names.
I'm pretty sure they would get a lot worse than that too. I'm pretty sure.
There's a reason the South did not rise again. It's probably a lot, mostly inbreeding, probably.
RTP, don't make them mad and don't talk about history because it really upsets them when they're wrong. They don't know much about it.
Hey.
Hello.
Hi.
You guys are voting for Kamala?
Kamala?
Oh, whatever her name is, yeah.
Say it right.
Kamala.
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 One more. Try again.
Kamala.
Have a good night, man.
You guys.
Guys, keep tapping, keep sharing. If you're Republican, hit that request button, please.
Sometimes on nights like tonight, I am more confident that the polls are wrong. Like, not everybody in the Republican Party is that dumb, and if they are, like, there's not enough dumb people for her to lose. There's not enough dumb people to vote for Trump. I just think there's not quite enough.
Yo, what's up?
There's
What's
a lot.
up?
Yeah. Yes, I am voting for Trump. I mean, I'm not going to pretend like I research every single policy and you know, every single thing there is to know about politics. I would argue that majority of voters, whether on the Democratic side, independent side, or Republican side, are not the most educated and can tell you everything that's good or bad about the candidate. But the main reasons I am voting for Trump is because I remember in basically 2020 getting completely shut down. The First Amendment, we were not allowed to say anything. One side was specifically getting censored.
I just want to make sure you understand Trump was president in 2020, right?
Yeah, so yeah, he was president, but the left were the ones pushing for this silencing and censorship. People were afraid to speak their mind. We couldn't talk about the vaccine.
Sure you can.
We couldn't talk. No, we couldn't.
It was against the law. It was against the law to talk about the vaccine.
You could potentially lose your job. You got censored, completely kicked off.
Can you lose your job if you use racial slurs?
Can you lose your job if you use racial slurs?
Yeah.
I mean, you'd probably be pressured to quit. You could be silenced.
You don't think your job can fire you for using racial slurs?
Well, they can fire you for whatever they want.
Okay, so private businesses can dictate what speech is allowed in their business. Is that right?
It just depends on the type of speech. Obviously, if you're going to be threatening people.
Oh, it does.
That's
okay,
a
so
form of
if you walk in, let's say I have a doctor's office, and you walk into the doctor's office, and you start telling my patients medical information that's wrong, can I have you removed?
If you're causing a problem, sure.
Yeah, and in this case, what you're doing is you're spreading misinformation, and it's my private business.
So you're saying
excuse me, let me finish. Excuse me, would you mind me finishing? Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So if you're in there spreading misinformation and you're causing people to follow your advice rather than my advice, and it's bad about, yeah, absolutely. I can say this is a private business. You have to leave. Now, if you're out on the sidewalk, the public sidewalk, and you're talking to patients who leave, and you're spreading that misinformation, I can't do anything about it. You can do that. It's nothing against the law. You're just not allowed to do that on my property or my place of business.
Well, I would argue social media is different than media. That's where we socialize. That's where we socialize. We have the ability to talk to people.
Is it privately owned?
What's that?
Is it privately owned?
Was it publicly traded?
Yeah, but is it privately owned?
That means it's not private because X
yes, it is.
is no longer publicly traded.
It's still
does the government
if the government doesn't own it, it's privately owned.
If it's on the stock market, it's publicly. A lot of people are invested.
Yes, and you can in the stock market, all the publicly traded companies in the stock market, they are allowed to have rules regarding speech in their place of business. All of those publicly traded companies could fire you if you were using racial slurs, or even if they decided they didn't want you spreading vaccine misinformation at work, they could fire you for that.
The problem is the vaccine misinformation that everybody claims about, the fact checkers were not proper fact checkers.
I don't think you know what it was.
If we look
what
at
wasn't well, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the misinformation that was out there. One of the big pieces of that we call misinformation is that ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine were good treatment options for COVID. Is that true?
I don't know if it's. I'm not a doctor. I don't know if
we now have multiple. We have multiple double-blind studies for both of them that say not only do they not treat COVID at all, but because they themselves have side effects, it's actually more dangerous to take it. So that was true. What was the vaccine misinformation?
So my argument.
What got censored where the doctors were right? You'd take Dr. Malone if you want. What information got censored that he was right about?
I don't even know who Dr. Malone is.
That was the Rogan guy. I took a guess.
What I'm trying to explain though is let's say your argument is correct that taking ivermectin and all these other things are misinformation and they're not good for COVID, right? Yep. My argument is you should still be allowed to say that.
You
right?
You are.
And you shouldn't be silenced for saying that. But let me give you an example. If I want to take this.
Should you be able to be silenced for any speech?
I let you finish.
I know. I'm just questioning. Is that for all speech or just for COVID speech?
Here's the deal. No. Obviously, if you're saying like physical harm to someone or unaliving someone, like
telling somebody to take hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin could potentially do physical harm to them.
Okay, but what I'm trying to say is you should be allowed to say whatever you want. It's my duty if I want to go take ivermectin. Okay, I heard about ivermectin. It might help with COVID, right? It's my duty to go research the drug before I take it, right? I shouldn't be silenced for saying that. I should have the ability to say that and not be taken off the platform.
You weren't silenced. You're just not allowed to say it in places of business that you don't own. You can't just go into somebody's business and do whatever the fuck you want. But you can say whatever. If you want to go stand on the street corner with a sign, nobody's going to stop you. That wasn't against the law.
No, you would have physical harm back then. If you don't remember the Summer of Love, if you did anything that said anything, people were afraid to even wear MAGA hats because they would get violently assaulted. There's plenty of cases showing that.
Yeah, there's plenty of cases showing MAGA people hurting people too. But
again, you're still
wait, hold on.
You're
still allowed to do it. It's still not against the law. If you're afraid to do something, that's fine. Like that's one thing, but it's still not against the law. You can still stand on the corner. You could go out right now and stand on the corner and talk about hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. Nobody can stop you. You're in a public space. But if you go into somebody else's place of business, then there are rules. And if you don't like those rules, you can go talk someplace else. Every one of you could have went to 4chan. A lot of you went to Truth Social. There were people created new spaces where you were allowed to push misinformation. The real question I have is why the fuck do you think you have a right to tell a publicly traded company or a private company that you're allowed to do whatever you want at their place of business? Why do you think you get to dictate that?
No, I'll explain. I'm not saying that my opinion matters more than anybody else's opinion. But there was also a lot of, on the other side, liberals, if you will, that never got censored. You can go on there and say,
what should they have been censored
Trump's
for?
Hitler. If you really believe Trump's Hitler,
was J.D.
I
Vance
think that's
that said
hateful. That's hateful rhetoric. And he apologized for that statement. He said, I was wrong after I did research on Donald Trump. So I take that back. He took ownership for that falsehood. Am I wrong?
You're allowed to openly criticize public officials. And that's part of First Amendment speech. In fact, there have been court rulings on this. So I can say whatever I want to Donald Trump on social media, whatever I want. You know what he isn't allowed to do?
You should not be silenced for that.
You know what he's not exactly, but you know what he's not allowed to do?
What?
Block me. He can't silence me because he works for me. But the social media platform could silence me if they want. If they have terms of service. For example, I'm on a backup account right now because earlier today I quoted Joe Rogan's cuss words and it got my account banned for a week. Now TikTok has every right to do that. They have every right to do that. But public figures, people who work for us, they're not allowed to censor our speech. The government isn't allowed to censor our speech. And the government didn't censor your speech during COVID.
Didn't Zuckerberg come out and say that they were pressured by the Biden administration to censor certain things, especially the Hunter laptop? So that is technically coming straight from the government. So that is
it wasn't. Wait,
actually
hold on.
coming straight from the government.
Real quick. Well, you can laugh at that, but
it's true. Am I lying? Is that fact
yes,
check me?
You're lying.
Okay. Why would Zuck say that?
How
You
I
got
know?
an email to show
You know
that.
how I know?
Yeah. Go ahead.
You know how I know? Because Joe Biden wasn't the president. When that Hunter Biden story was coming out, Joe Biden was just a citizen. However,
Why would Zuckerberg blame Biden?
However, when Donald Trump was president during that exact time, he pressured social media companies to take down information. In fact, demanded it. He's actually the only example we have of the government specifically saying take something down. There's only one example, and it was Trump. And he was mad because Chrissy Teigen called him a pussy ass bitch, and he demanded that it be taken down.
That's the thing you're talking about?
Yeah, but when Biden's attorneys were writing to Facebook and saying, "Hey, maybe don't put like my son's dick on the internet. Like there's laws against that. You can't just post somebody's nude photos on the internet." That wasn't government interference. That was private citizens saying, "That's my son's dick. You don't have permission to post that on the internet."
They didn't have to post the dick. Come on, buddy. There was a lot more on the laptop.
But that's what the Biden
than that.
administration objected to.
Jeez.
They objected to the pictures of Hunter Biden naked. That's what the objection was to.
You object to all these
government. That was a
naked
private
Trump
citizen.
murals?
What?
I don't see you complaining about any liberals complaining about all these people that have these blow up naked Trump murals where he's completely naked.
Yeah, that's not against the law. And if you do a naked blow up of Hunter Biden, that's also not against the law. But taking his private pictures and posting them on the internet is against the law.
Was that the only thing on the laptop?
No, that's the only thing the Bidens tried to get stopped.
So they could easily censor that one thing and reveal the rest.
Yeah, that's what the Biden administration asked for.
Okay. Well, the whole story you couldn't mention you mentioned anything about the Hunter laptop and you got censored. It wasn't
not true.
Listen.
It's untrue.
If what you're saying is true, right? Why would people get censored or completely banned off platforms by even bringing up the Hunter laptop story?
Nobody did. Find me one example of somebody.
People were not specifically
Give me
talking
one example
about
of that happening.
Private
that
parts.
never happened. That's a story that didn't happen. Nobody.
I shared a story back when it happened and got freaking banned.
Who got banned?
So that's a personal story for you.
Who got banned for bringing up Hunter Biden's laptop?
Anybody that shared the story, or even do you not remember?
Yeah, I remember seeing everybody talking about Hunter Biden's laptop. Literally everybody, and I was hosting lives during that time, and everybody coming on here talking about Hunter Biden's laptop. Nobody got censored for that.
You weren't tweeting about it or posting about it, so of course
it was on Twitter, and that was pre Elon Musk Twitter. Nobody got censored for that. That's a made up story that you're doing right now.
Holy smokes! I have a personal story. I shared a story back when it was going on and immediately got banned. You couldn't talk about COVID.
You're banned?
You couldn't talk about vaccines. You couldn't. No, not now. I said I got temporarily banned on Facebook.
For what? What'd you share?
For sharing a story about Hunter's laptop story.
What did the story say?
It was just talking about all the allegations that were potentially on there. And I didn't even remember it was about him doing drugs and strippers.
Oh.
Yeah, there was more than just naked pictures. Nobody even cares about being naked.
And who censored you?
Facebook did. Took me out. I couldn't post for a week.
You got censored by Facebook on a story. By the way, I don't believe you. I think you're lying.
Hey, that's fine. You don't have to.
Well, because
I'm giving you a personal experience.
I saw that story every day on every social media outlet. You're like, what are you, the only person who got censored?
Why? Okay, so are you saying I'm the only one that's claiming that they got censored? Have you not been hearing that people have been censored about that? Is this the first time you've heard this?
I think you're lying.
Let me ask you: is this the first time you've heard this argument?
No.
Okay, so then I must not be the only one.
No, it's the first time I've heard anybody say they got banned for that. But I do think you're lying. I don't think that happened.
Okay. Well, you can. I mean, I don't know how I could prove that. I really don't because I'm not. It wasn't a.
It would be easy. What social media platform was it?
It was Facebook.
Okay. Well, then you should have a history of being banned. Facebook gave you a 1 week ban.
It was a temporary ban.
How long was it?
Sharing false information.
How long was it?
It was about a week.
How'd you find out about it?
Because I couldn't post on Facebook.
And then what happened?
There was a strike against the account, and it said that I was false, or not falsely. It said I was sharing misinformation.
And what was the misinformation that you? And what was the misinformation that you shared?
That's the question. I don't know what it was because the Hunter laptop story was true. It was true.
Maybe you should have looked into that. What Hunter Biden laptop story was true?
The Hunter Biden laptop that the FBI or the government had for over whatever amount of time, and it was supposed to be the October surprise for the Republicans. And
what was that story?
Did you not also hear that 1 out of 3 voters
what was that
changed
story?
their vote?
What was that story?
It was a story sharing the facts of what was on that laptop, which are the drugs, the strippers.
And what did the letter say?
And also the fact that there was government information on there.
And what did the letter say?
It wasn't secure.
What did the letter say?
What do you mean the letter?
The 51 intelligence agents, they wrote a letter to the social media. There was an open letter specifically directed at social media companies. This story was suppressed.
And they said it was Russian misinformation. It wasn't legit.
Excuse me. This story was censored for 20. Yeah. What did that letter say?
Didn't it say? I don't know what exactly it said, but didn't at the time.
I'll tell you. Do you want me to tell you what it said?
Well, let me give my response and tell me if I'm wrong.
You don't know what it said.
Let me give my response. Tell me if I'm wrong.
You already did. I asked
you. Don't want me to give my response. No, you don't
no.
want me to give my response because I'm right. Because at the time they thought it was Russian. At the time they thought it was Russian misinformation, but they knew it wasn't the whole entire time.
Wait, are you sure that's what the letter said?
That's my interpretation. That's what I believe it says.
Oh, well, would you be surprised to know that that's not what the letter says?
I mean, what does it say?
The letter says that there is a story that is coming out in the next couple of days, and it has all the hallmarks of Russian disinformation.
Okay.
Because it was being... Let me finish.
Didn't I just say that?
No, that's not what you said. And if you listen closely, you figure...
That's what I
bro. It said it has all the hallmarks of Russian misinformation. And they said there's only one source. You should get a different source. And they went out of their way to say, we don't know if the information being released is true or not.
Okay. So why did Zuckerberg come out on Congress and say he was pressured by the Biden administration not to share that story and other stories?
He didn't.
Okay, so he lied then under
No, he
oath.
didn't say that. You're now assigning a quote to Zuckerberg that he didn't say.
Okay, what did he say then?
Well, I thought you knew.
No, you're saying I'm lying. So what did he say?
Yeah, because this letter came out. It came out in October of 2020. Biden wasn't the president. So how could the government pressure him? How could the Biden government pressure him when Biden wasn't in government? How does that work?
Not specifically talking about the Biden laptop. That wasn't that story.
That's literally
wasn't,
what we're talking about. We're literally talking about Hunter Biden's laptop right now, and we're talking about the agents that you claim said that the laptop was fake. And I just read to you that they said it has all the hallmarks, and we don't actually know if this story is real or not.
Okay, well, if we go back to my original point, I was talking about how you couldn't share pretty much any.
All right, hang on one sec. Jen, are you here? I need a moderator. Jen? Let's see if she's here. Yes. Okay, Jen, perfect. I'm gonna step out real quick. I gotta run to the store. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. So please, you have the con. Do you concur? Just for 10 minutes, please. Appreciate you. Guys, keep hitting that like button. Keep sharing the live. I'll be right back. And if you're a Republican, hit that request button. Jen, you have the con.
You're muted there, dude.
My overall points for talking about this, obviously Biden's administration wasn't in office when the Hunter laptop story came out. What I'm talking about is just the overall censorship of conservatives and how if any sort of misinformation to the left or the so-called fact checkers thought
what
that
have we been wrong about? Maybe you guys are just wrong.
No, a
Think
lot
about
of people
that.
think the vaccine is safe, and there's a lot of evidence coming out
There's
that
no
it's not
data.
so safe.
There's no data that says you're better off being unvaccinated. None.
There's a lot of people that have claimed that they're actually having heart problems, athletes dying suddenly, and a lot of what is it from 2020? Hold on, it was 2020 when they first started giving the vaccine. Overall fatalities has gone up tremendously.
2021.
The overall death rate.
Yeah.
Cancer rates are through the roof.
Yeah.
And the only thing that technically changed was the vaccine on a large scale. People say, people might have been drinking more. People might be doing drugs.
That's fucking crazy. That's one of the. That's honestly the dumbest thing you've said so far. You know what changed? The whole fucking world had COVID. Do you know what causes myocarditis at a much higher rate than the COVID vaccine? COVID. You know what has contributed to a higher rate of people losing their lives than the COVID vaccine? COVID. It is far more deadly. Yes, there are side effects to the vaccine. There are side effects to all vaccines, but those side effects are rare and they are less significant than if you were to get COVID. For example, before the vaccine, I got COVID. I was hospitalized twice with myocarditis. And we know now, looking at the data, that you are far more safe if you are vaccinated when it comes to myocarditis than if you are not vaccinated.
Well, I'm sorry to hear you were hospitalized by that.
That's
I had
all right.
COVID as well. I lost my sense of smell and taste for 2 years.
Yeah.
So I'm not one of those people that say
ex.
I'm not one of those people that say that COVID was a nothing burger because I experienced it. It definitely was a lot worse than the flu. But I think we can both agree that you can get side effects long term from COVID. I'm not disputing that, but also from the vaccine. So the virus in general.
That's mostly unproven. That data has yet to be seen. But we do know the data, and you can compare vaccinated individuals versus non-vaccinated individuals in literally every age group. And in every age group, now we've got 3 years of data on this. In every age group, you are better off. Not only your risk of being hospitalized, your risk of getting myocarditis, your risk of having severe symptoms, your risk of even having mild symptoms. All of those outcomes are better when vaccinated.
I've also seen data that states people that have been vaccinated multiple times continue to keep getting sick from COVID a lot more than people that develop natural immunity.
There's data that's not data. That's a story. There's no data that says if you're vaccinated, you're more likely to get COVID. But there are stories, there are anecdotes of people who, and by the way, like I've gotten sick a lot more since COVID because COVID decimates your immune system. And it also weakened my lungs because I had myocarditis twice. Both my heart and my lungs were weakened from COVID. That's something I'll probably deal with the rest of my life. But there is absolutely no data that says that if you get vaccinated, statistically, you're worse off than if you're not vaccinated.
Well, I think that the data is still relatively new because it's, again, only been 4 years from when this came out. I think
every year it becomes more and more conclusive that the vaccine is overwhelmingly safe and that you're better off being vaccinated. Every year we get millions of more data points, and every year those data points confirm what we were saying all along, is that you should trust science. You should trust the scientific process.
There wasn't any science behind this vaccine.
There was science behind this vaccine.
We can thank Trump, by the way, for the quick vaccine. We can, but
you can thank him for approving something. Yeah, he didn't do it. We should probably be thanking the doctors and the scientists who did the real work and not give credit to some fucking dude.
He was the
who,
one
by the
that
way,
allowed it to be sped up. If it was
so
a traditional,
did Congress. Everybody agreed with that. I'm not going to give a ton. I'm glad he signed it.
Happened under his presidency. Can we give some credit?
It's one of the best things he did as president. But it is ironic that the people like Donald Trump is the one that sped the vaccine through, and yet his people are the ones that are least likely to be vaccinated.
Well, here's the crazy part about this.
You don't trust science?
I am. No. Here's the crazy thing about this. I am very for the vaccine.
I trust Aaron Rodgers.
No. Listen, I think it's great. I think it's awesome. What I don't agree with is forcing people to take it without for sure knowing. Right? We didn't. Obviously, it was so brand new.
Forced?
The COVID. If you worked in the medical industry, you had to.
Who got forced?
Everybody that worked in the medical industry.
Sure, there's already vaccine requirements in the
Now
medical
you don't
industry.
have to have the vaccine. In my local area, I live in Idaho. You don't like. I think they just recently discontinued it. Where
your state's also full of psychos. You're run by dumb white nationalists.
You
who
have
don't believe in
literally.
science.
Is that why Meridian, Idaho, is like the top 2 places to move to in the country year after year? Because it's full of psychos.
It's one of the top 2 places.
That's interesting.
It's one of the top 2 places. Yeah, I have family in Meridian. It's one of the top.
Why?
2
Why
places
would that
to-
be on
to
a
move.
top place to move in magazines all over?
You want me to explain it, or you want to just keep talking about it?
Go ahead.
Yeah, because they lowered taxes.
Okay, so you're saying majority of people want lower taxes.
Correct.
Okay. And also 70% of the country say we're on the wrong track right now, which is interesting.
Correct.
So
Correct. But guess
why
what?
would that be?
70%. But guess what? 70% of the country doesn't agree on.
What's
that?
that?
Donald Trump is the right way to fix it. In fact,
Okay,
when
is
you
that
look,
why-
when you actually look at polling and you aggregate the polling and break it down by whether it be like, do people think we're headed in the right direction economically, socially, militarily? Kamala Harris comes out on top in almost every category. It's roughly
Versus
tied
Trump?
on the It's roughly tied on the economy. Yeah.
Let me see those references, please, because I've seen the complete opposite. I'm not saying you're lying.
I was just looking at the YouGov data today.
Can you give me some links right now? Because I've been seeing completely
you can go to
opposite.
RCP. Yeah, you can go to RCP. You can pull up their polling, and you click on the poll. So the one I was looking at before I jumped on was YouGov. Click on the YouGov poll, and then it'll give you the methodology, and you can look at the individual questions asked, and you can see that Harris comes out on top on it's not a big majority, but like 55 to 60% of the time, most Americans trust her, and she's really closed the gap when it comes to economics. With Biden and Trump, there was a really wide gap, but she's reduced that gap. It's almost 50-50 now. So even if 70% of America thinks we're headed in the wrong direction, that doesn't mean therefore Trump is the answer, or therefore people will vote for Trump.
Well, I think I mean, I'll take a look at your source, but I would also say that the only polls that I've seen are that VP Harris is up on are abortion. That's what she's leading in.
Well, I don't know what you're looking
That's
at.
why Trump's winning the Spanish vote higher than ever before. That's why he's gonna.
How do you have a minority of the Hispanic vote and then say you're winning it?
He's winning Hispanics more than pretty much any Republican since Ronald Reagan.
Okay, so he's not winning.
He's
He's just
black
doing
vote.
better than some other Republicans did.
Yes, when you have a demographic group
That's
that
not
votes
winning.
the other way, 90%, like
That's not winning.
He's winning compared to every other Republican. I'm saying, not against Harris.
No, I think Bush got a higher percentage of the Hispanic vote. I can check, but
And obviously, Trump has a ton of steam going on. That's why the early vote
Does
is
he?
going crazy. Yeah, the Republicans are winning in Arizona, surprisingly Nevada early
maybe.
vote.
Well, but let me ask you a question, because I live in Arizona, and explain this to me. Carrie Lake is running for Senate, right?
Okay.
She's on the same ticket as Trump. The exact same people are going to vote for her that are going to vote for Trump. Like the exact same electorate, right?
Not
Everybody
always.
that's voting in Arizona. No, hold on. Everybody that's voting in Arizona has the opportunity to vote for both Trump and Carrie Lake, right?
Okay.
Carrie Lake's down to Ruben Gallego like 7 to 8 points. Trump's up 3 to 4 points. Do we really think do you think that there are a bunch of Democrats, like 12% of Democrats, who are going to vote for Ruben Gallego and then vote for Trump?
I would say possibly, because if we take that same logic and we go to North Carolina, would you say that the governor of North Carolina and Trump are going to pair about the same, or would you say that's not true?
The governor's gonna underperform, and I think Carrie Lake should underperform too. But my question is that spread. My question is the spread, not that, because Carrie Lake underperformed Trump last time too, but not by much. Not by like 12%.
Okay. Well, I just voted early here in Idaho, and I didn't fill out all the down ballot votes like people think. I voted for Trump. That was my main reason for going to vote. The people that I didn't know, I didn't vote for. So, you know, I can't.
First of all, you should be more educated. That's crazy. The fuck are you doing voting and not knowing who you're voting for?
I'm voting for
Donald Trump will have
people
virtually
that I
no
like.
effect on you. You live in a deeply red state. Donald Trump will have virtually no effect on any of you. Red state.
Whoops.
Donald Trump will have virtually no
Can you
effect
guys
on
hear
any
me?
of you.
Hello?
Red. Welcome back, Jeffrey.
He was echoing.
I need to go refill my drink anyways, so I'll be right back.
Perfect. I have the perfect recommendation if you were to be on TikTok debating for a long time and having excellent discussions. I think the perfect drink for RTP right now would have to be both a seltzer but a light lemonade with a little bit of sugar. And I say this because that would be a crispy drink with just a little bit of ice though. And that would be the perfect recommendation for the perfect drink as to refresh you. And for me, if we're talking about refreshing, that would be a lemonade. Mixed, but we have to take into account the season as well. And we're getting into winter. So, you don't want anything too cold or too refreshing. But, after debating so many Republicans, and I gotta say this, every single person that's come up tonight, it's been a really good debate. Like, eggnog is a good option, but if I was to recommend the perfect drink, it wouldn't be eggnog. Although, if my recommendation if it were to be an eggnog, I would say this. The perfect time for that would have to be after Kamala Harris wins the election, coming soon. Then you take the eggnog and it's spiked. But not in the way that you think. Because, and hear me out here. Hear me out. Harris is hot. She's pretty hot, I gotta say. That would be the perfect eggnog. Only if it was non-dairy milk that was in the eggnog. And for me, that would be a good recommendation for a mid-Christmas eggnog. But hear me out. It has to be, this eggnog, to be fair, has to be warmed up, but it cannot be too hot. Because if you've ever burned your tongue before, that would make the eggnog not quite as well. Therefore, this would have to be the most medium, most delightful eggnog you have ever had, and that would be my recommendation for the mid-Christmas eggnog. Guys, keep hitting that like button. If you're Republican, hit that request button.
Are you giving an eggnog recipe? Is that what I missed?
No, I was giving my recommendation for the best type of eggnog at a certain time. You said drink, and it just spiraled from there. It was the, it doesn't take long for me in the chat to just go haywire without you. Guys, keep hitting that like button. Keep sharing the live, guys. Let's get to 800,000 likes modestly. And honestly, we've done a lot of work tonight, and for that, I thank you.
Hello. Hello. Oh, it's RC. Hey, what's up, dude?
Hi. So yeah, still voting for Trump because he's obviously the better candidate. You know, your candidate wants to force companies to hire convicts. It's interesting.
Sorry about that.
Did you know about that? That Kamala wants to hire convicts and
I
force
didn't know about
companies
that.
through Congress. And it's interesting that's
What's
her
that?
promise to
How
help
would I
black men in
how would
this
I
country.
find that? How would I find
On
that?
her website, on her policy
Okay, so if I go
statement
to
on how she's going to help.
kamalaharris.com and I go
Yep.
to issues.
And then you go to the policy statement of how she's going to help black men in this country.
Let's see.
She released it
Do you
like
know
a
what
week ago
number
or so.
by the chance? Do you know what number that is by chance, or
What do you mean? What number?
on her website it's numbered?
Well, I don't know where on the website, but if you type in
Okay.
Kamala Harris, black men policy, you'll see the link to her website.
Okay, I'll try and search it that way. Let's see. You want me to search Kamala Harris black men policy?
Policy, yeah, and then it'll come out.
Sure, let's see.
And it's one of the like 17
the opportunity
promises.
agenda for black men.
Yes, exactly. Okay. That's it.
Provides 1 million loans that are fully forgivable to black entrepreneurs and others to start a business, championing education, training, and mentorship programs that help black men get good paying jobs, supporting a regulatory framework for cryptocurrency and other digital assets, launching a national health equity initiative that addresses sickle cell, diabetes, mental health, prostate cancer, and other health challenges, legalizing recreational marijuana and creating opportunities for black Americans to succeed in this new industry. So it's not in that section.
Well, if you want to speed it up, just go to find in page, type in convict. It'll be the second one that comes up. There will be 2 times on that page it reads convict. And then you'll see there how she's going to work with Congress to force private companies to hire former convicts.
So the first one that pulls
yeah.
up says President Harris knows that black men are disproportionately shut out of the job market based on their criminal records and credit scores. VP Harris believes that employers should consider a job candidate's qualifications first without the stigma of a conviction or arrest record. That's why she worked with Congress to require businesses to limit the use of unnecessary criminal arrest histories, convictions, and credit scores in their employment decisions. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of that.
She's going to require companies to hire former convicts regardless of
No, that's not
merit.
what it says.
That's what it says. It's going to require.
No, it says require employers to consider a job candidate's qualifications first.
No, you require. First of all, you're not requiring the business to make decisions based on how you want. Yeah, but that's a bad idea. I understand that you're reading what it says, but that's a bad idea. Why are you going to force companies to hire? Because companies, the employers, can hire someone based off how they decide they want to hire.
No, it just says that they have to limit the use of unnecessary criminal arrest
Who wants to hire a former convict?
You're voting for one. You're trying to hire one to run the fucking country.
Yeah. And what law did he break? What law did he break?
It's fine if they're running the country,
yeah, what law did he
but
break?
If they want to get a job at Subway, it's a fucking
I don't
problem.
want to hire. Yeah, I don't want to hire a black dude.
You just want him to be the most powerful person in the world.
So what law did Trump break?
He broke criminal statutes in New York regarding falsifying business records, business records in furtherance of another crime.
What criminal statutes did he break?
You can look it up.
That's just you're going to just speak in vague terms. You're saying he's a criminal.
Are you saying he wasn't?
For example,
are you saying he wasn't?
And I can tell you what he did. Oh,
Wait, are you saying he wasn't convicted?
Yeah, he was convicted in that Democrat.
Then what are we arguing about? He's a convicted felon.
Yeah, but what law did he break? Since you're calling him a convicted
I just explained
felon.
it to you.
You spoke in vague terms that he broke some vague
business record. Yes, there were 35 different business entries that were falsified business entries in furtherance of covering up another crime, and that's why those misdemeanors became felonies, because it was in furtherance of another crime.
So he just fooled 35 banks to get loans?
That's wrong case, buddy. You're mixing up cases.
You're saying that he falsified business records.
The bank ones was the civil fraud case.
So what business records did he falsify?
The ones where he talked about paying the records of paying Michael Cohen.
Oh, you mean for the porn star that admitted that she never had sex with him?
Yeah, that's the felony trial. Yep.
Oh, I see. So then they convinced her to lie again that he did have sex with her. Oh, I see. That's the one.
That's what I would tell myself too.
Yeah. Will you admit that George Floyd was like a convict and you guys burned down cities for him?
Generally speaking, what people usually do is they usually admit to a crime first and then they change their story later. Like every criminal in the history of the world, when they get caught, they're like, I didn't do that. And then when the evidence comes out, they're like, all right, fuck, I did it. That's what happened to Cohen. That's what happened to Stormy Daniels. They lied about Stormy Daniels said it didn't happen. Stormy Daniels said it didn't happen when she was under the rules of an NDA and she wanted to make sure that she got payment. But then once that was over, she decided like, yeah, I don't fucking care. I think people deserve to know this. And then she told the truth.
Oh, she just happened to tell the truth when it was convenient for her
then why'd he pay her?
Career.
Then why'd he pay her?
I don't know. I mean, why? Maybe I don't have no idea why he paid her, but to assume
just for the hell of it, you just paid her for the hell of it.
But you're assuming. Yeah.
And then why'd he hide it? Why did he hide the transaction? Why did
How many people has he paid? Does he have to tell?
Why did he create fake business records?
Does he
Why do you
have to
create
admit
fake
every?
business
So can
records?
I?
Excuse me, RC. That's the middle of my question.
Can I?
Why?
Is that
When
how
I'm
this
done
is?
with the question, you're welcome to answer.
You
Just
already
wait till
asked
the
me
end.
another question.
Why
You
did
said,
why
why
did
did
they
he pay her?
falsify business records then? Why'd they hide it?
What business records did he falsify?
The repayment of Michael Cohen.
You know how many lawyers that Trump has? How do you know that some lawyer didn't just draft up
Because
some
that
crap
lawyer went to
document?
jail for
You're
that.
putting,
Because
you're
that
pinning all
lawyer
the.
went to jail for
Yeah,
that
because
exact
that lawyer's a
crime.
criminal.
Because that jail went to
Because that lawyer's a criminal.
He went to jail for
Yes.
this exact crime that he did with Trump.
Yeah.
And Trump was listed as unindicted
Yeah.
co-conspirator #1. And the reason that Cohen went to jail and Trump wasn't prosecuted at that time was because he was the sitting president. And you can't prosecute a sitting president. You have to wait till they leave office. So Michael Cohen went to jail for this crime. And then Donald Trump got charged with it after he left office, because that's how our country works.
He got charged with the same crime?
Part of the same crime. There were other crimes.
Oh, that's interesting. So why didn't they put Trump in jail?
I feel like I just
If it was the same crime.
I just explained it. Do I need to explain it
No,
again?
no, it seems contradictory. They've put Cohen in jail, and you're saying that they couldn't charge Trump when he was president,
Correct.
but they've now had 4 years after he was president. Why didn't they put him in jail?
Because
if it was the same crime.
his sentencing keeps getting pushed back.
Oh, that's a nice excuse. That's cute.
Do you know how sentencing works?
Obviously, it's not the same crime. Obviously, Cohen
No,
was found
not
guilty of
entirely the
something.
same crime, but part of the crime is the
Okay.
same.
But you're saying they were charged with the same thing.
They were.
So, but you just said it wasn't the same crime.
It was the same crime, but Cohen also got charged with other crimes.
I see.
God damn, dude. Have you read anything ever? Like, this is crazy that we're arguing
No,
about
never.
this at this point. Like, I don't know why you don't know this. You didn't know
I
what
can go
case
to other
we were
points that I
talking about.
disagree.
It
I
seems
can
to
go to
me
other
like no
points
matter
that I
what, you'll
disagree.
just disagree with what I say. I know that I get under your skin. I know I frustrate you. But for the love
can
of
go to
God,
other
could you,
points.
for the love of God, could you just read something one time so that when we
Yeah.
have a debate, we're not spending half the debate talking about things that everybody knows fucking happened, and you're trying to figure out a way that they didn't happen?
I have other points that I disagree with Kamala Harris.
Great. Great.
Yeah.
But one of them is that she is forcing people to hire felons. You're voting for a felon. And by the way, hers isn't even forcing people to hire them. It's the same as like the Rooney Rule in the NFL. They're saying you need to consider somebody's qualifications first. And then if they have a felony conviction or something that you don't want, then yeah, you don't have to hire them. Did he run? I don't know. I don't know who kicked you. Nobody's even here. I don't think he got kicked. Nobody's here to kick you. Did you kick him?
I did.
Oh, okay. I didn't see you there. I'm like, I don't know how that happened.
He's just trying to like Philbro you. It's so lame. So unoriginal.
It's not even that with RC. RC has a problem where he just can't be wrong. And he has a problem with me, and I get that. I trigger insecure conservative men. And so he'll just argue anything. Even stuff that everybody knows is true. Like, everybody knows that this is true. And he's trying to figure out a way to argue it.
I know asking what the targets were is like a two-month-old debate. Like, that's in the past. Like, we've already discussed that. So
RC, we're wondering why you can't debate either, by the way. We were asking the same question.
I do have a recommendation for that, but for another time. So, Salient. Guys, keep hitting that like button. Let's get to 800,000 likes. 1.23 thousand shares. I'm done asking. And I appreciate everybody, and thank you so much for coming. It's been a good night of debates. I have to say, well, until RC got here, then it was like cringe. No, I'm just kidding. RC, you're okay. Or are you? Maybe not. Who knows? Lima.
How are you, Mr. Rational?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing well. RTP, how are you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing well. Listen, I'm pro Harris all the way. I watched a little bit of your show, and I just wanted to make a statement. as an immigrant to this country, and also as a veteran, but mostly for the immigrant community. I do not understand. I saw that young lady that claimed she was a lawyer or something like that with a heavy accent that I know she was Hispanic and she was voting for Trump. It is the most amazing thing. And what I tell my community or the people that I surround myself is there's always an exception to the rule. Unfortunately, we have people that are ignorant or just plain out idiots. You find that everywhere. So I want to let you guys know that the majority of us are for a stable government, a democracy. And those people that you have on the panel that support Trump, the Hispanics, in no way represent our community because we understand that we left a horrible life to come here to seek the American dream. I'm following you guys. You guys are the best. The information that you guys give is accurate. I love your channel. Thank you very much for everything you guys are doing.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
Have a great night, my friend. Appreciate you. And the night is a little bit better because of you, and I have to let you know that.
Thank you very much, brother, and I will follow you and support you guys. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Have a good night.
Elsie?
All right, so who's next?
Looks like you.
Okay, so am I the next debate?
It appears so, yeah. Welcome.
Okay, thanks for having me. I do appreciate it. I would like to reach across the aisle and just have some dialogue. I know we're a little bit late in the game to change anyone's mind on anything, but if what I could do is just try to clear up some misconceptions or misunderstandings, at least that would be good.
You have low bars. Hang on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Perfect. We don't have much time. We've been here for a long time. I can hear you perfectly.
Oh. Okay, yeah. Well, real quick, I guess my goal would be not to change anyone's mind, but just to try to figure out where you guys are coming from a little bit and maybe clear up some misunderstandings some people may have about Trump supporters. If hopefully I could do that, that would be good.
I don't know that I have a lot of misunderstandings about Trump supporters. I have I mean, I think that I have real problems just with Trump, and I think that in order to vote for him, you have to defend or at least be okay with some pretty remarkably bad behavior, and frankly, insane lies. Like I've never seen so many people like openly just love being lied to.
Okay, and I understand your perspective. Again, I'm not here to change your perspective. I'm curious as to why you would think that, and if
because he lies about everything.
Clear up. Well, I mean, from our perspective, we see the same thing from Kamala. Well, almost nothing she says is true from our perspective. But that's
yeah,
okay.
but like I could back it up, and you couldn't.
Yes, sir, I could. But anyway,
okay. Did Trump win the 2020 election?
Well, that is one issue we could go into. It would be hard to discuss because we have reams and reams of documentation and proof that there was possible cheating in that
Proof
election.
of what?
That I can't.
Proof of what?
Well, for example, the drop boxes in Georgia, they have GPS data and cell phone data and cameras of them stuffing ballots into the drop boxes later.
Is it illegal to deliver more than one ballot in Georgia?
It is.
It is?
But that's a whole separate issue I would like
Wait, it is? You can't deliver more than one ballot in Georgia?
It is illegal in some states. Ballot harvesting is illegal in some states. I'm not saying the ballot harvesting is necessarily illegal, but for them to establish a pattern of stuffing the ballot box like that is obviously cheating. I mean, any reasonable person.
Why is that obviously cheating? I have two questions. One, why is it obviously cheating? And two, how do you know what they were putting in the ballot boxes? Because the video I saw, it seems like you're referring to 10,000 mules. And the boxes that they were using in that, the things that they said were ballot boxes, most of those were just like postal boxes. And the data that they're talking about, the data is within like a mile, and it's just showing people that drove past that. And some people drove past ballot box stations multiple times a day. It didn't prove anything.
Well, again, that is a whole separate debate we could have, and you know, once I had all that in front of me, I could.
Okay, well, why? Let me
intelligently
just ask you this then:
receive what you're
why
saying.
did not a single court hear it?
Well, that is a whole nother issue. It doesn't matter. See, even when Al Gore went to the court system for help, they couldn't help him that much. There's just not that much help in terms of redoing elections legally. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter if it's Democrat or Republican.
Yeah, but there was like I live in a state where we've now spent millions of dollars dealing with Donald Trump's and Kari Lake's lies about the election. They have found zero evidence that the election was stolen. In fact, most of the impropriety was Republicans in this state. Maricopa County election problems have mostly been on the Republican Party. We've had to spend millions of dollars.
There's tons and tons of.
Would you mind? I haven't, sir. I haven't cut you off one time.
I let you speak.
I haven't. You just cut me off, sir. Sir, you just cut me off. You didn't let me speak. You started speaking while I was speaking. There have been zero courts in this state that have ruled that the Republican that there was any outcome determinative fraud. In fact, they have found that it was mostly Republicans. And by the way, it's also cost us millions of dollars. And in every case, when frivolous lawsuits were brought forth, Republicans had to pay. You know what's mostly happened with election fraud is a bunch of Republicans went to jail, and a bunch of other Republicans had to pay massive fines for lying. That's so far what we found out about the stolen election. Now you can go. You're muted, though.
You are muted, sir. You do have to unmute yourself, though, to be fair.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. I just don't want to get too sidetracked on that one issue. I realize we have a disagreement on that and may have proof on both sides. But what I'm trying to do is maybe refute some of all of the hate and the misunderstanding that we're getting from you guys that I just feel is unwarranted. You know, all the accusations that we
like what?
hate. Well, the main is racism. That's the one that offends me because, I mean, I used to be a Democrat and everything like that. I'm the most anti-racist person you've ever met.
So Trump's rally in Madison Square Garden, that didn't raise some concerns?
Other than the comic that made some jokes that were just not in poor taste and were not funny, no, not one thing was at all racist about that rally.
There weren't any other racist comments that were made there?
I did not watch every
What about what Rudy Giuliani said?
What about what Rudy Giuliani? See,
do you know what
my problem with the Democrats is you guys take everything and make it about race. So we're not racist. We don't hate anybody. And
first of all,
colors at our rallies.
You
so
are.
How can we be racist?
Donald Trump is racist.
No, he isn't.
He's not.
That's absolutely untrue.
Okay. Well, he's got a long history. He's got a long history of. He's got a long history of
all the awards.
Are you gonna talk over me the whole time? What's your plan?
No, that's what you're doing. You're not.
No.
Talk.
I was talking.
No,
he has a long history. He has a long accusations and then not letting me talk. Jesus fuck, man.
He has a long. Me when I'm trying to answer your question.
Oh my God! You asked me a question, dummy.
I didn't.
You just said.
I said I'm trying to at least help you guys see we are not racist. We don't have anything against.
I disagree with that. I left your party because it's specifically because it's racist. And I bet I have a lot more experience in your party than you do. And I bet I have a lot more experience with Republicans across this country than you do. I campaigned across the country, and I can tell you that
there isn't some good old boy
Are you
out
doing
in the
it
country
again?
somewhere
Are
who's
you
not
doing it
racist?
again?
No, I'm not
Are
gonna
you
say there
just
isn't.
talking in the middle of my sentence again?
I am trying to
get it
answer
together,
your
man.
question.
Have a little bit of self-control. Wait till the end of a sentence, and then it's your turn. I have a problem with.
But you keep talking. You stop, and then when I try to talk, you say I'm interrupting you.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Well, what I'm trying to say is, there may be a tiny sliver of some kind of people in the Republican Party somewhere who are racist, but that does not comprise 99.9% of the modern
I don't
Republican
care. I
Party.
think Donald Trump's racist. I don't know what you guys. I don't know what you are.
No, what one way ever said or did anything bad against anyone's race.
He hasn't.
So where are you coming
Okay,
up
so
with
when
that?
his company got sued for refusing to rent to black people, what was that
Well,
based on?
Anybody can sue anybody for anything in America. That's
He lost.
the country we
He
live in.
lost.
So what? Someone
He
sued
lost.
someone for something. Does
He
that
lost. He
so
lost.
What?
Oh,
That
so
doesn't mean anything.
Why
That's
did he
just a court
lose?
case. What did he do?
He
Never said or
refused to
done
rent to
anything against
he
anybody for
refused
anyone's
to
race.
rent to black people.
That's not true. He has just as many. I'll tell you the story about how
It's
he let a
100%.
black woman stay for free.
What do you mean it's not true that he didn't? He refused to rent to black people. That's true.
That isn't true. That's just an accusation that some court
It's
found.
an
It doesn't mean
accusation
it's
that went to
true.
court and he lost.
In New York, where everything is Democrat judges that
he
are
wasn't,
against him.
brother. He was a Democrat at the time.
Well, I understand, but you're talking about anyone can
problem-
sue anyone for
here's the real-
discrimination, and that
here's
doesn't
the real
make them
problem
racist. That's
The
ridiculous.
real problem that we have here is no matter what anybody says about Donald Trump, you guys will just say it's untrue or you'll justify it. When you say, like, I just want you guys to understand us, I understand that no matter what we say, no matter what is brought out about Donald Trump, no matter what is true about him, you will say that everything is rigged. The only time he gets in trouble is because of Democrats. This is a person who's been in trouble with the law his entire career.
No, what I'm
This is
saying-
a person who's been running scams
Nothing he's
his
ever done. In
entire
fact, he's
career.
well received by the black community. How can he be racist? He's never done anything hateful against black people.
Yeah, I disagree with you.
He flew Nelson Mandela over. He was very good friends with the black business
You can be
community.
nice to black people
He
and still
met
be
with,
racist.
a lot of black business leaders.
You can do all those things and still be racist.
Okay, so, but he's never said or done, even if he held that view privately, he's never said or done anything like that. So what difference does it make? We're in America.
He wrote an op-ed. He spent his own money to write an op-ed saying that we should give the death penalty to 5 innocent black kids in New York. Now, you can say maybe that wasn't race related, but there were a lot of murders in New York while Trump lived there. How come this is the only one that he put out a full page ad for?
Okay, so they happen to be black. Does that make him racist? He just
Why
thought
didn't
they
he
were
do it with
criminals
any
and
of the
hurt
other
someone.
cases?
Why does it matter if you're
Why
making
didn't
it
he
about
do it with
race?
any
and
of
he
the other
didn't?
cases?
With all the crime that goes, he can write an op-ed about every single crime that happened in New York City.
What? He didn't do it. He only chose this one.
So what? He wrote an op-ed. That was his opinion at the time.
Yeah,
Maybe he
and
didn't
it
know all the
seems like that
facts.
opinion might have been based on the fact that it was 5 black kids.
No, well, it seems like that's you're extrapolating that, but he's
Well,
never
I'm
explicitly
extrapolating
said
it
or
because I
done
can
anything
add all the
against
other stuff, like that his dad was
Add other stuff
a
like what?
virulent, where his dad was a virulent racist.
Virulent racist.
Yeah, remember when
Why
he got
are you guys so
arrested?
stuck
Remember
on
when he
race
got
when this is
arrested?
about
Remember when he got
policy? He's never
arrested
said
at
or done
the
anything
he got arrested at the Triple
against
K
black
rally.
people, and you just
What was
try
he
to
doing
create
at
and invent all these things
What was
that
he
don't
doing
exist.
at a Triple K rally? His dad. Why was his dad at a Triple K rally?
I have no idea, and I've never heard of any proof or any.
He got
real
arrested.
Information
He got
about that 'cause it's
arrested.
not
There's an
true.
arrest record for it.
And who started the KKK? Was it the Democrats or the Republicans?
The Democrats.
Exactly.
And where were those Democrats located?
Well, the point is, the Democrat
Where were they located? Don't
Party
be a
has
coward.
much
Where were they
longer
located?
history of racism
Where
than
were they?
Republicans do.
Where
You're
were
the
they?
ones who wanted to end
Where
slavery.
were they? Where were they?
What does it matter where they were? Yeah, they
It
were
matters. Where
Southern,
were they? Why won't you
white
answer this question?
Landowners who were
Where were they?
Democrats. And
Where were they? Listen, brother, we're
formed
going to drop you if you're not
KKK,
going to answer questions. Where were they?
I said Southern.
Okay, and what states?
They were Southern
and
white
what and the
landowners,
Republican
which were
states?
less than 1% of the population.
Those states now. What party are they a member of?
In the South.
Yeah, the southern states. Overwhelmingly, what party are they members of?
Well, yes, but the Republicans are not part
Okay,
of
and
the
the
KKK.
last,
We didn't
the
start
last,
it. So how are we?
and the last Triple K member that ran for national office, which was, let's see, which is what, like the 2000s, was from what party? You don't think who David Duke run? What ticket did David Duke run on?
David Duke had not been part of the Klan for over 20 years when he ran as a Republican.
He's still a white nationalist.
Listen, he's a separatist.
Are you defending David
Duke?
Duke?
Separatist. He doesn't hate anyone or. I'm not. I'm just saying he's not part of the KKK.
Sure he is.
And he's not part of the Trump movement, and he's not part of the Republican Party anymore.
Well, but he was endorsed by a lot of Republicans, weirdly enough, like Chip Roy.
So what,
Chip Roy,
just
Chip
because
Roy
there is a racist somewhere who says I like Donald Trump, it means all Trump supporters are
you
racist?
want to go
Are you
back?
nuts?
You want to go back to the founding of the Triple K, which is convenient for you, but then you want to ignore all the history after that. You want to ignore the fact that there was absolutely a party switch, and that the southern states are all Republicans now, and that the members of the Triple K ran on the Republican ticket. In fact, the most prominent Nazi in our country, the most prominent one
of any
excuse me, the most prominent member of the Nazis in this country had a private dinner with Trump at Mar-a-Lago. How'd that happen?
First of all, you're talking about that guy Richard, whatever his name is.
Nick, no, I'm talking about Nick Fuentes. Personally invited to Mar-a-Lago for dinner. We want to keep going. How about Barack Obama questioning the birth certificate, or I mean Donald Trump questioning the birth certificate of Barack Obama? That wasn't racist either, right?
Well, on that note, guys, I do have work in the morning, and I feel like this was a good night of debates, that's for sure. I enjoyed it. Let me know in the chat if you enjoyed it. And on that note, RTP, any last words, statements, feelings, concerns?
No. Anybody who wants to debate me, then you guys are welcome in my live anytime, 9:30 a.m. to 1 Pacific Standard Time, right here on TikTok, Monday through Friday. Tomorrow I'll be on my backup because unless somehow my ban gets overturned, we'll be on the backup until Election Day.
And that day is coming soon. So let us not grow weary, but stay strong all together. And together, all at once, I thank you so much because all of you
Jeffrey
made that shit happen. I love you guys so much. Have a great night. We could